hijab.
Actually, I was thinking of compiling a list of all of the Muslims that support the state of Israel. I thought that'd be fun to publicize.
Yeah, do it.
Honestly, man, Zabu, you'll look really good with a hijab on. Oh, not lying.
I'm only gonna wear a hijab then. Pornhub, you know.
Right. Gotta make a living.
What's the famous hijabi porn star? I don't remember her name.
Mia Khalifa.
Mia Khalifa. Is that her?
Yeah, Mia Khalifa.
Yeah, but she wasn't.
There's
She wasn't Muslim.
Yasmina Khan.
Oh, she wasn't? Was it just a...
No, she was Christian.
There's a meme going around Twitter, which is like the reason why Arabs have to put their women in like bags is because they're all like dirty little sluts that will fuck you at the drop of a hat, and like they needed to be especially controlled compared to other women because they're like soft.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think about? What do you think about this theory?
I mean, I'm pretty slutty, so.
Well, you're not an Arab. You're not a fucking Arab, Zabu. We're talking about Arabs right now.
Okay. Yeah, fuck Arabs, actually.
Yeah.
It's true of negatives, mom, at least.
Very funny, Tom. You're very funny. The rabbi is very proud of you.
Arabs are really bad.
Is that a Japanese accent?
Yes.
No, I don't know, man. You people are so superficial, man. Smart, but like, no. Y'all are weak,
Wow.
like ladies.
That's nice. Thank you.
Smart.
Well,
You're not
Smart
worthy
because you know how to get
I think he's starting to like us.
I'll take 1 out of 2.
I think he loved us the whole time.
Yeah.
Honestly, bro, like, I'm not gonna lie. You're just like, I don't know, man. You'll be scared.
On a
When
long
a real
enough,
Muslim, you'll see a real Muslim, you'll be scared.
uh,
You'll piss your
Are you guys
pants.
kidding me?
sir, on a long enough timeline, we'll all be dead.
Not kidding, bro.
Listen,
Mark,
If I'm
you're
going
gonna
to
see a
die-
real Muslim in front of you.
die a glorious death of a shaheed in front of a brave Muslim warrior.
Really?
Negative.
Wow.
It looks like Farhat wants to join too. Look, he's trying to compete.
Yeah, I feel like Farhat needs to also come up.
But negative. One thing that you need to understand is that before I die, I'm gonna paint the Kaaba rainbow and bring gay rights to.
No. The only thing you can do is
I'm gonna spray paint
you can
rainbow
suck my
flags
balls
on the
back.
Kaaba, and it's gonna be a fucking.
You can
symbol
suck
of gay.
my balls.
Oh,
back.
you're gay negative. Oh, it's okay to be gay.
I'm not gay. He's just too feminine.
You just asked
You
me.
told you don't want to like your balls. It's gay.
Yeah, that's
Bro,
gay.
Trust me, Sam. I'm telling you,
I
man.
actually think it would be kind of fun if there were
You look
some
kinda
like
wrinkled like my
pro-gay
balls, like my
rights
scrotum.
activists that triggered like a paint bomb to go off and like spray a rainbow, and then they would strategically place these bombs around holy sites and detonate them on Pride Day.
Yeah, and then the Hitler is gonna come back and Hail Hitler, and he will put you in the gas.
No, I
chamber
just think
and
like
be
in terms of like extremist activism, that'd be a fun LGBTQ one.
you know what'd be fun?
Listen, I accept.
I
I'm going-
would really take pleasure in, like, you see those weird braids you have, those Jews, the weird braids, a little hat on.
So
I
negative.
don't
I accept
even know that,
everything.
I would
braids,
knock that
curls.
ding-dong nose off your face, man.
Negative.
Very
I
clearly
accept,
curls.
I accept
You
everything
don't
you're
know
saying.
that you have, bro. That big ass nose.
Sir, I accept everything you're saying. I think, the numbers are on your side and that you will successfully wipe all of us.
You get all the nose from the hose because you.
But,
He's a rapper.
yeah,
We gotta bring Farhat too. He has stuff to say.
Y'all are yappers. Buttercup. I'm a cartoon character.
Negative.
I'm smart. I'm Jewish. I have a big ass.
That sounds just like her.
Negative.
You do know the guy in your profile picture has
Yeah.
his grandmother.
Negative. How do you feel about the fact that Arabs have noses that are the same as Jews? That we both have both noses.
Bro,
It's
Arabs are
embarrassing.
superior than y'all.
Oh, the Arab noses look
Negative.
way
I have a
better.
question for you. How do you feel about Muhammad being like a rapist, murderer, warlord?
I know at least 50 Muhammad. Which Muhammad are you talking about?
The peace be upon him.
There's a guy, he was a Jew. He became a Muslim.
Muhammad was a Jew?
Did you know that Muhammad killed a woman's family and then married her right away?
Dick move.
That's a dick move, bro. Dick move.
Oh, what about your Masih?
Sophia. Look up Sophia.
Your Masih is gonna come, and what will happen? Yeah, Gog and Magog, they will fuck him. How about that?
Oh, well, I don't think Jews and Jews.
Yeah,
defeated, dude.
And they will fuck your Masih. Remember
They
that.
kind of already got defeated.
Your Masih, what's he gonna do?
How do you feel about the fact that Muhammad had sex with a child?
Masih is coming. He will save us. Rebuild the temple. Sacrifice the Khalifa.
Negative, where are you from? What country are you from?
Bro, I'm from Kupistan.
How old are you?
Poopustan?
Kupistan, yeah. It's a post-Soviet country.
Oh, interesting. Is that like
Yeah.
Poopustan? Is that just every Arab country?
No, it's a Soviet country. Kupistan. I'm a Caucasoid.
Like the land of the poop. I get it. Yeah.
No, it's not poop.
he's from the Caucasus.
Yeah. Caucasus.
He's Caucasian.
I'm a Caucasoid and I'm a Negroid.
Oh.
But how do you feel about the fact that Muhammad had sex slaves like Maria the Coptic? Like, isn't it weird that a really good guy would have a slave that he like has sex with and rapes?
You know, Muhammad bin Tahtah, he had 3 Jewish slave girls.
Yeah, and he raped them all because he's a monster.
Yeah, Muhammad bin Tahtah. Yeah, he's a rapist.
Yeah, your prophet hurts women.
Tahtah. No, bro, you're talking about prophet and law. So such a Jewish move, bro. Get out of that prophet law system, bro. Ooh, we're Rothschild.
Why did your prophet have sex slaves? And why did you women?
How do you feel about Gal Gadot being a whore? He's also a Zionist bitch.
How dare you?
She's hot.
Oh, Gal Gadot. Yeah, she's really cool, great actress.
Never.
Come on. Great actress.
It's gonna be.
She's pretty.
Like, listen, it's impressive the career she's developed, but great actress. Come on, let's be honest.
Free, but you know what? Palestine it still belongs to the Palestinians, not you. You can go back to Poland or wherever you came from.
Right,
None of us live in
wherever you came
Palestine.
from.
Why are you blaming us for Palestine? We didn't do it.
I mean, I agree with him. I think we should go back to wherever we came from.
You think you came from the promised land? No.
What?
Yeah.
Listen, I am ready to go back to wherever we came from.
We all live in America. Why are you coming for us? We didn't do Palestine.
And so, do you believe that Israel has committed a genocide in Palestine?
I do, but not everyone does.
So how can you tolerate these dumb dimwits?
Because we can tolerate
You're
each other.
tolerant. Oh, you're a tolerant Jew. I get it.
We tolerate you well
This
enough.
is why you need to die also, Buttercup.
But seriously,
Because you support the genocide of the Jews, and we tolerate you,
No.
right?
it was never a genocide.
You just said you wanted
Yeah,
all the
You
Jews
wanted
to
Hitler
die.
to finish the job.
Ethiopian Jews
technically in the job.
were castrated. Ethiopian Jews were castrated because y'all wanted to be the Jews.
Wow, this line gets more elaborate every time.
You know the Ethiopian Jews. What happened to them? Where are they?
A small
They're all
number.
gone, castrated.
They were all murdered
Castrated.
by the Ashkenazim.
A small number of them were.
You know, Mark.
First they were murdered, then they were castrated.
94.
Okay.
Man, come on.
I mean, I doubt it, but
Let's
it's
be human
possible.
beings, okay? Let's be y'all are not superior. You know, y'all be punished more than you.
How do you feel about the cousin marriage rate in the Muslim world? Why do you all marry your cousins? That causes.
At least we marry our cousin.
They don't trust
we
each
honor
other.
our cousin, bro. You know what you guys do? You rape your cousin.
Man.
Also, they have like a dozen
rape your
cousins
cousins.
because they have a dozen siblings.
Look up whether marrying your cousin.
You rape your siblings.
Also,
You
with the
treat
extra
siblings,
marriages, it makes like everyone your cousin.
bro. You have sex with your mothers. What are you talking
No,
about?
don't.
What language do they
too.
speak in?
Look at all that porn.
I just,
Look at all that
I just
porn
think you
you
guys should be smarter and not marry your
All
cousin.
that porn you have.
No, we already established that the Jews don't. It's the Syrians that own all the porn.
Right, like
No. It's the Jews. Jews own the porn.
No,
Jews
it's the
own
Syrians and the
All the
Canadians.
bad things in the world, all the obscenity is spread by the Jews.
It's the Syrian
Majority of it,
Canadians.
at
We
least
just looked it up. We just looked it up. It's Syrian Canadians.
No, look it up where? On the internet?
Yes.
Why
Yeah,
should
you control
facts
the
stop him
narrative on
from
the
spreading
internet.
the story he wants to be true?
I just think the Jews and the Caucasians need to unite against the Syrian men.
I agree.
Seriously, man, the Syrians are actually,
No, man, I'm in favor of Syria expressing their
You
culture.
cannot.
You're right.
You guys are
compete
jerks.
with the Syrians. Leave your weapons and then see. Y'all are nothing. Y'all are weaklings. chicken
Right.
wings.
If only we had no weapons, you could finally defeat
Are
us.
you talking about like
I
the
think-
actual people from the Caucasus? Or
Yeah.
The Caucasus.
Negative is
Yeah.
Caucasian.
The people from the Caucasus.
I think Lionheart didn't. I think Richard the Lionheart didn't finish the job. You know,
I think Hitler didn't
we
finish the
should bring
job.
back the Crusades and we should conquer all of Christendom.
We should bring back.
The
We
Crusades
should
never
bring back
ended.
the gas chamber.
to Arabia, like a small part of Arabia, where you belong. Because you're
How
like
about Poland?
you're like a small, pathetic desert people.
How about the
You
Exodus?
go back to the desert.
Help!
Arabic is for Arabia.
Please.
He's
I don't think he may not be Arab. He's from the Caucasus. He's like Soviet.
The Caucasus already been conquered.
Suka, bled. Oscar Schindler, help me. Oscar Schindler, help me. Jews. So funny, bro. Y'all are
Come on,
weak.
he's already living under Orthodox.
Andre, you getting old, bro. You're dying, bro, soon. Be humble, man.
Hey, listen, I can.
But what are you going to do about that? That is objective reality.
That your people being subjugated by Orthodox Christians, I can totally understand why you have these violent fantasies. Yeah, because it's like with all the rest of you being subjugated everywhere in the world.
And they're just dreaming of Rome.
Spat of success in the Middle Ages because two empires collapsed and you could wedge in. But now it's been downhill ever since, you know.
I know, honestly, bro, like, I see where you're coming from, Andre, but I think it's just the fact that a lot of people have been desensitized because of all the graphic imageries they've seen, whatever the Israelis have inflicted on the Palestinian children, especially because of that. I think.
Oh, you think people are like okay with it now?
Nobody's okay with it, but yeah, I can.
I thought you said they were
imagine you guys-
desensitized.
Yeah, I can imagine you guys in that scenario. In that sense, I'm desensitized.
Because you're desensitized from the images?
I wouldn't mind. I can imagine Andre getting beheaded right now by some Al Qaeda people.
Because
And
you've been
I would enjoy it.
desensitized to violence?
Yeah. Yes, in a way.
Seems like an issue. You should probably
because
work
of
on
the
that.
Israelis.
I mean, if you
Because
start
of the Israelis.
fantasizing about decapitating strangers, you should probably talk to
No,
a
straight,
therapist.
no, wait. What do you think about that Israeli IDF soldier who killed a pregnant lady and her baby, and he said, "Oh, one shot, two kill."
I have not been thinking about that. It seems to me strange that you're preoccupying yourself with thoughts such as this, which is why I
Well, I
suggested you
witnessed
seek
it.
mental
Have
help.
you not? Did you not see that in the news? Probably not, because you
No.
guys are like living in your own
Press.
cuckoo land.
I'm not
Yeah,
aiming
you guys
for
are
the
watching your own thing.
desensitization you seem to covet.
Oh, what about the 7th October attack? There were hostages that were taken.
What
about Hamas? Hamas
Free
breaking
Hamas,
is very
crazy.
young, huh?
Why would anyone want to punish murderers?
Negative.
Yeah, murderers, man. Y'all could be murderers. Y'all could have served in the military.
Right, we all could have,
None of
but some people
Yeah,
did
Mark,
commit
he said
murder.
he's a marksman, yeah? Mark, how many did you kill?
Probably maybe 30 or 40, just a ballpark estimate.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I can teach
You're a
you.
wuss.
I can teach you.
You're a
five.
wuss.
Okay,
That's
but
what you are, man. Look at you. You can't even grow a proper beard.
I have a proper view.
You look like a guy
I
who was
think
a bully.
Barbara
man.
Is
wants
it
to
proper?
be
Does it connect?
I shared over.
The guy was a bully,
You
man.
shaved.
Look at him.
But anyway, negative. I just
He's
wanted to let you.
weird.
Okay, great. I just want to let you know that I'm willing to teach you the 5-point bomb exploding heart technique, and you can use it both on the IDF and on
Can't
You're
teach
very
him
inferior,
that.
Mark.
That's a secret.
You have inferior genetics, bro. Look at you. Your eyesight is weak. What are you
But
gonna do?
I'm going to charge you like $500 for it.
I'm gonna charge you like you cannot do anything. You cannot even look. You cannot even see properly.
Whoa.
The prime
Well, I think
basic-
everyone's eyesight gradually degrades as they get older.
Yeah, gradually
Isn't it sad that
Because
these
you're-
Jews
because
are
you're
so
weak
weak and pathetic
That's
and they still
actually
destroy
true,
your
because I was
pathetic
the other side.
civilization?
I was
I could have given you better genetics, Mark.
My eyes elongate. I get.
I know, but then like we'd be on the losing side of the war.
No, man. The only thing you can do is you can eat filth, and you know you're Hollywood, and you can do.
All we do is organize, make militaries, and humiliate you on the battlefield over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Is it
Hey,
boring now?
you know what? Go ahead, call us weak. That seems to help you.
Well, you are weak. You can only
Yep.
fight with a gun.
Very weak.
Dispossess people, innocent people,
Very, very weak.
and then hurt
What does that say for your losses to the weak?
Imagine, bro. Imagine Hamas. How much damage?
I imagine them. In my imagination, they are indomitable. But then I look at reality, and they fail.
You can only hurt them with
We do have mod powers, though.
That's right.
Huh?
All we can do is kill them.
We do have mod powers.
So we will take that option.
I'm just gonna get rid of him now.
Who's that?
That's fair.
Oh, alhamdulillah.
I find it weird that he comes up here, but he has like a profile picture of Franz Liszt, who had like Jewish BFFs and like condemned Wagner for his anti-Semitism, and also had a Jewish grandmother. So
Nobody's perfect, Clara.
Oh, we lost Farhad, but that's whatever. I don't know if you want to talk to him, but okay.
That's okay.
Okay. Well, that was fun. For like 2 minutes.
wait, which Farhat was it?
He was kind of like confused, like that we were being nice to him. Like he was just like, but I guess you guys are smart. Like, he was a little confused. It was cute. It's cute to like see them get flustered.
Well, as long as these people are ranting on Clubhouse, sharing their fantasies here, they're not doing it in real life. So let's be thankful for that.
Yeah, let's hope so.
I mean, he did swear to personally murder us. Or at least most of us. Buttercup is kind of corner case.
Yeah, but I'm also a kafir, so he's gonna me too.
I'd kill him.
You would? Okay.
So I went into a room with a student Farhat, and I thought it was the Farhat that, like, when we were talking about morality, subjective, objective morality.
No, that's a different Farhan.
I know, but it was like there was no telling. I just came in and he was like the nicest Farhat ever. I'm like, am I in opposite world? What is going on?
What is Farhad's deal? Why is he like losing it?
I don't know. I couldn't follow what he was trying to say. Also, this new chat system is really shitty.
I know, it's very annoying.
My main complaint is that they just moved the mic button to the left from the right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was a good idea to move the mic button to the left. To where my thumb is usually positioned.
Oh, you hold your phone in your left hand?
I think so.
Whoa.
I hold my phone in my left hand, but I couldn't get my thumb down to the mic button. But I have like a pop socket on the back. Okay.
Do Canadians celebrate Thanksgiving?
Yeah, but we had it already in October.
Mm-hmm.
So tomorrow is like a normal day for us.
It's ungrateful.
Pardon?
That's ungrateful.
It's ungrateful.
I would like to say that my Canadian boyfriend always took advantage of the fact that he could have 2 Thanksgivings. So we had Canadian Thanksgiving in October where he got to have Canadian delicacies, and then we had regular Thanksgiving in November. So, or American Thanksgiving.
Nice.
I think Rabbi wants to come on stage.
Is this one that you approve of?
Yeah, I like Rabbi.
Okay.
I've learned to make butter
He is
tarts
anti-Semitic,
without
but he's charming. He's like charmingly anti-Semitic.
Well, I mean,
We'll see how far I go.
compared to the last guy, I don't think anyone is anti-Semitic.
Well, I'm much more anti-Semitic than that guy, bro. But why? What's your problem with abortion?
Nothing.
But the title. Oh, maybe I misunderstood. I mean, you guys are abortion or anti-abortion?
I think we're all pro, but Sam, who chose the title, has left the room. Yeah, I did talking about abortion.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck, bro? Why would we not, like, we can, you know how much money we can make killing the kids? I mean, I'm in fucking Canada where we literally abort them at 9 months, and we can make a shit ton of money. So, I was just confused. I'm sorry. I'll go.
They just don't understand like the emojis because it literally just means babies make me laugh so hard I get a nosebleed. Like, there you go.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, it's a very profitable business. I'm just to oppose it. It's so dumb. It's wild.
I don't really want to do this guy, but you guys can.
Wait, what? I support you. What are you talking about?
Mark, what did you think of my analysis earlier?
I might not have been tuned in, although I might have been present. Sorry.
Okay, whatever.
I'm right there with you, Sabu. That's what I think.
Oh, thanks. Also, hi, Buttercup. We haven't been in a room in a while together.
I know. Where have you been?
Not here very much.
That's smart.
I've been into a lot of
Me either.
rooms,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
and then just like not. I'm going through like a writing cave.
Yeah, you gotta take breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Stay silent.
Yeah.
What do you think of, can we talk shit about people? Like, what do you think of Andrew? Like, I only met him for the first time in Sam's room the other day, and like he and that Alex, like, just like ambushed me and demanded I explain feminism to them. And so then today I told them how I really felt about abortion rights.
How do you
And it kind of like blew up.
How do you feel about abortion, Buttercup?
I think forcing teenagers to carry fetuses to term and then split their vaginas open and give birth to them and then stick the kids in foster care is a barbaric, horrific,
I agree.
dystopian nightmare.
So you should support my business. It's called
And it's worse than rape to force people to birth
I agree.
babies,
I agree.
to push watermelons out of them when they're
I agree. So you should
against their will.
well, you should join my house. It's called the Border Bus Express, and we're starting a new project.
I know, you told me about it. It's good.
Yes,
Good
it's
business.
American women abortions in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
So you should join it and support our project.
I support this project and I'd like to invest.
You can invest. I can give you my Bitcoin wallet.
Will do.
That's right. It's the best. It's actually a very nice business plan. I have a PowerPoint for it if you guys want.
Well, I'm already sold.
That's right. That's right. I didn't know that about you, Buttercup. I appreciate you more now.
Where are you based in Canada?
I'm in Montreal.
Mm.
Where are you from? You sound like a Toronto type of girl.
Mm-hmm. I'm from Toronto originally, but I don't live there.
Oh, child. Where do you live? Up in London? Where are you at?
He's trying to immigrate to Toronto.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's all we're talking about.
I'm in the prairies.
Oh, the prairies. You're in Newfie, eh?
No, that's the wrong side.
Yeah, that's the exact wrong direction, dude.
Look at a map. You're not Canadian. You're
No, I'm
lying.
not. No, I am in Canada. I'm not a Canadian.
Yeah, but
I don't even know. To me, it's like Toronto or Montreal and like Vancouver. Calgary is cool. Outside of that, these places aren't real. Shit. Are you a Saskatchewan type of girl?
Adjacent.
Alberta.
No,
Oh, no. Please don't tell me you're a Manitoba girl.
correct.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Here we go now. Here we go. I'm going to.
Buttercup, I feel like you were saying something before this abortion conversation.
I was asking you if Andrew's a nice guy because I had like 2 really jarring experiences.
Like Christian Andrew?
Yeah, he's like
I
always.
think he's a great guy. I think he did. You're not going to agree with
I
everything.
triggered him really bad. He was cursing at me.
Yeah. He does that sometimes, but I think he's nice.
Can I respond to Q?
No.
Oh, okay.
Good job.
Where did the guy go? No.
Where did
I
it gone?
think Zabo kicked him off.
I had to.
I wanted to hear about the Jews getting killed some more. That sounded super fun.
You can only handle so much.
Yeah, but
Then I
that's
get really protective. And then I'm like, I'm going to become a Zionist. And it just becomes...
Yeah, join us. Join us.
I'm pretty much there, you know?
Guys, I have nothing against talking about this topic, but why do you have that title if you don't want to talk about it?
We already talked about it.
Oh,
It's an outdated title.
I mean, we don't have to talk about
We
it.
We talk about it a lot, Rabbi.
We talked about it, and then we already talked about it.
Yeah, but like you can literally get rid of all black people through abortions, bro. Like, why would you guys be against?
That's actually what we talked about earlier.
Why the fuck would you guys be opposed to abortion? Like, what the fuck is wrong?
Sam?
Yeah, well, I was saying that we should. It's affirmative action to give black women reproductive freedom, whereas white women don't deserve reproductive freedom.
Exactly.
Exactly.
It gets it. So, I mean, you can find a legal way to get rid of all the black kids, right, with abortion. And in Canada, we can do it up to 9 months. Like, and maybe that's why we have much less crime than the U.S. I mean, you have a lot to learn from us. I'm just saying.
That's a good point.
I mean, can you deny it?
Yes.
How so?
Rabbi thinks
Ask me if I could.
thinks life begins at ejaculation.
No, I don't care about life. I think no life matters. I only care about money. Like, legit. It's not even funny. I mean, I can tell you exactly how my entire business model works with abortion. Sam, are you in the U.S.?
Yeah.
So wouldn't you like? So okay, what do you think about the military? The military spend.
Oh, I think we spend too much on the military.
So wouldn't you like to save on that money? Like, you don't have to do wars to kill your children. You can just send them to Canada and abort them.
That's a good point.
And this way, we can get the stem cells without killing our kids. We can kill them.
Nice.
Harsh but fair.
Yeah.
You guys ever play Cookie Clicker?
No.
I don't know what that
Sounds fun.
I disagree.
It is the dumbest game that's ever been created. You just click a cookie, and then every time you click a cookie, you get more cookies. And
Yeah, that's
then,
what it sounds like.
but then also you can like build grandmas that make more cookies for you. And right now I have 600 or I have 700 million cookies. So I'm very successful in this world.
So cool.
Yeah, so just be amazed by my cookie generation skill.
Wow. Are they all the same kind of cookie?
Yeah, they're all chocolate chip.
Oh my god.
Actually, no, you can get upgrades later for different kinds of cookies, but I don't have that yet.
Oh man.
Hamantashen.
Oh yeah, that would be nice if I could just have a Jew cookies.
No, she's trying to make it like a thing.
I think only Jews should eat hamantashen, and then all the goys should be stuck eating black and white cookies.
Fine.
That's racist. And segregationist.
Black and white cookies are really good. They're like an upstate
And
New York.
segregationist.
Only goys just eat those ones. We'll stick with the hamantashen.
They're from Utica. They're like a delicacy from upstate New York.
I live so close to Utica right now. That's crazy. That
You do? Where? Or you can't tell me. Tell me later. Tell me.
I just
DM.
had a cookie. It was like cookie dough with chopped up Oreos in it.
Nice. An integrated cookie, you could say.
It was. It was a brown and black and white cookie. It's great.
As opposed to the racist black and white cookies.
I think we should call them yin yang cookies because it's more accurate. I guess
It'd be cool if they were yin yang cookies.
What?
It'd be cool if they were yin yang rather than black and white.
Just half and half, yeah.
I actually think they're called half moon cookies. It's like the official name of them.
All right, let's look that up.
Like,
That can make sense.
People from Utica get really mad when you call them black and white cookies. They're like, they're half moons.
The Wikipedia page says black and white cookie.
Yeah, because that's what they called, man.
The other names they give are half moon cookies and half cookies. Now, this whole half min.
Yeah, they're like trying to make it a thing, but it isn't.
Wait, did you say half moon or half min?
Half moon.
Half moon.
Oh,
You
it's
just
half
keep-
moon. Nice.
You know, because if there was a half moon in the sky, it would look like a black and white cookie.
I mean, a half moon cookie is a nice name for it, but yeah, the name is kind of already stood.
Not real.
In Utica, they get really bad if you confuse it with a black and white cookie.
I'm saying black and white is a more clear name for it than the half moon cookie.
I think there's like a difference. Like the half moons from Utica, they're like really thick and like kind of cakey.
The big ones, yeah.
Sorry.
There's a lot of upstate New York delicacies.
Yeah,
Have you ever had a garbage plate?
yeah, they're good.
Yeah, but I've just eaten food out of the garbage. I don't know what you're talking about, but I
Nailed it.
have jumped into a dumpster and said, dinner time.
It's a regional dish for Western New York.
Those Speedies. Speedies are old.
Have you ever had the regional dish of just like homeless guy throwing shit at you?
No, that's in New York City. I know it's a downstate delicacy.
Yeah, it's downstate New York, dude.
Y'all ever had Geta?
What?
What's that?
Geta. It's like this sort of like weird thing they have in like the Cincinnati area and like northern Kentucky where they take like oatmeal and they mix it with like pork and beef, and it's kind of like really like big Geta factory like in Covington, Kentucky it was like right up the street from where I served with that. It's like eggs and Geta.
Hi, Andre.
Sabo. Long time no speak.
Oh my God, it's been forever.
Ah, bless you.
Too.
So it's been very quiet in here since the genocidal maniac left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of how peace works.
Yeah, it's true. True.
Mm-hmm.
So true.
I just had a salad.
You had a salad?
Yeah.
Good for you.
Do you guys want me to roleplay as a genocidal maniac?
Salad's not good for you that late at night.
Ugh,
Or
whatever.
you upset your tummy.
No, it won't. It's gonna be fine.
I mean, it depends what kind of salad we're talking about. Is it a pasta salad?
No. Sam, you wanna role play?
Do you guys want me to roleplay as a genocidal maniac?
Always.
Alright, we should kill all the Arabs. Charles Martel didn't go far enough.
You need an accent. You need an accent.
Charles Martel didn't go far enough, and we should kill all the damn Arabs, and we should have killed the Turks as well, but they're not as bad as the Arabs. The Arabs are the scum of the earth, and we should kill them. Just think about Tamerlane, how evil he was. He was a Muslim. And think about all the conquest of the slavery of the Muslims, all the bad stuff in history is done by the damn Muslims, the Arabs. So we got to just kill them. We got to do just give Israel and India lots of money to have them finish the job.
What do you want to kill them with?
I think we should use hit them with a big stick.
I thought you were going to say bacon, but you wouldn't.
Guys, we gotta be genocide maniac now. The replays are off.
No, I can't do that. I don't have
Replays are off.
Is that why you turned the replays off?
Nah, because I said something really crazy earlier. I had to hide it.
What did you do?
I was just, the topic of abortion came up, and I was just saying crazy shit just to be a troll.
You
Now,
really said that.
Sam, let's talk honest here. Why haven't you come to Eretz Israel? Why aren't you fighting in the IDF? Huh?
Well, you see, I'm 37 years old. I'm too old for that.
That's all Yekepot's excuses. We're taking volunteers any age. As long as you can walk on your own feet, we're going to take you.
Listen, if I get a chance, they should have like a tourism that, like, as part of like visiting Israel, you get to like help shoot people. You know what I mean? Like, then all the psychos of the world can just like be like free mercenaries. Pretty good strat.
But that's what we've been doing for the last 70 years, Sam. What are you doing? That's nothing new to us.
We've been doing that forever. Come on.
And what about you, Maxed? You're still hiding out in the West, huh?
Not hiding in the West.
Prime, comfortable. Come to Negev. It's like Arizona, huh?
I don't live in Arizona either. I live in America. It's where my ancestors settled as refugees from a Holocaust.
Where are you? Are you in New York too?
Mm-hmm.
It's where all the Jews live, Zebu.
All of them?
Yeah, it's called Jew York. You ever heard of it?
Yeah, my grandfather settled. There was a nice German community in Rhode Island.
In Jew York.
Well, that's exactly what I've been saying. They're all a Yekepots, and instead of coming to Eretz Israel, they go to America.
Well, I'm sure my grandfather would have preferred to stay in Bischofsheim.
Oh, bless him.
I don't know. How good's the weather in Poland? Because I don't know if they'd actually prefer to stay there.
Bischofsheim is in Germany, along the banks of the Rhine.
I just was going to say. Yeah. So sad, so sad.
I don't know why they're always saying Poland.
Well, my family was from Poland, so they actually kind of got me on that one. I'm kind of cooked on that one.
The Hasidim community, lots of them from Poland, Ukraine.
That's fine, but like, we weren't all living in Poland.
No.
Some of the most popular documentaries feature Poland a lot. It's part of the problem.
That's where Auschwitz is.
Mm-hmm.
It's where all the Jews were getting killed.
Not all of them.
Yeah, you missed a couple
They
of
had
us.
a lot of concentration camps around Europe. I think they had hundreds.
I think one of the reasons why ADHD is so bad these days is because if you ever tried to help out, have like a school for helping out with concentration, it wouldn't sound very good.
Right. That's probably the main impediment. Well,
Tomek said, all I can tell you is that your family must have been there, perhaps even for 1,000 years, because that's the traditional settlement area where most Jews settled along the River Rhine, all the way down to Basel on the right and left bank. Many
Yeah, you can pretty much track the family because they were appointed by Charlemagne and his kid to be the wholesale meat distributors for Europe.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Because that's one of the really, really traditional areas all along the River Rhine, the southern stretch there, yeah. And it's in fact also why Yiddish is like very heavily influenced by Alsatian and other dialects around the Rhine there. So
there was a hot second when the Rhine was going to be its own state. There was a hot second when the Rhine was going to be its own state, not a part of Germany.
Yeah, that was much later. I'm talking about the history.
No, it was during the 1800s, during the Revolutionary period when Germany was forming.
Yeah. That's like really late in German history. Really late.
Late in German history, formation of the state.
I'm talking about the Holy Roman Empire, which lasted for about 1,000 years, and we're talking about the last 200 years. Come on.
Yeah, I'm just saying Germany wasn't like a thing yet. Until then, it was just like a region.
Well, it was the Regnum Teutonicum, the part of the Holy Roman Empire north of the Alps, and it included all the Germanic-speaking areas of the Netherlands as well, and Belgium and Luxembourg and Switzerland, everything, and Austria, and basically the entire German-speaking part of Europe. Except for East Prussia, but that was settled and colonized. That's a different matter. But yeah, the main settlement area of the Jews was along the River Rhine, from like Mainz down to Basel on both banks. And there were, even until very recently, large farming communities as well. In fact, I knew a lady in Zurich because I somehow stumbled into a Jewish Sabbath sort of coffee afternoon meet, and one of the ladies there, she was from a Jewish farming village and would have a synagogue as the center of the village in Bricktal in Switzerland. Lots of farming Jewish communities in the past. Are you still in the meat trade? That would be so fun if you had kept that on.
No, I'm an attorney.
Oh. Well, that's also, well, anyway. What field of law are you specialized in, if I may ask?
I defend debtors from their creditors.
Wow. Well, I know very little about that part of US law, it's apart from Chapter 11, which is kind of famous, but anyway. And I take it you do this with considerable success?
I do fine.
Oh, he's just being modest. Do you have to appear in court a lot, or is it just settled outside court?
I usually dealt with outside of court, but occasionally I do appear.
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, what do you want me to say? I mean, I almost became a lawyer. In fact, I'm still a member of a Lawyers Guild in England.
What kind of law did you want to practice?
Actually, administrative law, I think, would have been the one I would have gone into if I hadn't switched to theology, because I studied under the great Rodney Brazier in Manchester, constitutional and administrative law. And it came in so handy later when I wrote my master thesis in European law during my second master's degree. You know, it really handled it.
Second master's? Oh my god, why would you do that? You did 2 masters?
Yes.
Oh my god, what did you do them in? Theology and what?
Theology and European law, studied.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, in it.
That's pretty good.
Timothy, shut up. Where you? Shut up.
Yeah, it's like the Beetlejuice thing. If you say in it 3 times, in between you almost get it.
In it though.
Why is cheese so good?
Why is what so good?
Cheese.
Cheese. I don't know.
I don't know.
It just has a way with you, that cheese. Oh God, I was going to say something really, really bad.
Say it.
But no. I'm getting old about my filters still work. You know.
You have it to me. I want to hear it.
No, you don't. No.
I do.
No, you don't. I'm gonna write it to you.
The moon.
Write it out loud. Mm-hmm.
The skies are Gruyere since she left me. What? Felt so Danish blue. Caught before between a Roquefort and a hard cheese. I still don't know what I'll do. Don't give a damn about the future. Now my baby Bills walked out the door. Can't believe I've double time. Say goodbye to us. And hello me. Hello me.
I got goat cheese.
It's time.
You should take that poem and shove it up your ass.
Yeah.
Andre, you're leaving us?
No, I'm just gonna tell you a Jewish joke. Because, as part of this Jewish Shabbat coffee circle, there was one guy, Mr. Naples, he used to tell these Jewish jokes. And I remember this one, and it's so kind of cute. So little Moshe comes, home from school, and, his parents have got a men's apparel shop. They live above the shop, but he always calls in on his dad at the shop first. Yeah. And then, his dad is like, "Oh, Moshe, what did you learn today at school?" And then, okay, Moshe, let me explain this to you. But just imagine a short, fat man comes into our shop and he says, "I want to buy a pair of trousers. They need to be checkered trousers." And I'm going, wait. He's so short, he's so fat. Gonna be difficult. Oh, so I go to the stock room and I look, and then I find a pair of trousers, think might fit him. And I take it to him and he tries it and it fits, they fit perfectly. Yeah, so he's so happy. He asks me to wrap up these old trousers, put them in a bag. He puts $20 on the counter. I mean, this is like 50 years ago. $20 on the counter and leaves. And once he's gone, I think, why? These trousers only cost $15. And now, my dear Moshe, comes the questions of ethics. Do I tell our business partner or don't I?
Oh my god.
The genocidal guy actually told a pretty good Jewish joke that I'm gonna remember, which is
watching porn reverse.
Yeah, that's a pretty good.
What was
That's
it?
pretty
Can you
good.
say it again?
Why do Jews watch porn backwards?
Oh, Dr. Z was here. Shit.
Did I tell you the joke about kleptomaniac Mrs. Finkelstein? So Mr. and Mrs. Finkelstein, they live in Brooklyn. That kind of, he's an accountant. They're okay. They're really okay on money, but she's a kleptomaniac. So she goes around the corner, and she does it again. She steals a can of peaches, and she's caught. And this time, because it's happened so often, the shop owner presses charges. Yeah. So she appears in front of the court, and so the judge says, "Yeah, what did she steal?" And the prosecutor says, "A can of peaches." Yeah. And Mr. Finkelstein sits next to her and rolls his eyes. And, so painful for him to go through this. And she's just staring at it, And then the judge asks how many peach halves were in that can. And then prosecutor says 6. And then the judge turns to Mrs. Finkelstein and says, Mrs. Finkelstein, you've been doing this a lot of time. And, you've been repeatedly caught, and I think you need to be taught a lesson. So, 6 peach halves in the can, and so she should actually serve 6 days in prison. And as he was going to bring down his hammer, and pronounce judgment, Mr. Finkelstein gets up. Hold on, Your Honor, hold on. You also stole a can of peas.
Oh my god. What's the...
Zebu, do you want to there are some harmless Jewish jokes that are not actually offensive? They're involved Jews but aren't offensive to Jews.
Only if you...
Right, so 2 Jews are sitting in a cafe, and one Jew looks over to see what the other Jew is reading, and he's reading this viciously anti-Semitic newspaper, and he's like, "What are you doing? Why are you reading such an anti-Semitic newspaper?" And he's like, "Well, when I read the Jewish newspaper, it's about how we're all assimilating, and how everyone wants to kill us, and how we have a low birth rate, and all the Arabs will kill us. When I read the anti-Semitic newspaper, we control the world. We're so rich and powerful.
After a dozen punches,
Alright, you want another one? Nelson dragged into the car like a so, do you know what a cantor is, Zebu?
No.
A cantor is the lady that sings at the synagogue. Okay. So a rabbi and a cantor are in temple, and the rabbi gets down on his knees. He's like, "God, before you I'm nothing." And the cantor gets down on her knees. She's like, "God, before you I'm nothing." And then some janitor in the back is like, "God, before you I'm nothing." And the rabbi says to the cantor, "Look who thinks he's nothing."
That went over my head, sorry.
It's the engine of the joke is that they're saying they're nothing, but they also feel immense pride in their feeling of nothingness, and that when someone that they think is lower status than them says the same thing, they're not actually being humble when they say that they're nothing. Anyway.
I'm just stuck on the fact that there's a woman that sings that I never heard of before.
Well, it's not always a woman. Sometimes my campers were ladies. What's up, Dr. Z?
Hi, Dr. Z.
Hey everybody, hi Sam, hi
Have you taken the
Jacob.
shahada today yet?
Waalaikum assalam warahmatullah. What Sam?
Have you taken the shahada today? Have you finally accepted Islam?
What? I am a Muslim.
Yeah, but like you should become one.
I should become one?
Yeah.
But I'm a Muslim.
He wants you to recite it, and then he'll recite it, and then he'll also become Muslim.
Okay, inshallah. Are you ready, Sam? I think you should just do it.
I shouldn't say the shahada because I don't want to become an apostate in Islam and the details for that. So
We wouldn't allow for it.
well, I just think it's unwise for me to take this shahada.
Why would you take a shahada if you don't believe in it, you know?
Yeah.
Access to a club.
Hold on.
Yes, hi, Andre.
Oggettiva. How do you get this name?
No, I'm not Italiano, no.
Yeah, this is good to say. How did you come by that name?
Well, there's a mystery behind it.
Oh my God, it's
You
doing
know this?
run.
You know, that's so funny. No, it's not like that. You're so funny. You know, it's so funny. He's the third or fourth person asking me, "Oh, are you Greek? Are you Italian?" No, but yeah, this name is actually objective reality Italian. So that's how I got it.
And what's your profile picture? Popcorn?
No, it's fox nuts. Do you know what fox nuts are? What?
Who doesn't?
Why are you laughing?
Fox nuts.
Yeah, these are fox nuts.
Well, what are fox nuts?
Well, basically, these are plant-based seeds. These are the seeds, actually. And they're these seeds of the plant are edible. They're called fox nuts, and then they are rich in protein, carbs, rich in magnesium, calcium, phosphorus, iron. So it's like a good, healthy bit of spice in it, or if you want to eat them without any spice, that's fine. But you roast them. You want to roast them dry. You can put some oil in it, and then they have a very nice nutty flavor. And then you just snack on them, like how you snack on almonds or cashews and stuff like that.
That actually sounds really good.
Yeah, if once you try them, you would not go back. They're really delicious. And then there's another seed that's my favorite. I'll put a picture of that, and I don't know if you have seen this before, but these are daisy nuts, you know. So hold on, I'll bring up.
Daisy nuts. Come on. 12 right now.
Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's murder and who was the mastermind behind it all. Prepared to leave, but he suddenly turned and asked one final question. British quarterback ever. No way on that.
Okay, these are readily available in Desi stores, like Pakistani Indian stores. These are called green chickpeas.
Oh wow! And you eat them like with the pod, like fully intact.
Actually, no, you don't have to eat them with the pod.
Okay.
But what you do is like you roast them with black pepper, lemon, and salt. And even the pod becomes so delicious that you would be like, okay, I'm gonna chew the pod first, and then I'm gonna chew the nut. Yeah.
Cool. I haven't found an Indian grocery shop here yet.
Oh, they're very, very prevalent in Indian grocery shops. You just gotta show them the picture and maybe be like, hey, can you get them next time from whatever wholesale market you get your other groceries from? So they will get it for you.
Here we have a lot of like African groceries, and then I'm right beside Chinatown, so.
Shout out.
A lot of Asian groceries.
Have you ever bought from African grocery?
Yeah.
What do you buy?
I would get cassava. And I would get me.
Yeah.
I'm in Canada, but my ancestors are from Gujarat.
Nice. India, huh?
Yeah, but my family is from East Africa.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I don't want to be that guy, but like,
You can be that guy.
because I'm originates from the Americas, and I think Alonso is from the East.
But the Kenyan samosas are very different.
Oh, they sound so delicious. Can you show us a picture?
They're like full meat, and they're like really tiny triangles.
Yummy.
Meat? Sorry to be that guy, but never mind.
The Kenyan samosas are meat, or minced meat.
Oh. Are you Hindu or?
I'm Muslim.
Oh, that meant, oh.
What do you mean? Oh.
I was just assuming.
Oh God, another one of these little bitches.
Nah, it's not that, but I was like, since you're Hindu, I was like, is this a Hindu? Or I was trying to think of religion.
This is the thing we need to correct.
Stereotype, like it's really like me, like the Brahmins.
Yeah, but I just said I'm East African.
And I'm American.
Yeah, but that doesn't give it away when I say I'm from India and I went to East Africa. Like, I know there's like some Hindus in East Africa, but they're mostly Muslims. Doesn't give it away.
Learn something new every day.
It's like, Andre, where are you from? Oh, Switzerland.
He's been in the Muslim room, and there was some serious conversation going on. For him, they were questioning Trinity, and Nawanko was trying his level best to give,
That means she thinks you sucked at it.
No, he was really trying hard. Like he was bending over back, trying to make Trinity sensible to Muslims. But I gotta give it to him. He was being a very good sport. I gotta give it to him.
What room was it?
It was Islamic Guidance's room. Yeah, but they were not being rude or anything. They were like just logically trying to understand what his concept of Trinity is and how can he make sense of it. And he was being an extremely good sport, trying his level best to give plausible explanations. It was hilarious, but it was good to see that. Like it was interesting room.
Yeah, they're all going to be confused again after that room, I can tell you that. I'll have to work for months to set the record straight.
Well, were you there, Andre?
Are you atheist?
No, Andre's question.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why you assume that you're like an atheist studying comparative religion.
You're is it Nuankwo?
Nwankwo.
Nuankwo?
Close.
Nwankwo. Say it again.
You almost said it.
Nwankwo.
Say it again.
Nwankwo.
Oh, both of you can't do it. I can only hear it if one of you does it.
So the N is nasal, so it's Nwankwo.
Nwankwo.
It's like frogs singing, basically.
Okay, well, how's your, I was gonna ask you a question and I forget completely what I was gonna ask.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable.
Probably we're going to ask him what kind of Christian he was, and I can tell you he's not going to tell you. He's not going to tell you. He didn't tell the people in that room. He's not going to tell you either.
I was just gonna ask, you're really surprised by a lot of things.
Yeah, man. Like, existing.
Do you have culture shock on this app?
All the time, man. Like.
Yeah. Were you born in Nigeria?
Nope.
You were born in the States?
Yep.
Where?
I can't tell you that.
Okay.
Dr. Z, you there?
Yeah.
What sound does a Mongolian cow make? Close. It's
But Nwankwo? Am I saying that right?
You're close. You're close.
Nwankwo?
Nwankwo.
Nwankwo?
Nuankwa.
Because I wanted to say it like it's Swahili, but it's not Swahili.
Yeah, continue.
So you're Christian?
Correct.
And is your family from the north then, or the south?
South.
And are you on the west side or the east side?
East.
And do you wear?
Of Nigeria, that is.
Yeah, Nigeria. And do you wear white? Does your family wear white clothing?
Not as like a custom, maybe sometimes, but not like it's not like anything safe.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad, man. Y'all. I felt like I interrupted a conversation going on.
No, you didn't. Dr. Z, are you there?
I'm here.
Did you learn how to recite the Quran when you were little?
Yeah.
And they taught you in Islamic school, or did your parents teach you?
We had a tutor coming in.
Like into your family house?
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
See, we as Smileys.
A rich bitch, no public school for her.
We as Smileys are not taught the Quran, you know.
Can you imagine Mahdi going in, giving her private tuition?
Oh my God. But I'm trying to find a tutor.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
But you've got a beautiful voice.
Really?
Yeah, you can recite.
If you pay me the right amount, I'll be a teacher.
Oh my God. That sounded really kinky. I don't want to learn from you.
Wait, how come? How come I have credentials?
I want to try to find a Muslim that I have the same values as.
Wait, what values do we separate?
I'm Shia. Do you have a problem with that?
What does that mean? A Shia? What does that mean?
Are you West African?
No, East.
Oh, you're East African? From where?
Habari Gani.
Suri Sama.
Jumbo.
Bro, listen, bro. How do you know that, Andre?
Habari Gani. Suri Sama. Oh, you know Yeah. I was in Africa before all of y'all. You weren't even born yet when I was in Africa.
Where in Africa are you from, Callahan? Callahan?
I'm a nomad. I'm not from anywhere.
Oh my God.
Oromo. I'm not Oromo. Somali?
That's also
Yeah, man, that's the one spot on.
You feel like it's easy to get married as a Muslim?
Yeah, for
Are
me
you
it is.
lonely?
For him it is. It's already his fourth time.
You're married?
Bro, let me tell y'all something, bro. Like, only one position left. When I went to a masjid for my comparative religion field notes assignment, like mind you, this is like the first time I asked was, do you have a wife? I'm like, no. He's like, bro, we'll give you one. I was like, bro, like, you just this is like one of the first things she said to me. What do you know? Nothing, just straight.
You know what? One of the recruitment strategies for ISIS is promising a wife.
Say it again.
One of the recruitment strategies for ISIS was promising a wife.
A weak man will get like persuaded on the first sentence. It's true, yeah.
All these like foreign. That's crazy. Foreign fighters.
Bro, it's because brothers are starving here in the West, bro. Like, there's like no chance.
Well, maybe if they weren't so trash, you'd have options.
feel like since America is becoming more rich and like things are becoming more complex, like the standards are just getting higher to higher. Like you have to pretty much be like an AI robot that can satisfy like every aspect of part.
Yeah, no. The thing is as well, with the men, like the men gets the easier route in my opinion because there's more women than men. Number one, and number two, a lot of men are turning into females, so it's a big dilemma from the female.
See, this is why we would never want to.
Bro, it's gonna become like horrible in the next 50 years, bro. Like, the trajectory. I see the logic behind. Although I don't endorse it, but I do see the logic behind passport, bro.
Yeah, passport. 100%. Wait, why do you endorse it? That's a good thing. He's giving them the American dream.
Bro, like one of my Somali friends, like this dude said like he was getting married, and like this is MIA in the chat, and then like he came back on the chat like a couple months later, and he's like, bro, I'm about to have a kid. I'm like, bro, that was bad.
Y'all are mistaken, because the reason why there's more females in the U.S. right now is because generation is all hitting that sort of octogenarian point, right? But between 18 and 64, there's actually 1.03 males per female. So there's more men than women.
But then the issue is, what about the transgender women? Where would we put them on the record?
There's not that many transgender people. It's like literally like less than 1% of the population. And then you have to like divide that by the number of people that are transmasculine versus transfeminine. So, yeah, there's not that many trans women. Sorry to burst your bubble.
They just don't like you.
I think that consumerism is also a huge part to playing why American, like, not only just like, romantic relationships, but like social relationships are the way they are because consumerism creates transactionality. So if you're a bad project, like you can be easily replaced.
No, that's true. What do you think of that example? Is that true? Consumerism, would you say that's what causes men not to marry men and men not to marry women?
Sociologically, I think they found it's more that women are just fed up with men.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, what are you fed up about? Like, is it...
Your low IQs.
Your lack of emotional intelligence and emotional availability, your throwing temper tantrums when you actually have to compete for any sort of recognition or status. Yeah.
You need to prove that you're a man all the time.
What would you say?
I agree with the second part, not gonna lie. Bro, if I have to like be competitive, like just to fulfill my Darwinian purpose, man. Like I'm throwing it.
I hear it. So what about the women's section? Like, what would you say you guys should take accountability? Sorry, I didn't get that.
What should we give up that we've gained over the last 40 years, right? Because honestly, we're still behind. So why would we be giving anything up?
You're taking your jobs.
I mean, should we give up the right to vote? Should we give up the ability to have our own credit cards or own our own property or have our own bank accounts? Should we give up our ability to enter into professions that were previously dominated by men?
This is gonna go into a rabbit hole, but
why?
No, but I don't mind it because I want to get into that rabbit hole and then come back out the other side.
Bro, you're gonna be in a black hole.
There he is in a black hole.
I'm worried in there. I'm just trying to get out. So
He didn't understand that.
no, I completely understood it. What's it called?
Like,
Yes.
ask the same question and just replace women with any other protected class and see if that question actually makes any sense.
I'm just gonna push something forward and you let me know if
It's
I
too
know this is
black and white.
ridiculous.
It's too black and white because, of course, there's going to be women who don't listen. But like, listen to what?
Men don't listen to anything. I mean, that's the funny thing. Like, it's like, what the hell are you talking about? You know, the thing is, though, Colin, is like, we listen to you, right? But the acknowledgement of what you've said does not entail that we agree with you all the time.
But then when you look at lands all across the world, politicians, leaders, governments, princes, kings, majority of places that you see around the world are run by men. So how come the house is not run?
What the hell are you talking
Sam,
about?
right there.
Because men are too lazy to do household labor.
Because
And
men
men set up the patriarchy. The men have set up the patriarchy, right? So they can go out, sit on their ass at a job where they twiddle their thumbs for 6 hours a day and maybe do 2 hours worth of work, and then come home and act like they've been working their asses off, right? And then expect that the woman is there to like cater to them or whatever. Like, you know what? You know what's happened now is like women go out and they work their asses off for
And
like
the men
6 to 8 hours a day, and the men don't divide and just cook for my husband because he demands it.
Nah, fair enough. Okay, so Muluto, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, it's just women already gave up a lot of things. It's like, what more do you guys want us to give up? Our bank accounts, our money? We already sacrificed so much. Being a woman is not even easy. There's gender equality.
What I think should happen,
Men are always treated easier than women. Just the fact that we're women, we have
women not work, and they should just take care of the kids, clean up the house, and they should basically be like sexually available whenever the husband wants it.
Excuse me?
And just be completely
sarcastic.
Excuse me? He's lying.
No, I don't think
submissive to
his heart is speaking right now.
Do you know how stupid that would be in my household?
It is.
It would be absolutely stupid.
You have no
because
purpose in life.
It would
You're
cut
just
our
cooking,
household
feeding, and
income
fucking
by
nigga. What else do you have in
70%.
life?
It would cut our household
No
income by
assets?
70%.
Nothing to offer?
Right?
Muluto, what I would say to that is I would allow you in the house to look after the evening.
Oh my god, it's so stupid. Anyway.
How old are you? You're like 21 or something? No, this guy is 30.
So can I comment? So
How many long-term
Maybe a 30-year-old.
relationships
The
have
30s
you
are
had
the new 20s now.
in your 30 years? Yeah.
What's wrong with being 30? What's wrong with being 30?
You're just really immature for a 30-year-old.
Yeah.
so
I'm just challenging.
Muluto's
I'm just challenging ideas. That's it.
So Muluto's right. So I would say your statement needs nuance. So I would say sociologically speaking, there are various areas in which men are privileged over women and vice versa. So when it comes to poverty, actually,
But
and homelessness,
life, everything is easier. Just the fact that you're a man, like.
when it comes to employment status, yes, men are privileged in that regard. When it comes to poverty, though, men are overrepresented, accounting for over 90% of homeless people in America. And I'm speaking really in America because in the third world, it's actually diverse. Women are like, if you go to Sub-Saharan Africa, for example, poverty has a feminine face, but in America, strictly speaking, poverty has a masculine face, and over 90% of homeless people are men. And even then, it's much more easy to receive social support and services if you're a woman than if you're a man. When it comes to employment status, hierarchy, privilege, and ranking, men do have overrepresentation in CEO positions, leadership boards, doctors, XYZ. But when it comes to poverty, men are underprivileged in that regard.
Yeah, I agree with you. Women have to be willing to marry poor men.
I wouldn't say have to, especially in the 21st century.
Yeah.
But also like
Settle, but a nigga will never settle.
You got data on that? You got data on that?
Where are you from?
She's black. She's
Okay.
Two of them are in that position because of alimony.
No, I don't agree with that either. The majority of people who are homeless are because of some undiagnosed or diagnosed mental illness.
Also now, like, also in education, like, education is tricky because, like, a lot of data has changed within this century, right? But a woman is much more likely to have a bachelor's degree than a man in America. You can look this up, and women account for the majority of college attendees. And this is
Right, so like you have like a the banking sector.
Even my professor said
women
men are dumb.
are doing very well. They're leaders in that industry. You know, if you're talking about pipe filleting, yeah, that's different. But in the like specialized industries of coding, banking, debt collection, all that is women are dominating.
Why don't we just make women slaves? Like, I don't get it. Like, why do we think that women have to have autonomy and like
They talk too much
and stuff? Like, shouldn't they just like fuck us and like be nice to us? Like, why?
Excuse me?
Why are we giving
Sam,
men
you're
that
actually
autonomy? I don't
disrespectful.
get
Watch
it.
your
Like,
He's
why do
being
you
sarcastic.
Christian.
He's
like
being
the
sarcastic.
idea of like a woman voting, it's like a fucking horse voting. Like, what are we doing? It's so ridiculous. Like,
Right. So when it comes to incarceration, men are much more likely to get more prison sentences for the same crime that women do. In fact, you can look at mugshots, for example. Mugshots are heavily associated with your appearance and how you'll be treated in a court of law. And that's just
The risk versus reward is more dangerous for men in all states. If men get paid more and they make a mistake, they're unemployed. If men commit a crime more, their risk versus reward is a larger slope than any woman.
So all I'm saying, Moloto, is that, like, your statement, I think, has truth to it, but it's nuanced. There's various areas in which males are predators, and there's various areas in which females are.
What's your response to that, Moloto?
Being a woman's hard, especially pretty women. They go through the most. They go through a lot of hate from other women. They have to prove themselves a lot harder.
Wait,
Men are secretly
streamrolled into jobs.
Bro, like,
as a pretty man myself, I don't have that other guys. I've never felt like just because of my beauty.
Men are not naturally.
Just because of my beauty.
Your hot wife is inflating your head way
as a
But isn't it Cora? You should call that out. Isn't that
your wife is you're just lucky.
I actually do agree with you.
That's why I'm here on Thanksgiving. I'm giving thanks.
I actually do agree with the motto of it because, you know, I think that being physically attractive actually does have a lot of negative benefits, especially like what people call like.
Hold on. Men are in power. Wait. What is a pretty woman? So here's the problem with that. It is completely intersexual. If beautiful women have a hard time with women, now we're not talking about the workplace. Because if men in power are hiring beautiful women, then the other non-beautiful women, that means it's a net benefit.
That means it's a benefit.
It's a net benefit. It's a net benefit. Who cares if you're...
So can I explain the nuance?
Exactly.
So, yeah, so...
The only thing about being pretty is you get every job. Every job interview wants to hire you.
Yeah,
That's
so
the
I got my job. So I would say the negative parts of being attractive are that...
I'm trying to say that being pretty is obviously, being a pretty woman is obviously much easier than being an ugly woman who gets ignored and has a hard time finding love and gets disrespected constantly. And then if you compare...
That's the same for an ugly man.
If you compare, being a pretty woman is basically the second best thing. The best thing to be is to be a very ambitious, very intelligent, good-looking man. That's like the easiest thing to be in society.
Yeah.
But just below that is pretty woman,
Yep.
And then every other option is like fucking worse. And I think mulatto, this is like extreme.
Because a lot of men actually
Ugly
hate
women have
us
it like
being pretty.
20 times harder than you, and it's kind of like complete lack of self-awareness that you can't notice that.
You should see my sister-in-law. She's like master's degree lawyer, ugly, but she just not. There's no help for her. Society has ostracized her.
So yeah, just be like, if I complain like, oh, it's so hard to be a 6'1" white man, like stop.
It's hard to be a pretty girl. Okay, thank you.
It's not.
Is that hard? Just, I mean, I don't know why you live in that. If you're prettier than that, then fucking with chicken heads.
Mulatto. This is like me saying, oh, because I was born rich, my life is harder than if I was born poor, because the envious people envy my wealth.
Yes.
This is the level of absurdity that we're in. There's envy. There's the fact that you don't learn to struggle at a young age, so you maybe don't develop grit. You can be like, not have the common touch, where you have a hard time connecting with people. But to complain about being that.
To complain about an advantage. About an advantage. That's what we were talking about. If it's your personal hardship, then we respect that. If it's something personally that's affected you, but we were talking about that. Well, I believe you, but we were talking about like economics and sexism and power, positions of power.
Even when it comes to males that are of power and they hire women that are women of color that are beautiful, they tend to kind of subjectify us and treat us like we're some sort of product.
Here's a newsflash. Anybody who hires anybody treats them like a product. Employees are products. If they pick you because they think you're a strong white man, they are looking for output.
They treat you not only like that, like they treat, especially if you're an attractive young woman, they treat you in like a subjective way, like girlfriend. They start to call you names, and it's like,
no, that's appropriate. That's a violation. That's just an HR nightmare. If that's happening to you, you need to.
Yeah, there's a guy that called me girlfriend today. It's like, you see, this is the problem with being pretty. Like, imagine hiring me and he's saying, "Oh, it's always cold, girlfriend." And it's like, should I report this?
So if you're uncomfortable at work, if someone says something to you that makes you uncomfortable at work, that is exactly the trigger that means you should report it. And you should be protected.
I would say that is
girlfriend got me fucked.
Negative effects of being pretty, right? Like you're constantly subjected to what they call the male gaze, like they call it the look, Yeah, awesome. But like for me, like as a self-identified ugly person, right? Like I do feel some liberation in that regard, but also like the negative social effects of being ugly is that if you don't meet the American criteria of beauty standards, you're essentially socially ostracized. Like if you don't have the new jacket, the new shoes, the new clothes, like American.
No, I don't agree with that. If you guys interview people, do you work at companies where I've interviewed thousands of people,
and you want to?
In like, unfortunately, the way it is,
pretty
like,
privilege.
Your physical appearance is associated with how people.
I'm not gonna hire you on your looks. Are you kidding me?
I
have my own problems.
Of my looks, trust me.
They're not professional.
Maybe do away by like air displacement or something.
Any way you can actually solve that problem. If you give me a good answer. I hire based on people's ability.
25% is appearance, 10% is what they see on a resume. Remember that?
Where'd you get that?
I don't know where you're from, but 25% is appearance. Trust me.
No, where did you get that stat?
HR lady told me once. She said, "Please don't share this with anyone, but when HR looks at people, it's normally through appearance that we hire people."
So he speaks for everybody who hires people.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
Well, they don't hire ugly people, and if they do, it's a small percentage.
I got a team full of uggos, and they grind for me. My team's ugly as fuck, and they're amazing. Because I do not hire off of appearance. That is the stupidest idea. I'm not hiring receptionists. It is different. I think it's different. If you're hiring a receptionist, or you're hiring like front of house, I do think there are some positions where that's true. I do agree with you. There are some positions where
they want to make sure you look appealing to the customers.
Yes, I agree with that.
But they hire pretty faces. I'm telling you.
But yeah, I agree with that. But that's not everybody, right?
Like Foot Locker.
Like I hire auditors.
If you worked at Foot Locker, you're a cute girl because they don't hire ugly people at Foot Locker.
Man. This conversation is giving me psychological aids. And I just want I just want people to acknowledge that it's easier to be pretty than it is to be ugly. It's easier to be
it's easier to be ugly than it is to be
easier to be rich than to be poor.
Because pretty is not easy.
It's easier to be what? Don't ever talk over me. What the fuck is wrong with you? Did your parents not treat you any manners at all? What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, she was pretty.
Anyway, it's easier to be rich than poor. It's easier to be healthy than sick. It's easier to be young than old. It's easier to be pretty than ugly. It's easier to be charismatic than uncharming. It's easier. There's just so many things where it's just
capped and handicapped.
Yeah, like the fuck. Like, why would anyone try to fucking pretend otherwise? It's so fucking dishonest.
I think it is. I think there's nuances though. I think there's certain aspects, like you can say majority easier for one thing, but there's also like minority areas in which something is hard.
Not if you're pretty. It is automatically less hard, no matter the situation.
Yes, but there's minority areas in which there are hardships that the average person doesn't have. But I do agree with you. Like I do agree that they mostly have it easier than they have it easier than people in most things. That's.
I think the thing is that people that have a privilege that go around getting.
That is true. It's like a mathematical paradox. Like I was treated unfairly because
I wasn't privileged. Yeah. I wasn't given the privilege that I deserved for being pretty.
All right. I think that I said everything I need to say there, but like objectification is a huge thing that pretty people deal with, which is why
Dude, all women get objectified. Like,
yep. I wouldn't say all. All is a large category.
No, there's someone to objectify every woman on the planet. Like,
and here's the power dynamic: women objectify men too. Women objectify men in the workplace, but because of the obvious power dynamic, those things just don't land. They don't. They don't land the same way.
It was so intense.
I don't know why it pisses me off so much. It's like, your life's easy. You're pretty. You don't also complain about it. You also don't get complaint privileges. Complaint privileges go to people that have hard lives. And when your life's good, you don't get to talk like.
Yeah, like we found out in our company that some of our leaders failed to do their annual merit increases for some of their team members. That's valid. That is a valid time to argue and complain when you actually get mathematically skipped over compared to everybody else. But this, I'm pretty.
What's another thing that's super annoying about it is if you hate being pretty, just make yourself ugly. That's not even hard to do.
Yeah.
You don't want to be ugly. So then don't fucking complain. You're not fucking ugly. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know why that's such a pet peeve. I guess it would be just a pet peeve.
What do you mean? I agree with you completely. That's a huge pet peeve.
It's like, I'm rich. You don't know how hard it is to be born rich.
Yeah.
Joe, my family, this is actually true. My family had an island growing up, and that was hard because then I thought people would just use me for the island as opposed to liking me for me, and I could never tell which was which. It was so hard. Fucking kill yourself. Are you fucking kidding?
Yeah. And coming from the other aspect is I after working since I was 14, I finally have financial independence. I couldn't even understand judging someone. I couldn't at my age right now. if someone told me like, oh, he's just born rich, he's a snob, and I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? We are adults. I like the guy or I don't like the guy.
Yep.
There's nothing else. It's just based on how they treat me. It's especially that pretty shit. That pretty shit is just self-perceived nonsense.
When it comes to the like judging people by class, I feel like maybe I'm crazy here, but I feel like this is like a thing that poor people think rich people do more than rich people do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Growing up, when I was rich, like I don't feel like there was that much like judgment. Like I don't know, maybe I'm in different circles than other people, but like I always thought it was crazy to judge persons based on their wealth. Like that seemed insane to me.
Yeah, but it's complicated because like as someone that's like been had class mobility, you know, I grew up pretty impoverished. Most of my family is a bunch of like crazy ass criminal fucking drug fiends, right? And I'm ostracized from them because, you know, I'm uppity in their opinion. I went off and got me an education, and now I think I know everything. Like, I knew everything before that happened. But anyway, you know, by their standards. But also, like, I find that people that feel like they're competing with me, like, at the same level are, like, I find primarily people that are upper class from, like, the suburbs that had, like, sort of the medium-high privilege access, you know, like the decent education, you know, but they still have to compete a little. They're the worst because, again, I'm like traveling among them, but I still have like holes in my knowledge, right? I still have mannerisms that communicate to them even like subconsciously that I'm other, right?
Yeah.
Whereas like old money people, like really wealthy people that don't really have to worry about shit, and like the ones that are like can like just travel among the art community and stuff, where I often hung out with like poor artists and stuff because we had similar backgrounds and things like that. They never judged me. They were chill, right? So it was just whatever, you know. So I basically like chalk it up to like I don't like new money people and I don't mind old money people.
Maybe that's fair.
That is very fair because new money is still holding the bag. You know, like I get that a lot because it's similar for my family. It was like I got successful and it spited them somehow. It is, dude, humans are weird. Humans just have hang-ups. Like the whole statement, I'm prettier than another, is wild to me. Or like, I'm more successful than another, or I'm richer than another. Those statements are wild to me. You can't reduce someone to a binary because I'm prettier than others. All my problems come from there. That I don't know. That's wild.
My family always told me a Mercedes Benz is, you know, get you the same place as a fucking like Nissan sedan or whatever. And
yeah.
All that stuff like doesn't matter, and like just judge people based on, you know, whether they're good people, whether they're interesting people, and I don't know. Maybe it's this new money, old money shit. I don't know.
It is, exactly. So I work at a bank that I moved into the SVP level, and I only lease new Hondas. So I got a new Honda Accord. And they're driving Maseratis, the new Tesla SUV, a Porsche Carrera, the four-door. And they're like, what are you doing? Like, you drove it up in a Honda? And I'm like, I literally can't tell the difference as a consumer. This is a brand new car. I can't tell the difference if I'm driving this or that Maserati. The difference between how good these cars are, because they're both brand new, is lost on me. But it is. I don't know why people do that either. That must go back, way back, to like the guy who wore the best wolf furs because he killed the biggest wolf. Like, that must go way back. I think it's lost on me, but it must be some sort of, maybe because we're pack mammals, that there needs to be this drive to be superior, but I don't understand it. Like driving huge pickup trucks.
I understand the desire to be superior, the desire for status is a fundamental human motive. I just think that, like, wealth is such a bizarre thing to judge people's status based on. And so, like, you can judge them based on their knowledge, their virtue, what cool things they've done, what experiences they can provide. Those are sort of like better status hierarchies than but there are plenty of rich people who spend their money on the dumbest, most worthless shit in the world. And then, okay, why would I give that status? You're like, you have so much ability to do cool stuff and you're fucking squandering it.
But isn't that interesting? Because we're mammals. We all understand that we initially observe other humans quickly. And if you don't, and this is why I think people with money buy things that show they have money, is because they want other humans of their species to quickly identify that they are alpha through their finances, like they're rich. Because you're right. Like if someone is philanthropic, you find that out after. You're like, okay, I respect that. But no, it is true that you're not observed to have wealth unless it is like the exact same thing. Like I am different in this social group, and I have to show you immediately.
These conversations used to make me feel so paranoid and so insecure. It was so hard to learn anything about money growing up. Just like being so broke. And now I'm like, navigating the university system or whatever obviously has given me so much more understanding and privilege, but I used to get so in my head about it all the time. Like every decision I made, and I just felt like everybody was constantly looking down at me. It was awful. And I'm just so happy. I think part of it was like a mental health, like it impacted my mental health so much. And I'm just like really glad I don't know, I've found ways to not be so self-conscious about it. Because, when you go to university, it's like, oh, the chances of people being around you who have everything paid for or have their parents were professors or whatever, and I'm paying for everything by myself and student loans and working 3 jobs and busting my ass, and it just felt like, oh, I would be invited to a dinner or whatever and didn't know the proper etiquette, or even now I still feel like I don't speak the way a typical academic speaks all the time, and I don't know, but it doesn't impact me as much here, I noticed, than it does than when I lived in Ontario. But it was really hard.
And that's actually my point. Is just think you yourself growing up in Papua New Guinea, where you don't have that same pressure of higher education or this socioeconomic, more cultural anthropological idea of wealth. And it does affect young people. It affects them, that this idea that because you're in this system, the goal of this system is that you come out of it being wealthy, and therefore you're like playing Blinko on every action you make. That's just what mammal groups do, and we're like no different. I mean, I don't think humans are different than animals at all. There's an expectation set by your group, and then you try to achieve it, and then the struggle is in the attempt to achieve it.
I think a turning point for me was when I was in grade 7. I was like such a nerd. Nobody ever picked me to be on their team. I was bullied a lot, just not anyone's favorite at all. And I really wanted to be like the cool kids, and was really obsessed with this, and could just like never achieve it. And they were so mean all the time, and I didn't understand like why. Like psychologically, like why this is like happening. And then I ended up doing something really outside of my comfort zone. I joined this choir that was hired to do a musical. The first time I could travel without my parents and travel across Canada, and it was like a lot of fun, but it really required me to like let go of any sort of like attachment to these ideas that I had. And I noticed myself wanting to like hang out with the cool, like I was such a bitch. And
oh no.
I like, cause it's like, oh well, like you end up like creating like a hierarchy, you know?
Yeah.
When you're trying to pursue it. And so then I caught myself in this one moment, and I'm like, what am I doing?
You're defending your social position.
Yeah, but then I was like, this is so fucking stupid. This person is like giving me exactly what I want. Like, wants to talk to me about the things I like, doesn't care like that I like, I don't know what I'm wearing, or like likes the fact that I can like sing some songs well, and like and it was just like, why, like I'm a fucking idiot.
Thank you for sharing that. That is so self-aware.
And it just like really, it just changed everything for me.
Because I did that too. Like I grew up, I was scared, and then I got bullied a little bit, and then I thought that men had to be like, really similar situation. Like I thought men had to be like a certain toughness, and then like someone was like just trying to be a friend of mine. And I didn't think they earned the toughness. I felt like you grinded out of it, like you achieved. Yeah.
Because I remember like in my last year of high school, still getting like beat up, you know.
Yeah.
And then to like do that to somebody else, even just once, was like so disgusting. It was so disgusting. I will never. It's so gross. I can't believe I did that.
Me too. I put a tiny man. I have a similar story where like I feel like I finally got there, and then I wanted to express the dominance. Thumped him, and I felt like a piece of shit for like 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like a real piece. Like I felt like a real piece of shit.
Yeah, it's crazy. Being a bully is like not cool.
It is weird though how if you get bullied, you don't know if you have power until you express it, which is why power is so dangerous. And that's what I did.
Yeah, I just remember feeling so trapped by it. Like thinking about like how, you know, I'm just like never gonna fit in, and then like not only would I get it at school, I'd also get it at home. And so then it was just this constant like being picked apart. And I just.
Unfortunately, do you think now though that you are grateful for that lesson?
100%.
Me too.
I'm really glad I like within that one relationship I could like change it around, like flip it around. And I like can't stand, I'm like so, it's impacted, and so many different things have impacted this, but like I'm really protective of people, and like really like I have this like this best friend, and anyways like it's something that I think I could relate to so many people on, I guess.
Yeah.
Or with, and just like I just like don't want people to feel like less. All I can say is I'm so grateful for that moment, and it's really impacted a lot of the choices I make and how I choose to talk to people. And I really hope I'm nice, and I hope I'm not like, I'm sure I'm mean sometimes, but.
Well, that's okay. But I have maybe a tough question for you.
Mm-hmm.
After that experience and being bullied, what advice? I don't know if this has come up or not, but if it has, what advice do you give kids now or people now that are being bullied after you went through that?
I don't know if I have like. If I think about
what would you?
I think if I was talking to my younger self, I really wish I could tell myself to just like let myself enjoy the things I liked, because I felt so weird all the time. I felt like the things that I liked, nobody liked around me, and I didn't know how to relate to people about the things I liked.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
And I think it's like a one, like enjoy the things you enjoy and like fucking nerd out about it, and you don't have to like prove that to comics. I just don't like talking to people about it because I would fucking get bullied about it. So I don't talk about it till this day. I refuse. I can't do it. It's like but
you need to shed that though.
I'm working on it, but like I don't. Anyways, so there's things like that I think I would tell people, like, to just enjoy what you enjoy. And I really love hearing about things that people nerd out about.
I do too, and I love the kids who there are kids out there, or people out there who can't be bullied, and I always respected that because I always cared too much about what the bully thought.
Yeah.
And I let it change what I thought. And there's people out there that are immune to it, that are like, no, I'm gonna like comic books. I'm not gonna change 1 inch from your bullying. I was the opposite. I was like, oh, I want to be like the bully, or okay, I'll assimilate to the bully. You know, whatever. What am I supposed to think? What am I supposed to do? And I, just like you, if I were to talk to my younger self, I would have encouraged myself to pick my own path instead of being influenced so much by what other people thought.
I think another moment for me was when I finished grade 12, I decided not to go to university right away. Like, I had applied.
Yeah.
Done all the interviews. Why?
No. You graduated and went back, or?
No, I like did an extra year. It's really common. It was really common in Canada to do 13 years in high school.
Oh, okay. I didn't think about that.
And then I was like the first generation where like that was. Mm-hmm.
How good of friends with your high school?
No, not like that.
Because my twin sister had a problem with her high school teacher, so I just wanted to make sure.
No, it was not a problem. No,
okay.
No, I mean like. Anyways, I could tell at that point that I was like going to go to grad school, probably. But
wait, that's amazing. So you figured out, you took another year, and you figured out the next step. Did you get bullied in your 13 year?
I don't know why. Like, I don't know why. Like, these fucking red lipstick bitches, like, would come up to me and just, like, fucking... It was awful, man.
In Canada?
I can't even describe... Yeah, I can't even describe it to you. Like, it was awful. I used to get...
Like, the Mean Girls?
Yeah. I think about it now, and I'm like, I can't even believe it. Like, they would take my lunch tray and, like, throw it at me. Other Muslim girls. It was like other city.
Oh, okay.
It was so bad.
When you add that part, that's the first time you added that aspect.
Yeah, it was so bad. And like and one time they like literally punched me in the cafeteria.
So they're trying to publicly shame you.
Yeah, totally. It was awful.
And they're Sunni?
Some of them were. Some of them, whatever. I don't think that mattered, but whatever. Just this one girl really tried to. Anyway, so I I don't know, like I just couldn't. I don't know. I can't even describe to you like what I did to them.
Yeah, but
like, I have no idea.
You're like 18 at this time, right? At least, like
no, maybe 17, 18.
As a 13-year?
17. I'm bad with that.
How old are you right now?
I'm 38. Because I completely changed. Well, not completely, but I decided to do something different. And the cool thing was that year, because I didn't have to be, like I was doing everything like that I wanted to, I would go visit my brother at university.
Yeah.
And that's where I met the professors that I would work with.
My bullying was like, you get caught under, or no, like we would fuck around in our cars and get beat up. Like never, not like publicly in school, in the school. You know what I mean?
It feels like such a different version of me. Probably both.
Fair. That's fair.
I think it really took a toll on my confidence. It was weird. I felt like I was living like 3 different lives. One where I was like nerdy drama kid who could do improv and like be confident, and then this person who was like good in school and like got good grades, and then did a lot of like volunteering and community service and whatever, but then just was fucking didn't know how to have friends at all. Like not like, and I had some friends, but they would always leave. They would always leave. So then I have like all these abandonment.
I can't tell you how many times I was like, we're gonna go. I'm not dealing with this anymore. Are you with me? And my friends are like, yeah, and then it doesn't show up. But do you have kids?
Me? No.
Okay, so if you did have kids that are going through school, what would you tell them about bullying? Because that's the hard part. I got 2 kids, and my daughter's 7 now, and this dude in her class that sits next to her, even though she's only in 2nd grade, is like, he's not bullying, but he's just making it really hard for her. And it's hard for me to give her a lesson. But what do you think you would say? Let's say you had kids in high school.
I have things I would want to say when you're done, Zibby.
It was really interesting going to this high school recruitment event yesterday because I felt like I was talking to versions of myself. And I met this like one kid who was like, oh my god, obviously he was like a debate, like philosophy, like I don't have a good answer at all, but I think it's just feeling like whatever they're interested in, so long as it's not causing harm to other people, and like make them feel really cool about it and good about it and confident in like learning about that thing.
I think that's
like
great.
Letting them like be like I used to love earth space science so much.
Me too.
And I felt like I was like bullied out of it. And I would just want like, so I don't have kids, but I have kids in my life, and I'm very protective of them, I notice. And when I hang out with them, I try to be really like positive and like just affirming. That's all I can think of. Yeah.
No, I think that's great. And you're affirming because you've dealt with bullying. And so you weren't affirmed, and you understand that affirming their situation will help them. It builds blocks for them to continue. It's hard. It is hard. You know, I got kids, and they like come home. It is crazy. All of a sudden, they come home with this situation that's like bullying, and I'm like, I don't know what the like.
My best friend's kid is definitely like, he's either gonna be like the really really cool kid or gonna get really bullied. I feel like.
Right.
And he's like the main parent, and he's like trying really hard to like get this kid to be nerdy, so he doesn't like get like taken by, like he already sees like his kid mimicking the other cool kids.
Yeah. Yep.
And he's trying to like And he's like, that's just gonna like hurt your arms. Anyways, whatever. Sam, you were gonna say something?
So I have that whole document on like social skills that I would like try very in depth to explain like how social skills work. Because like if your kid is like got good social skills, a lot of this will be avoided. But then I think a deeper point I would make to them is that like you have to like nip in the bud early. That if someone is bullying you and they're getting away with it for a while, they're not gonna like. You're gonna have to be like really, really aggressive to get them to stop. But if like as soon as you start to see them bullying a little bit, you deter them. Like you like put them down. Like they insult you, and then you just like give them a sharp barb, just to have them understand that like, hey, like I saw that you did there. I saw that you insulted me. And just kind of like make it clear that like, hey, like just so you know, this is not gonna be that. Like if you go down this path, like you'll look bad. I'll make you look stupid. But it has to be like subtle. It has to be like you don't when a dog growls at you and it's like, hey, the dog doesn't just immediately bite right away and doesn't want something. It starts off with the growl, and you kind of start with the growl with people, and then know like, hey, I saw what you did there, but this is not going to be tolerated. And then if it goes beyond that, then you bite them. But you have this sort of understanding of when people are insulting you and when people are disrespecting you, and to let people know that this is like not okay, and you can deter it in the small.
Exactly. It's like don't let you are there to listen to the teacher, to do the schoolwork. If anybody else tells you anything, and it makes you feel a certain way, you can tell them right away, shut up, I'm not hearing that, or that doesn't, whatever, that doesn't apply to me. And if they put hands on you, then you immediately put hands on them. And I want it to be a physical response, but verbal is the hard part, right? There's a bunch of nuance there. So I tell my kids, like, my daughter's like dealing with this kid, and but she's also like, he's not influencing, he's more annoying her. And all I say is like, if you could do your work, then do it. But if he starts telling you things, then you need to tell him that you do not need to hear him talk. You're not looking for it, like, what I mean? So I agree with you, Sam. Like it's a representation of yourself. I am here. You are not pushing me either way, verbally. I am gonna do what I'm doing here, and you need to leave me alone. And then if it goes to physical, it needs to be responded with. Like I have a record in my high school for the most school suspensions, but I'm from like northern Minnesota, and I got bullied by older kids, and it would always go to like physical fights. But how else? What are you supposed to do? Just get your ass beat? No.
No, I agree.
I like how you said it. I really like how you said it. It's leave me alone. I'm doing my thing here in school just like you are. If you don't like it, talk to your fucking journal. Diary, because it don't tell me nothing.
I don't like this thing of like, I'm doing my thing, you're doing your. I like more like this thing of like, okay, a kid says you look ugly today, and then what you just do is you say like look at yourself. You have an ugly nose and you're fat, and you're like your parents don't like it. Your parents divorced because they don't love you enough to have to stick the family together. You say some really mean shit to them, and then they know that they shouldn't say mean shit to you.
Yeah, that's what I tell my daughter is like, if someone says something to you that you don't like in school where other people can hear, then just respond to them that I'm sorry your family has AIDS. And that's it. And let that float.
So what's interesting is like my friends were not, I'm just processing now that we're having therapy, but the friends I did make were friends like not at my school. And whose parents were like never around. So we were like,
like you're not even seeking, like the friendships you're creating are uber school. Like you're not even in school to try to create friendships at school. Which makes sense if you were bullied, because everybody there is an enemy.
So it's not like I didn't know how to make friends. It was just school. Something about school.
Yeah, you put them in a bucket. These are not friends.
Yeah.
I can make friends, but this bucket is not friends.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Which is so different now, obviously. Well, not really.
Not really.
Not really.
Now in school, so I taught high school for a while.
Okay.
And then I had to stop because I broke 4 cell phones in a class once. But it's because the kids actually, when you're in high school, half of the children, maybe more than half the children, are rebelling against the idea of high school.
Yeah. I think that was also one of the reasons why it was hard to make friends in school, was because a lot of people didn't like it.
And you were there to actually do school.
Yeah, I really liked it.
I did too. I actually was like, I loved history. I became a history teacher.
Am I interrupt?
Yeah. Was that you, Sam? Was that someone else?
No, I just had a pop up.
No, but I was the same way. I actually was trying to learn and everything else, all these other, like, if you're trying to actually do good in school, you're automatically like an outsider.
Yeah.
Because it's cool to be like, oh, we're forced to be here.
You know what's so crazy? So not only I had like regular school, and then I had like extra math classes that I would take for fun, and then
me too. I had AP Calculus and AP Geometry. Yeah.
And then I also had religious education on the weekends.
What?
And then
what? Oh, what? Wait.
Because I grew up Muslim, right?
Oh, I'm an atheist. I didn't have any of that.
You're like, I would never judge you for that.
I would never judge you for that.
So then religious education, it was a very similar thing. But what's really funny is like religious education, those people, like, you're in the same class, like
no
from
bullying.
Kindergarten to high school.
And no bullying.
No, there's bullying there. But what's really interesting, what's really interesting.
Tell me about that. Tell me about that.
Oh my God, I love this breed there. Trying to convince the teacher to like cancel the class after gym and just like have a longer gym. And so we could like play like soccer or whatever. And I fucking hate that. And anyways, so I would get bullied, whatever. So I've known them since kindergarten. High school is like when the bullying would happen more. Turns out that like when she graduated from high school, she went to this university. And then I stayed back. And then when I graduated, I went to the same university as her. And we bumped into each other on the way to the gym. And we ended up talking for like an hour. And she like apologized for all the bullying. And we just like became friends. And she's like, I just didn't understand. Like, she used to call me Gray Zone Girl. Oh my God. Ugh.
What? What is that? What?
So, and I think I'm still like this now, where like somebody will like describe something in really black and white terms, and then anyways, so she apologized and she's like, I just didn't understand that like you were not seeing things the way I was seeing things. And anyways, it was a really epic moment. But what's crazy is like now she's my best friend, and she married my other best friend, and I was the best man at the wedding. And they're the ones who moved to the city that I'm in. And like I'm like the auntie to their like 3-year-old.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
It's so crazy how somebody can like fucking hate you and you can hate them, and then you just like let go and you're like, oh, I really fucked up. And now it's like we're like,
the one thing I noticed though, you use such absolute language.
I do.
Yeah, so it is not true that you hated them and that they hated you and that you both fucked up. What is true, or a better way to say it is, you perceived them, they perceived you, and you both perceived them wrong. Because how could, if you really hated them and they really hated you, and you both really fucked up, you would not be in this situation you are now. That's just, all that is social influence, right? Like, that's just, you're young, you're emotional. I mean, I don't even think anymore, in my line of work, I don't think emotional has to do with age anymore. There are people who are 40 years old that only talk in emotive language. They only talk in they're not analytical at all. So I think that's awesome. That is awesome. But the way you say it, you seem.
I don't actually mean it like that, though.
That's good. That's good.
Okay.
Because what it was is like you were protecting yourself. She was protecting herself. At that time, you conflicted.
Well, she was also a bully. One time we had a sleepover and I was snoring and she took a pillow and put it in my face. Oh my god.
Oh no, that's attempted murder. Okay. That's a different thing now.
It's so bad. Oh my god.
But what you say now, that's not really the case. The case is, at that time.
Yeah, so what's really crazy is her kid just had a birthday party.
And you love it.
Huh?
And you love the kid and you love her now.
Yeah, well, it was at the YMCA. And I love the YMCA so much. And we played soccer together.
Oh,
and then it was wow, we haven't played soccer since, because I also played indoor soccer for 5 years.
So she couldn't. That's interesting. So you're playing soccer with her like you did before, but a completely different power dynamic.
Yeah, totally. And we were both able to acknowledge it. And now she's joined some intramural soccer league or whatever, and she wants me to join.
Because that's the point.
Life. Yeah.
No, that's not life. That's the point. Is so you when you're younger. Just like fucking lion with lion cubs, they bite each other, they hate each other, and they fucking hate everything else. And when you mature, you identify what is actually prey and what is actually a predator. We're not any cortex, but we do the same shit. You get to a certain point where you're like, oh, I don't have to use bad information from the past. I don't have to use it because we were pups. We're not mature men are not mature until they're 25. They mature earlier. But after that, that's where you get your power. You get your power to say these relationships. Does that make sense? So now you guys are in a completely different. But she's got baggage. That's the only difference, is because you're so smart. Humans are so smart that you understand that this woman didn't treat you the same way that she's treating you now. And that's your problem, though, sweetheart. To be honest, that's your decision. If you don't want to treat her fair now, that's up to you.
Yeah. Anyways, we're obviously friends now, but she moved to the city that I'm in. It was just a really interesting. Even when they got together, it was really interesting to be a part of that conversation.
No, that's so interesting. I'm loving this conversation. I don't think so. I think you're actually fine. I think you came out. I think you're all right. But I really appreciate you talking to me.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna go fuck up some other rooms.
Yeah, you're a good dad.
I try to be. Oh man, my kids. Oh. Especially at Thanksgiving time, I'm gonna put a picture in my PTR just for this room, not for any other room. But I'm gonna show you my bambinos. So I can figure this out, and then I'll get out of here. Yeah, here we go. This is my profile picture. Here's my babies.
Oh
Dude, I'm a fortunate man. I'm a grateful man.
That's sweet. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you, guys. This is a great room. Sam, thank you always for letting me up here. Appreciate it.
What up?
I don't really want to be a parent, but I would want to help a kid handle bullying because I feel like that was something that was really hard for me as a kid. And helping a kid, like I would give really good advice on it.
You'd be such a good dad, dude.
No, I'm too. I don't know.
No, you could. 100%.
Just how it goes, like I was like just forced to figure it out on my own. That's gay. Like I was like forced to figure that out on my own. Like,
Yeah, the document you made is so cool.
Thanks.
Yeah. Do you have little people in your life?
Little people like midgets? No, I don't know.
No, like the kids.
I don't know any young goats. I mean, I'm an uncle.
Oh, okay. Aw. And how old are they?
Like 4 and 2 and 1. Really?
Yeah, my brother has kids and I have uncles with them. But that's my brother's fault.
Why is it your brother's fault?
Because I really tried to be there, and his wife was like not very nice to me, and then they ended up getting a divorce. And I tried really hard to like make time to.
Fucking bitch.
I know, but now my brother's talking to me again, so that's a big deal.
That's good.
Maybe one day I'll be able to talk to him.
Oh, Issa.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you guys?
We are doing ecstatically.
Oh, wow.
We have like the vision of heaven in our eyes, and we're sweating out love, and like our dreams are coming off of our tongues, and we're just
that
like
sounds inebriating.
We're like whirling in a daze of like love and happy confusion and weirdness and joy, and the rain is falling down, and we're laughing as the rain covers us, and we're screaming and yelling in the park. We're going, yes! Yes!
What is that drug? What's the name of the drug?
It's called just like awareness. It's called consciousness. It's called just like being alive. It's called being aware of like your true nature in this existence, you know?
I see. Are you feeling the same, Sabu?
Oh, couldn't have said it better myself. And how are you, Lisa?
Oh, I just woke up.
Oh, good.
So I'm not anything yet.
Oh.
I was dreaming of Clubhouse, so I don't know.
You're still like a little caterpillar, and you're gonna turn into a butterfly. You're gonna eat all
Yes, I'm still in my bed and I don't want to get out. It's cold outside.
I'll bring some leaves over. You can munch on them a little bit, and then your wings will grow. You know what I mean?
Have you ever seen the caterpillars?
Have I ever seen a caterpillar?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to be one.
That's amazing.
They're so cool.
I think they should be called butterwalks. Like
I saw butterwalks.
We have butterflies, and we should call them caterpillars butterwalks.
Oh my god. I really want to try that drug.
It's called being just fully aware of what life is, and you know what the absurdity and wonder of consciousness, and then you'll be with us. You'll be on the drug.
Yeah, I like that idea. I saw a lot of butter walks in. Once I went to this like farm of silk, and it was like really cool. They were a little bit disgusting, but it was very cool actually. And then they get into their little cocoons, and they never get out because they use the cocoons for making silk. So are you guys talking about abortion? Why did you choose that topic?
Oh, there was a room on abortion that was getting really out of hand, and I wanted to discuss it in a more sane way. Yeah, it was like Andrew was talking to Buttercup about, and they were just like yelling at each other, you know. And I just thought like there must be a better way.
Yeah, she must be pro-abortion, right?
Yeah, she loves aborting. It's more like a calling. Like it's like her passion project. Just have as many abortions as she can.
And what is your position?
My position is that, on one hand, I hate life, but I also hate women having choices. So I'm kind of like stuck between a rock and a hard place. Because like I want to be anti-life, but I also want to restrict women's autonomy. So I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just like
you're bullying my choice.
Yeah, I think it should be. Yeah. I don't want women to have choices, but I also hate life, so I don't know where I stand. You know.
I see.
Like when I think of women making choices, I'm just like, oh my fucking, the fuck is this?
Right?
It's fucking it's cringe as fuck, and I'm like, ugh, women choices. Ugh.
Do you at least allow them to have the choice? Would you like to allow?
Really careful. I understand what you're saying, but it's a delicate thing.
You let them choose one thing. You let them start asking for more.
Exactly. They get into the habit of like, oh, I can choose the sandwich meat today. Like, oh, then what's next? What else can you choose? Like, it's fucking gonna be a nightmare. It's a headache. You know, you gotta be real.
All of a sudden, they want to vote.
Yeah, exactly. Explain that I'm both anti-life, but I'm also anti-choice. Like, I hate life and I want it to be eradicated, but I hate giving women bodily autonomy. So,
like, it means a what?
Position.
She's throwing shade at you, calling you a fucking misogynist, Trumpian, backwards,
yeah, I'm a self-hating woman.
Who suddenly likes Israel for some reason.
Whoa, guys. Attention.
We don't like each other, right?
Oh, well,
why don't you like each other? You guys are both hotties. Like, what's the problem?
I don't know. I don't think that.
We were supposed to have a debate, remember?
See, she doesn't. What?
We were supposed to debate, remember?
No, I would never.
What do you mean?
Yeah, for some reason, Buttercup, she has never, ever, ever heard any of my positions, but she feels, oh yeah, by the way, the reason I have this name is because she loves to call me a cunt. And yeah, but for some reason she comes into my rooms and just like starts yelling that I'm a cunt. And yeah.
Yeah, is that how you remember it?
It's just a very awkward little creature.
You know, if we met in real life, I think we'd be friends, Issa.
Issa, have you ever tried being less of a cunt? Because that might cause her to call you that less.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I don't think I have. Maybe it's on me. I'll find some.
Yeah, well, it takes two to tango. So I mean, maybe you're not a cunt. Maybe you're just a cunt to her, you know. And then maybe that's gotta change. Or maybe Buttercup's a cunt and she's just slandering you. That's also a possibility. So we gotta explore all the options.
No, well, so here's the thing, because I tried to understand her position, but it's very difficult. So the day this happened, we were all in a room where she was called a cunt, and she played a victim, and then she got someone kicked that called her a cunt. But 5 minutes later, when we went to my room, the first thing she did when she came in the room is to call me a cunt. So I'm not sure that she doesn't like to be called a cunt, but then she calls other people a cunt. So yeah, I feel a little bit of like dissonance there, but well.
She's a bit of an SJW. What can you expect from them? You know, like.
Wait, what am I? What am I?
You're like a bit of an SJW. You know what I mean? Like.
What is an SJW?
SJW is a social justice warrior.
Oh. No, I'm not.
Okay. SJW. Okay.
Yeah.
You consider me a social justice warrior?
Well, you're calling Issa over here a cunt.
Do you know Issa? Do you guys go way back?
What did Issa do to deserve to be called a cunt?
I don't know. We got off on the wrong foot. I came into the room and it's like her and like the fucking pro-Israel mafia, the guys who are trying to get me reported to the FBI for anti-Semitism. So these are her friends. You're a woman that you got this, you know, you made a bunch of sexist jokes to me and I didn't know who you were, so I didn't know that's kind of your shtick. And
well, you see, but that's the thing. You jumped immediately into making a lot of conclusions instead of actually, I don't know, hanging around and see what was going on.
Okay, and then
he hates that I love making sandwiches.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Buttercup, you know that when you assume you make an ass out of you and me, you ever heard of that?
Mm-hmm. Wow. You got dad jokes.
Well, uncle jokes.
This would be like a sassy word, you know? I think you're a cunt in a sassy way.
Buttercup, I feel like I have the solution to solve.
Oh, so should I?
Hold on, I got a solution to your guys' woes. Buttercup, you just say, listen, I love Israel. I love this, you know, I love the Jewish state and I love the Jewish people. You know, and then I think that everything will be kosher. You know what I mean? Everything will be beautiful.
My main issue is Issa says that she like piggybacks on the cause because like today she hates Muslims more than Jews, and she just like suddenly like discovered it on that.
Another big assertion. I don't hate Muslims. I just think that Islam is a very toxic ideology and very.
Her support of Israel is rooted almost entirely in her Islamophobia. Her love of Israel is rooted not out of love of Jews, Sam. It's out of love of hate of Muslims. That's what.
Tomato.
That is not even true. You see, this is the thing. You're making a.
I've seen it. The only arguments you make in those rooms is about how Muslims suck and they are all of child brides and they're all backwards and shit.
A lot of assumptions based on positions you imagine I have in your head.
Yeah. So how do you feel about Muslims? How do you feel about Prophet Muhammad and Islam and how it's practiced?
The friends that are Muslims, I think that they're victims and at the same time they're perpetrators. I think that Islam is a terrible ideology. My support for Israel has nothing to do with it.
Really? No, nothing to do with why
it's a problem. I do believe it's a problem for them, and I believe that they're an extension of the West in the Middle East, and that they uphold all the values that we stand for in the West. And I think that it's a problem because the type of motivation that is driving the attacks against Israel have got a lot to do with Islam.
I rest my case.
Okay, well, if that's what you heard from it.
Yeah, but you just told me why you love Israel. That was exactly the reason I said.
Even if all of the ideas you have in your head about me are true, then why is it that you feel you cannot engage with someone that has opposite ideas to you?
I think we just got off on the wrong foot where you're like attacking me on behalf of this like pro-Israel mafia that's trying to like get me fired and dox me. First of all, you doxed me like 100 times, Lisa.
No, if anything, I was
you took part in the doxing.
I have never insulted you ever.
I have recordings of you doxing me.
How? How am I doxing you? I don't even know who you are. I don't know. I don't care who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And you think I was doing that? I dare you.
Is this interesting to you guys?
I dare you to show me those recordings.
This is
wild. We're gonna bring
because it never happened.
We need a mediator.
We're gonna bring peace and unity said,
I'm not fighting.
We're gonna bring peace here. So what you're gonna say is you're gonna say the Palestinian people, deserve respect and safety, and then Buttercup,
self-determination.
And you're gonna say
nobody
deserve protection and safety. Buttercup, you're gonna say the Jews deserve protection and safety.
I have to live with this fucking shit my whole life, and she just discovered it like last month, and she like joined the cause.
You're not interested in the mediation process. Okay, all right.
She's exploiting our misfortune as Jews and Palestinians for her own clout, for her own following.
Yeah, I am exploiting it. I'm a horrible person, son.
You're both are a couple of charming lasses. You should be able to see past your political differences and see the common humanity that you guys
How about we
have.
say something nice about each other, Lisa? I think you are very articulate and sharp-tongued and have a devastating commentary.
Oh wow!
Now you say something nice.
I actually like the devastating commentary part. Yeah, I've always said actually you can ask to everyone in my rooms. I hope that you have recordings of those things. I've always said that you're very intelligent and very articulate, and that it's a pity, that you don't like to spend more time with us, just like chilling and hanging out. We have a lot of people in our rooms that come to just, even if they oppose completely our views, they feel actually very comfortable just hanging out there because we have a lot of different types of conversations.
Yeah. I think the room we met in was a bit more aggressive. Like, you were really coming at me for some reason, and you didn't even know me.
How was it
kind of queen bee of the pro-Israel mafia? But it was like a BB Kapara room. And then when you moved on to, you found a new posse, they're a little more chill. But when we first met, it was like a very aggressive pro-Israel,
actually, you know what?
whatever.
I was off Clubhouse for 2 months, and then I came back. And then there was this Buttercup all of a sudden coming in rooms and whatever, and you got everyone riled up. Everybody was like, "Oh, you fucking bitch, you're a cunt, just leave the fucking room, you're an anti-Jew, you're self-hating." Like, Jesus Christ, I have never seen the guys. It was Daniel and BB and Jeff and Norm and even Yakov. He is the one of the most calm ones. Yeah, and all of them were super riled up in cunt and whatever. I was like,
no. Okay, I was after. There was a chronology, okay?
No,
then why did you join in though? You joined the mob on day one. You were like, you capo, you.
Yeah, because I didn't call you capo. You see, you're doing this again. You're actually doing things that I never did.
It's just weird when people join the pro-Israel cause and then feel so comfortable in it, in the same. The next week they're comfortable telling other Jews they're not good Jews. And
but this is the thing. You
tell me you're not. You don't get to. You just got your card last week. You can't tell me I'm. You're not. You don't get to. You just got your card last week. You can't tell me I'm a bad Jew yet.
So I have been in this app for 5 years.
Yeah, but you just discovered Jews yesterday.
My friends for a long time. I don't align with them in everything, but the things that we align is that we like each other. And we can hang out. And we disagree on stuff which you have not been able to see because you have not stayed long enough in rooms with us.
Well, I think you blocked me, didn't you?
I am not blocking you.
You're not? Okay, that's good.
No, something's blocking you.
Okay, good.
I appreciate you guys saying nice things about you. And I think that's really nice, but now you guys say nice things about me. You know what I mean?
I like your hair.
I love your red hair. Immediately.
He's really smart and good at mending, helping, being a bridge.
So Zabu gets hot, smart, and a social healer, and I get red hair.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Sam is the one who facilitated this entire conversation.
I see how it is, Buttercup. I see how it is.
I wouldn't call you a healer, Sam.
I'm not a healer. I don't
No,
eat.
wonder.
I'm a wounder? How am I a wounder?
I don't know.
That's crazy.
A little divisive.
What do I say that's divisive?
I don't know.
I'm not divisive.
I was so scared of your rooms at first because you had such inflammatory titles. Like, I think one of the first Sam room came into was something like, incest should be legal. And I was like so worried about him. I'm like, you have to turn the roof seats off. Sorry guys, I just like popped a gummy, so I'm like really happy. So I like these right now.
So good. Oh, I'm so happy for you.
Yeah.
I can hear your cheeks.
I like Issa when I'm high.
Oh my god, you're high?
I'm gonna get high too.
Yeah.
Here we go.
No, I just woke up.
What time is it?
I don't get high. 8.
Okay.
Yeah, last time I got high was like 2 years ago.
I forgot I had weed, so then I've just been.
How long can you keep weed without going on?
A long time. A long time.
But do you have to keep it in like certain conditions?
If it's wrapped in something, it should be fine.
What's your new title, Buttercup?
My brain is like, meat eating is worse than zoophilia. What is zoophilia?
Bestiality.
You really don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know,
because I'm a woman, that's why.
Chickens. You know,
Listen,
like
guys,
people that
would you guys rather get fucked against your will, or would you rather be eaten by a cannibal?
Those are the only choices.
Like human meat. I don't know.
Because me personally, I'd much rather be fucked against my will than eaten by a cannibal.
Yeah, me too.
So therefore, ipso facto, eating an animal worse than fucking it. QED.
What?
Checkmate. Fools.
I just imagine like getting fucked against my will, and it's just like I'd rather die.
Cannibal is eating you for dinner.
Oh, I don't care because he's gonna kill you before.
Yeah, I assume if it's a apples to apples comparison, we have to kill the cannibal has to kill us before.
Yes, he does something. He keeps you in a cage for like a couple of months, and then he kills you and eats you.
No, because now you're adding the torture.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to make it analogous to the meat eating situation.
No, I mean, like, have you seen the cows here in Switzerland? They are better than I do.
Okay, not every fucking cow is a Swiss luxury cow. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Fucking like.
You know those little furry cows? Oh my god, those are.
Oh yeah, but I have never seen one of those here.
Oh my god.
My buddies. Sorry.
No.
My buddy lives in Kentucky, and there's these like they have like horse racing in Kentucky in America, and they have certain horses that are win races, and their sperm is worth like way more than gold. And these horses get paid. The owners of these horses, not the horses don't get paid. The owners of these horses get paid so much. Yeah, so some animals have it good, okay?
You're in the Matrix.
But most of them down.
I have a friend that is a horse breeder, and he breeds like very nice Spanish horses in Guatemala.
I live near a racetrack, and PETA's always here because there's a lot of fucked up shit that happens on racetracks.
The Yoga Khan has does horse racing.
Who does?
The Aga Khan, the Imam of the Shia Ismail.
Interesting. Yeah, they're always like collapsing. They work them too hard, and they're like, it's a big scandal. But it's like a whole culture, horse race, whatever. Yes.
Where's my new title?
Oh my
It's
god.
very Sam.
I
Very you.
love that. I love that
You haven't seen his head like this in a while.
What's the deal? It's like Jerry Seinfeld. What's the deal with black people? Why are their pants so low? Is that why they say they like to get down? Are they talking about their pants? Sorry, that was my Jerry Seinfeld.
What is looking point?
Just destroy any practical sense. Just destroy any part of you that's like in the real world and just completely live in your head and in your thoughts, and then you become me.
I love cheese. Now I'm having.
You look like a little bag of cheese. My beautiful bag of cheese. I want to slurp you up like a bag of cheese, like a pesto with a.
Oh, I have pesto.
Sam, you made Mikhail block me. Now I can't go into Mikhail's
Is that the
crazy rooms anymore.
Wait, how did I make Mikhail block you?
But he like crashed my room, and you guys, Sam and his friends crashed my room.
So annoying.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you had to experience that. But was it fun?
I don't mind Mikhail. He has some issues. He's like a little manic. He has like bipolar or something.
He was on the longest rant ever about Mormons.
You think so? I think he has mental problems.
No, unless he has mental problems, yeah.
Or maybe multiple personalities. Someone said, I don't know.
I just, whatever it is, it feels really disingenuous. And I tried to sit in the room, and all night, or I felt like in that room, she just like was there the whole time, and I was like, let me see what this is about, because I've never really talked to him before, or heard him speak. And then I just sat in the room, I guess, for like half an hour, and I was like, this is like, everything he's saying is like stuff I kind of believe in, I guess, but it was just the performance of it. It was like,
oh, some days he's not coherent at all. He's just like talking numbers, and the world's starting to make sense and seeing patterns, and he's actually like having like some sort of weird.
Why are people entertaining him?
I don't know. It's just kind of. I think if people feel bad for him, I just want to spend time in the room so he doesn't get crazy alone. Sometimes I can distract him. Like he'll be in the middle of some like rant about the number 12 and the 45th president, and Gaza's always has something to do with it. And like,
you know he's recording these, right?
Yeah.
And he like
these are
posts them
replays?
online, and he like posts them online.
I think he's on TikTok. They're like all the crazy people on this app moved to TikTok because they're like monetizing or something. He was trying to convince me to join him on TikTok.
Don't do it.
Of course not. I have like a professional life.
He literally supports like rape and like fucking slavery and also other
he's had a lot of. He lost people. His family. He's super interesting. His family moved to Gaza after in the optimism after Oslo. Okay, and then they really thought there was going to be peace in 2 states, and then their hope was shattered. And he lives in California. But when he's lived there for a while, he's like, went to UCLA, just normal California kid. But his dad, I don't know. I don't know who's in this room, but he lost people in Gaza, basically.
So,
That's what I'm saying. Like, be empathetic, be compassionate. You always find the ones with mental health problems and use them like, oh, look, anti-Semites.
we disagree on the appropriate response to, like, people who are anti-Semitic with like that are mentally ill and are anti-Semitic simultaneously. You think we should be like have infinite patience for them, whereas I think they should be just like mocked and shunned, and I don't find them interesting. I find them
actually. What do you mean you invited one on stage earlier tonight?
Oh my god, this is gonna be intense.
No, it's fine.
First off, that was just we were making fun of them.
Okay.
It wasn't like whereas you're like I find them interesting. They're, like that, yeah, it's not. There's nothing interesting about them. It's just funny to make fun of them. Like,
okay. Well, listen, Nora has been trying to make amends everywhere she goes to any Jew who asks. She'll be completely forthright and honest about what happened or what she thinks happened. I mean, that's a different case for you to just say, "Oh no, you have to stay away. She's a threat to humanity." It's not it feels out of touch a little bit.
Listen, I'm happy to say that Nora is someone with some sort of schizophrenia or something like that. But Cynic Mikhail, when he's in his most lucid moments, he says the most psycho shit.
That's true.
About women, about Jews, about gays.
That's true.
So then, that's not interesting. He's just a little psycho. He might be on that.
Fair. I think it's I don't know, maybe I just have a soft spot for him because once he shared about the shit that happened in his family, so I just feel bad for him.
But everybody has shit,
He also just has bipolar disorder. I don't know if you've ever been in the rambly rooms, but it's really sad.
Okay.
We're just pity the guy,
I trust you.
I'm just trying to get me to insult the prophet or something so that all the Muslims would block me.
Wait, what? I don't remember doing that. What did
you and McZed came into my room and you're like, so you should hang out more in atheist rooms.
Because you're an atheist, like us.
I know, but you guys are, because you want me to be more Islamophobic, whatever.
Based.
No. They just want you to be a based atheist.
Based theist, yeah.
A based theist, yeah.
I don't think about atheism every day. I just am. I don't need to debate atheists. They're so, they can be a little over my head.
Well, but if you're gonna say that you're an atheist, it's cool that you explain your position. And usually an atheist requires more faith than a theist.
Believe that there is no God. Preaching in the choir, that religion sucks.
I don't think it does, actually.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
I mean, all of them thinking that you guys are going to hell because you didn't accept Jesus, I think you have pretty cool traditions. And it's pretty based the way you do stuff. Which Elijah is this? Is this
I like Jewish tradition. I still have, because I'm an ethnic Jew. I give a fuck about, I don't know, the Israel-Palestine, because they have traditions in Judaism.
I mean, all of those are tied to religion.
No, who wrote this title?
Oh my God!
Why did you write this shit?
We cannot have black people on stage.
I mean, no, it's not. I'm not insulting them. I'm just. What's up with them? What's going on?
Nigga, what's up with everybody? Fuck wrong with you? Why are you singling out a single
What's the
group?
deal?
Why are you?
Hold
on. Why are you singling out a group?
It could be good.
Why are you singling out a group?
It might be good.
You're singling out a fucking group. I'm on your ass.
Hey.
Quit singling out groups, nigga.
Tony, I get it, bro. I grew up in the burbs. I'll tell you the deal of black people is that they're really good at music and they made good art, the best guitars of all time.
Everybody can do music. Everybody can do all that extra shit you talking about.
Not as good as you, Tony.
The best jazz musician, John Coltrane, black man, the best, athletes, LeBron James, Michael Jordan, black people are, got cool, amazing people.
Nah, you singing out groups for bullshit reason.
What about the runners and the NBA?
Bro, who gives a fuck? Quit singing out groups, bro. Everybody's special.
But you can
Everybody have powers and abilities, my nigga. Quit singing out a group.
So what?
Why can't we focus on the good things about black people? I don't know.
It was all for that moment.
Last I haven't had that in a while. Kind of refreshing, actually.
He was on my ass. On my ass.
Did you ask if he liked it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked being on my ass. It was pretty fun.
special.
With black women.
Matthew.
Okay, now black people understand where I'm coming from.
But you know, this is very problematic because they say that they cannot be racist because they don't have the power. But if you give them the power, then does that mean that they will be able to be racist?
Yeah. So yeah, you gotta be, if you tell them they're too awesome, then they'll have privilege, and then they can be racist, and then
That's right.
Spaghetti-o. It's a good point, Issa.
Yeah. I'm not sure where I stand with the whole, I mean, I'm not a religious person. I guess that I believe in God, but I'm not a religious person. I say always I'm a cultural Catholic. Just like a Buttercup, she might be a cultural Jew, you know? But because I do like...
You're learning the terminology.
All these traditions and stuff, I do them, you know, like every once in a while I go to church. If I go to church, I feel home. I do the sign of the cross. I pray every night. Like these things that just make me feel like home, but I don't do it because I got faith.
But so you know what's really interesting that I learned about Catholicism on this app is that in the Catechism of the Catholic Church, it says, and I found the quote, "The plan of salvation also includes those who acknowledge the Creator, in the first place amongst whom are Muslims. These profess to hold the faith of Abraham, and together with us, they adore the one merciful God, mankind's judge on the last day." The Catholic Church accepts Muslims.
Yeah, that actually might be a modified catechism.
It's not.
Also because the catechism, the catechism, it just means like the teachings of Catholic, right? I mean,
yeah, you should listen to the teachings.
No, I shouldn't.
Yes,
I mean, like, why should I?
I tried.
So it's just like a book, you know, where they teach you and they prepare you for your first communion and things like that. But all the books. Yeah.
So what's your favorite thing about dystopia?
Well, that's what you think. That's not what
I've been there. You haven't.
I think they uphold Western values. I think that they have got, I don't know, a civilization that works. I work a lot with Israelis. In fact, I'm going to go next week. I got an event that should have taken place in Tel Aviv 2 years ago, and I was going to go. I was invited to talk there, to speak. And it was going to be 1 month after October 7th.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, of course, they canceled everything because it was after that.
Oh, I know Kobe.
Yeah, Kobe.
I heard about him.
And yeah, so I work with Israelis a lot. I'm going to go to this event that it's being held in Munich now, in Munich next week. It has got all of these innovation. I mean, like, these guys are amazing. Like the type of technology coming from there, it's like a Silicon Valley for my industry, for sports.
If you hang out in that room long enough, you're going to start to believe Israel's just like the world tech leader, invented cherry tomatoes. All the dogs are well behaved.
I see this in my own life. I work with them.
I've been there. It's not a great place. It's like a second world country.
The things coming out of there are amazing.
But it's a never-ending bloodbath.
Technology.
So on the other hand,
they literally did invent cherry tomatoes. Like, what the fuck? Why
they didn't. They just bred them to be slightly different.
That's genius.
Did they fucking? If you look up cherry tomatoes, they'll point you to an Israeli guy who developed that.
I know, but they were invented somewhere else first.
No, they weren't. You're full of shit.
They invented desalinated water as well.
I didn't realize that the Second Vatican Council had like 5 paragraphs on their why Catholics should get along, why Christians should get along with Muslims. That's a lot.
Stop.
There's so many. Because I
live in the West and willing to live under a fully Western framework, that would work.
They are Muslims who do that.
No, they don't. They're changing things.
No,
just like Christians. Hold on. Just like Christians are able to live under a framework of a complete, I don't know, like Muslim and Sharia law approach in Qatar, in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, whatever. I mean, like, Christians are able to live there, but they have to respect the framework. Because what you cannot have is two competing cultures wanting to create the rules that are completely different for each other.
I can't believe people think that, like, this clash of civilizations things is real. Like, it's so crazy that this is, like, what's become, like,
you don't think it's real?
No, I think it's, like, real. Like, I think it's real in the sense that there are small groups of people who wish to have a clash, but in reality, most people don't actually clash.
Well, I'll tell you how our Christmas markets go this year.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of...
Yes, I wanted to point out that they originated in South America, in Central America, but that they modified it in Israel.
I am a Central American. We don't claim the cherry tomatoes.
I know Israel does. How do you feel about the fact that they're trying to steal credit for the cherry tomatoes?
I don't care. They made it a thing.
Oh, check it out. Cherry tomatoes. Let's just Google who invented.
You know, Issa, they also have the most moral army in the world.
All right, no single person invented the cherry tomato.
I just posted in the chat.
Their work was built on existing wild varieties to create a sturdier, longer-lasting tomato.
Got the same result.
Easier to transport and sell, and transform it into a mass-market product. Yeah, so they made a sturdier. They made the. If your tomatoes are. They fucking made it so that you could transport them without them fucking getting all like fucking wrinkly and saggy and shit. Like, you like a crisp cherry tomato. You know?
It's not fucking propaganda. It's fucking okay. Oh my god! Like, there are some products that you have to change them a little bit for the product to be viable at all.
I understand.
Like, I'm trying to think. Like, oh my god, they
all
took a yo-yo.
All citruses are modified, but none of them are regular fruits.
I'm trying to think of a good example of this, where like a small modification made it so that you could be viable at all as a thing. There's got to be other examples of this. Like, there were things like bicycles that existed before the axle was put on them. Like, you could sit on the wheel, sit on the seat, and move your feet to kick along on the two wheels, and it was fine. You could get all around that way. Then as soon as you put the chain and the pedals on it, then the fucking bicycle became like the fucking thing that it is today, and became like a real game changer. So it was a small modification, you know, adding the fucking chain with the pedals, but yet it was like basically entirely necessary for the thing to be the thing it is.
Yeah, but he didn't say, "Oh, I invented bicycles." You know, he invented a chain.
Oh my god.
You wouldn't claim to invent bicycles if you just invented the chain.
Well, it depends what they call it.
Without a chain, there are no bicycles, right?
It depends what they used to call the thing before the chain got on it. Because if the thing was called like a whirly-girly or some shit like that, and then you put the chain on it and they call it a bicycle, then yeah, you did invent the bicycle.
Yeah, that's true. Like, somebody had the idea of bringing all this stuff together and create something out of it. You don't need to invent every single piece of it.
You know, we're just making fun of the silly things that, like...
Not silly.
It's not silly. Do you eat cherry tomatoes?
It's like, I know, but all this stuff doesn't matter, you know? It's just what are we just saying? Jews are superior, and so they deserve a state, and their crimes don't matter? Like, I don't even understand the function of these talking points. But they have high tech and embed cherry tomatoes. We need them in the Middle East to be a beacon of democracy and civilization. No one else in the area is inventing cherry. Weird talking point when you're trying to explain why that should happen.
They invented the Uzi, bro.
Did they?
Yeah.
I thought they're called like Kalashnikovs or something.
That's an AK-47, you dingus.
Oh, I don't know.
Smaller, sleek, black machine guns, whereas AK-47s are like brown and white
assault rifles.
AK-47s are what you see in Afghanistan as like the fucking guys on fucking Humvees, whereas Uzis are more sleek looking.
I got it. Okay.
So now do you concede on Israel?
Yeah. They did invent cherries, I guess.
But you called Israel like a bloodbath.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the Middle East death toll on different wars.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like the old one.
Yeah, but this is ongoing. This is like every couple of years.
Yeah.
Bloodbath.
Before this war, before this conflict, the amount of people that died in 95 years of the Arab-Israeli conflict, there were about 150,000 people. It's like not a bloodbath. It's way less of a bloodbath than
the population is so small in Israel, as you know, Sam, that like when there is an attack, it's
Yemen, Iraq, Syria, fucking Sudan, Iran, all of those places are more bloodbaths than Israel, just by looking at the numbers of died.
I'm not only looking at it from like regional stability or whatever, or like Palestinian casualties. Also, for a small population like Israel, like when there's a war, it takes a really, really significant toll. It's like, and it's been sort of escalatory violence. Every war is a little worse than the one before it, and it doesn't seem like this peace deal is getting them any closer to de-escalating. So it's just, I think if the pattern continues, the violence will continue to escalate. You know?
I just think you have this like weird, I don't even know what to call it, like you think of Israel as like a fucking bloodbath, and then I show you that all these countries around them are more awash in blood, and then you're like, oh, it seems like you just like fucking, I don't know, you just like.
So I'm also upset about what happened in Syria. I'm also stressed out about what happened in Sudan. I'm also stressed out about what we did in Iraq and all the war crimes our country did.
It's just objectively not as bloody as all of these other places: Iran, Iraq, Syria, Sudan.
I'm talking about like our people, right? It's supposed to be a safe haven for Jews, right? And it's not. Every couple of years, there's a bunch of bad shit happens, you know.
Yeah,
but it's failed at its most basic purpose.
For the last 95 years, less than 150,000 people have killed in the 95 years. It's not. It's in fact not that violent. It's just.
Yeah, but per capita, how many? What is it? Like 8 million total?
It's just you see news about this.
These are small populations all attached to this small piece of land.
It's salient to you because you watch news stories about it, but it's not. You're not actually comparing like for like or like micromorts.
I already said I'm disproportionate. I'm focused on. I told you why I'm focused on this one more than others.
Okay, so when you're talking about it being a bloodbath, I thought you were focusing not on the Israeli perpetrators, but on the Israeli victims, and like how it's a failed project because the Israelis are getting killed and they're not safe anymore. Blah 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 blah. Well, then that's no longer. That's no longer a, well, I have a responsibility because it's my people to make sure that they act right. That's now a different concern, which is a pragmatic concern for how safe.
Your safety.
Yeah.
Yeah, why can't both be true? Why can't I also wish for Jewish safety and also think that as privileged American Jews who supported Israel for its entire history, we have maybe a teeny weeny, it's okay for us to weigh in, Or maybe we have an obligation to weigh in because they are so in their own propaganda bubble and don't understand what they've just done,
I knew this friend of mine.
So you think you know better what an Israeli?
His dad was a firefighter.
He's stay out of this one.
No, I'm not going to. So you think you know better what an Israeli stand for than the Israeli?
And so there's a danger of you, Buttercup, being so obsessed with this topic, you sort of over exaggerate the danger and the sort of significance of it compared to other things.
Do you think I'm too compared to other things, as in other genocides?
Well, I don't even think. I think none of this shit matters compared to like malaria.
Yeah, but our money goes to fund these bombs that go in densely populated areas, and also I don't know, as Ashkenazic Jews, all my grandparents ended up here and not there by accident of fate. They just happened to miss the boat to Palestine, so then they ended up in America. Like, I feel like whether we like it or not, we have like emotional connections to the people there, and it's well-being, right?
I would just recommend you look into the effective altruism movement, and they like focus on like what issues are in the world are the biggest issues that like affect the most people, and they try to like be very methodical in calculating like exactly how many like life years are saved by different things, and like there are all sorts of things in the world like schistosomiasis, malaria.
Are you trying to give me an anxiety attack? I have, listen, this is also from a geopolitical level. It is a very interesting conflict.
Expand your horizons, Buttercup. I'm just trying to expand your horizons. Like for you, this issue is like the issue, the world issue, as opposed to like one issue amongst like a whole bunch of issues. Is what I'm trying to like get you.
Yeah, I know. What are you saying? That I only focus on this topic?
It seems like a monomaniacal focus, yeah.
Okay. Listen, that's the whole reason I'm on this app, because I can't talk about this in my personal life. I can't talk about this with my family. This is like the only outlet I have, because I meet people. I meet people on here that have a high threshold for the conversation, so this is like my only outlet. This is not something you talk about in polite company.
Get better friends, bro.
There's no Jews where I live, so that's a problem.
Dude, where do you live?
Not far from you, Sam.
Oh.
And the Jews in here don't want to hang out with you, so yeah, you're screwed.
Come hang, bro. You have a car?
Me? Yeah, of course.
All the Jews want to hang out there. I'm a Jew, Sam is a Jew, Zabu is an honorary Jew.
I'm right now in a church. Come hang out in the church and you play the organ.
You're gonna burn.
Yeah, the half moon cookies were a giveaway.
The organ? Sam's organ.
Wait, what? Do you live in a church or are you just hanging out at one?
I'm in the church. I'm leaving soon, so it's a very brief video. But
are you homeless? Like, how did you end up in the church?
My dad owns a couple of churches.
Oh, cool.
Dude, Daniel, I wish I recorded this. I was playing the organ today, and I was like letting my heart out, and I was talking about how like I've made my bed and now I have to lie in it, and I was just like screaming that, like, and it was like really, really cathartic. And it probably sounded like shit, because it always sounds better in your head than in real life, but it was a good moment that I had today on the old organ.
We need an organ concert. Please, thanks.
Pro tip for all of you: the black keys are all in a pentatonic scale, so they all sound good playing with each other. So you can just play any of the black keys together and don't touch the white keys, and it will sound good. And you can pretend like you play the piano and make it sound good. And be like, oh, I didn't know you played the piano. That's funny.
Is this a troll title?
What?
Have you finally come over to the right side?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, how could you got Jimi Hendrix and you got Michael Jordan, you got fucking Martin Luther King, like how are the other race going to come?
You got Imhotep, Narmer.
You're trying to claim King Tut, come brother.
I would say
gave you that evidence.
I would say the Jews maybe are a close second, but we learned from another fellow earlier this evening in the room that we're all going to be killed. So it's kind of moot.
Yeah. Mark, did you hear my argument for also? So Jews, if you're a Christian, the best human ever is Jesus, which is a Jew. Well, if you're an atheist, the best person ever is Fritz Haber, who's also a Jew. So
I'm Jew. Who doesn't like the agricultural innovations that were made possible by the Haber-Bosch process.
Touche.
Oh my God, Mark is so funny. You're so funny, Mark. I really appreciate you.
Thanks, Adam.
He's been full circle. I like it.
Now, if you're a Muslim, the best person ever is Muhammad, but like their opinion can be just hand-waved away because of like, Sophia, Maria, and Aisha and stuff.
even if you're not in the running, surely you agree even if you're not a Muslim, surely you agree he's in the running. Like, no. He may not have been like the sort of seal of the prophets, but he was basically the perfect balance of all attributes, like the perfectly just guy, the most articulate guy, the most charismatic, the greatest warrior, etc. The perfect balance of all, like the perfect golden mean.
I don't really think so. I mean, I think he's impressive. I mean, it's pretty difficult to take a bunch of ragtag Arabs and then, like, conquer the Persians and, like, the Romans. Like, that's pretty impressive. But, I mean, his political acumen, I'll say, good job on that. But his character, much to be desired.
He murdered Nelson's son, then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice. And trust me, that's your...
There isn't really anyone like him that's like a mixture of a Jesus and a Genghis Khan.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely ready. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of...
That water throat action.
Oh, sorry.
If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man to confirm...
If you're a Hindu, who's the best guy ever? Is it? I guess it would be Krishna.
Shivaji.
Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket.
Shiva, you're a Shiva.
I didn't say Shiva, I said Shivaji.
Yeah.
Shivaji.
Shivaji. Wow.
Could I get mods for maybe 5 seconds?
Uh-oh, who are you gonna move down?
No one.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Oh my god.
As a father, Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with
Sorry, go ahead.
Never mind, go ahead.
But Fritz Haber is this guy who figured out how to put nitrogen in the air into like soil, into like fertilizer, and then our ability to like feed the world like doubled in its capacity, and we went to be able to feed like, I don't know, people say that 1 billion people or more are alive because of this invention, so
And then
that's why I
the
said
Green
for that.
Revolution happened, and people died.
Well, really, it's really the stolen agricultural technology from the Americas and Africa that fed the world, pretty much.
I mean, I don't think anyone had figured out how to take nitrogen from the air and put it into fertilizer before this.
Who domesticated potatoes?
Corn, that's a different crop.
That's a different thing, yeah. Yeah, but those are staple crops that feed the world.
Yeah, what things was not what crops we had available, but
cherry tomatoes are not important.
That Europeans took credit for, but they didn't do that.
That's a good point. The Israelis feed the world via cherry tomato.
the Italians fed the world.
What brings you here, Noodle?
Told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice. And trust me, that's your.
I don't know if you guys heard this, but here's a really good idea. So we have this Christopher Columbus controversy. We replace Columbus Day with Frank Sinatra Day, so the Italians are still happy. And then we just have a separate day, which is Indigenous Peoples Day, so the natives are happy, and then everyone wins. We don't have to have a fight about it. It's kind of just a win-win situation. Sam Rosen, for president.
In my country, we call it the race day. The race as in like black race, white race, Mayan race. We call it the race day. El día de la raza. Yeah, yeah, not raza.
We root for our team like a war, and we can call it the race wars.
Some sports would be pretty competitive, like mixed martial arts would be pretty competitive, but there's other sports where we just.
I think if you tried to like genuinely channel xenophobia and racism into sports, it would probably be wildly popular.
And we kind of already do that a little bit. Like white people enjoy rooting for Larry Bird and Nikola Jokic, and black people like rooting for Floyd Mayweather and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. But if we just regimented it so that there was like a black team and a white team, I think
players in the league are Luka and Jokic. So like they're actually like the white versus the black team might actually be competitive.
Yeah, but the problem is it's going to be European whites. If you did American whites versus American blacks, the American whites get their ass kicked.
Yeah, but why would this is the race wars. This is not the.
There's a big difference between an American white and a European white. They're like practically different species.
Yeah, you should Google the Meramut meme. I think it will illustrate vividly the race differences between so-called American whites and European.
He said, have you heard of something called like the cosmic race? Or is that obscure?
No, I have never.
I heard that in Mexico, there's this idea that like because Mexicans are like a mixture of like white people and Native people and black people, that they've like fused to become like a universal race. That's like that's like the best race. Like the joining of all the races together, which is like the cosmic race.
No, I have never heard of this. But actually, really, also black people, we don't have a lot of black people in our countries.
Yeah, that's true.
Not surprised by that one.
Brazil has a lot of black people though.
Yeah, they're black.
Brazil.
Well, yeah, I don't know. There are certain areas in Latin America with black people. That's where they would put the slaves that they would bring from Africa, like Belize, for example. Belize was before from Guatemala, and there is a very specific culture there. It's called Garifuna. And yeah, it's like this mix of African with Mayan, and I don't know, it's like really cool thing. It's
I have a big stereotype in my head about Belize being particularly beautiful, but other than that, I knew absolutely nothing about it.
You're from South America?
Me, I'm from Guatemala, yeah. That's Central America, but yeah, I take South.
You guys killed a lot of the black people there.
No, we don't have a lot of black people.
There was slavery all over Central and South America.
Yeah, there was slaves, but no black slaves, but Mayan slaves, and we had all types of slaves.
There were black people there. That's not true.
Oh my God, I'm telling you that we don't have a lot of black people. I'm not saying black people don't exist in our places, but we don't get a lot of black people. No.
They were killed. But
they would
I have a question. Isa, are you of Criollo descent by?
No, I am a mestiza. In fact, my mom is Spanish, 100% Spanish. They immigrated from Spain to Guatemala, and then she married a Guatemalan, and she had me.
Peninsulares. What the hell? Yo, man, I just came in here, so my.
Isa, please post your 23andMe in the chat.
Hold on.
Anyways, but I literally, like, from my anthropology class, like, I literally did, like, a whole ethnographic summary of Brazil, and you do realize that Brazil had the highest slave population in the Americas, and so many slaves died, and the average life expectancy was like 25, that new slaves kept having to be imported because of the number of high deaths of slaves at the factory.
And that is Brazil. I am in Central America and South America is very different. So you have, in Brazil, in fact, was colonized by the Portuguese, not by the Spaniards.
Yeah, but a bunch of black slaves in these countries. The earliest places to have slavery in the Americas were literally Veracruz, Mexico, Lima, Peru, and then Mexico City, which had, and Lima, Peru had significantly high slave populations. Like, there's this book, I think it's what's the name? The Transatlantic Slave Trade Census. Like, it gives you the numbers, like, very, very.
But Peru was largely successful in gentrifying the.
Like, I was hanging out with Garifuna people, So they got mixed with Kitover and Arawak, and they hijacked the slave ship. And then the British they got shipwrecked to Saint Vincent, I think, and the British tried to genocide them there. So and they tried to send them to Roatan after going through Siberian islands, but at Roatan, where the British left them on like a desolate island to die, like they're able to escape and settle many communities. So like there's still a surviving population today, and they
Okay, Mark, PTR, Mark.
producing so that you have like an army to defeat the British, and the British wanted to genocide the Garifuna for that exact.
Okay, so your story checks out for now, but watch.
Isa, I thought you were a Jew. I didn't know you were a castiza.
Yeah, I am.
No, she's 0.5% Ashkenazi. She's part of the tribe.
Always the Criollos that have like tastes like this, especially like the Argentinians. Like, I see how you guys act.
Yeah, you know, there is someone in the Jewish clubhouse that they put together like a project, you know, to see like who is related to whom and whatever. And so Elena, the woman doing this, she's like, Isa, why don't you upload your genealogy, whatever? So I did, and apparently Norm and I share a common ancestor, like 7 generations ago.
Oh, nice. By the way, I thought that castiza just meant any intermixed Spanish with indigenous, but apparently it's...
No, that's mestizo.
It's 3/4 and 1/4, which is exactly what you are. So, like...
Oh, really?
Damn, you're, like, literally a castiza. Like, you're, like, platonic castiza.
I actually just logged into 23andMe, and my Ashkenazi ancestry is way down to 99.2%.
You know, El Hayek thinks that's BS.
Yeah, I mean, he's quite fringe.
Mark, have you ever played Cookie Clicker?
I think so. I definitely know of it.
Dude, right now I have so many cookies.
Isn't that the one where you just like pay $1 to click the button?
No. You click the cookie to get cookies, and then that causes you to be able to buy grandmas and farms and stuff.
Oh, so is it just a generic idle game?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've played many idle games.
Pop looking at me too. But go ahead.
So y'all know that during like the 1800s, like since after Mexico had a revolution, like they banned slavery. The first president was Vincent, I think Guerrero. Like I think he was of African descent, and a lot of African Americans settled in the northern parts of Mexico to escape slavery. And there was, I think it did serve as a refuge, but eventually a white group of people were settling in that land, and they were illegally going against the Mexican government's slave policy that banned slavery, and the whites were doing that. And eventually the whites got mad, so they revolted against the government of Mexico, and that is how the Texas Revolution happened. Then they had that slogan, "Remember the Alamo."
Alamo is, or the Texas is occupied Mexican soil.
The reason for why there was the Texas Revolution was to hold slaves. That was the main reason.
Shut the fuck up, nigga. Black people are hating this.
Child, I'm gonna let you enjoy your little fun.
Yeah, let the terrorist stay. Don't kick him out. Let the terrorist.
Well, do you think that Jesus was black?
No, Jesus was Jewish, but Jesus is a universal figure, so there's nothing wrong with depicting him as black. And in fact, now I think that Jesus can appear to people in different ways, including as a black.
That's a legitimately good answer.
Damn, do you have a defeater?
That seemed right to me.
devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife.
So I think is a little bit funny is that sometimes Black people will say that the image goes back like 1,000 years earlier to like Byzantine Greek depictions of like the Christ Pantocrator and stuff. Doesn't have anything to do with Cesar Borgia.
Cesar Borgia was a really handsome guy. I hope Christ looked like.
I think the earliest, so the main cultures in the time of the Mediterranean that had icons were of Hellenistic origin. So Hellenists focus on realistic proportions, and so I'm not surprised that the depiction of Jesus as a fair-skinned man with long hair looked like that, because the cultures of the time depicted people that way, such as like Apollonius of Tyana. So yeah, Jesus probably looked not exactly like that. We don't know how he looked like, but we're given close to a physical description by when it says the 12 apostles were mistaken for Jesus when they were put before the Sanhedrin. So they probably look similar. And if you look at depictions of like Apostle Peter, for example, or Apostle John, like they have various Jewish features. Like if you look at Apostle Peter in
Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought,
What's good, family?
Around the man's throat.
What up? Yeah, on this account, I'm only adding real ones. Let's see here. Hope that be Winnie.
This was Nelson's first time killing someone.
No, I got a new phone, and I forgot the fucking text now number I put my last account at, so I guess it's just lost in ether. I feel the same way.
Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the kill.
Well, you just try random ones until you get it.
And I can't actually say
Cryptocurrency?
You said what?
Did you say you lost Ethereum?
No, it's just like my last account. I don't feel like fucking recovering it because my iPhone broke, and basically the only way I can get on my last account is if I fucking fix my old iPhone, and I don't feel like doing that. So,
what was your name on your last account? Out of curiosity.
NPC.
Okay.
NPC 123.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if I'd been in a room with you before, so I wasn't sure if I recognized it.
Oh, we've been in rooms before, but I don't think this is actually the first time we speak.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's probably why I might not. I mean, sometimes I'm in rooms but not attending to my phone, so I might not.
Are you a Jew?
Ethnically.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I mean, I'm more specifically, according to my newly updated 23andMe, I'm 99.2% a Jew.
What's your other thing that you are?
I logged out, but it's various trace ancestry buckets that are all like 0.2%. One of them, it just says 11, so it's just generic North African.
Cool. Would be a component to see. I think that like when it comes to Jewish, like, and correct me if I'm wrong here because I'm not well read on the DNA studies, but I think that when it comes to Jewish, like, wouldn't it be that their allelic frequencies that compose who they are share common origins of the Canaanite population, so they're not really distinguishable from other groups from the time. But wouldn't it be that when they diverge through history, they develop their own specific Y chromosome lineages, like those are the Kohan name for?
I mean, that's right to a significant extent. There's some that are.
I'm sorry to interrupt. But I just want to ask: is Jew? You said 92% Jew. I think Jew, it's a religion. It's not a race.
I meant Ashkenazi, not Jew.
Oh.
Why are you laughing about that? But yeah, Mark, do you know the Zizian?
I was laughing because it was saying 99%, 92% easy.
Mark, you know the Zizian drama?
Yeah, I read about it. It sounded pretty exciting. I had been following them for years before they started committing legit crimes, i.e. murder.
So,
one of my friends is a trans rationalist, and they were trying to like convince other trans rationalists not to join the Zizians without getting killed themselves, you know, trying to like stay in the shadows, but like be. And I was just like trying to tell my friend, like, listen, if there's the kind of person that wants to join like a murderous cult, you shouldn't put that much effort into stopping them. Like, if one of my homies wants to join Hamas, like, if you're the kind of person that wants to join fucking Hamas, then like fucking fuck off. Like, I don't know. So that was my advice to my friend. But anyway, I told you that because I want to tell you this, which is their trial is now happening.
Holy shit!
And I want to read the transcripts from the trial.
Wow, this is going to be complete gibberish.
Check this out. As the judge asked basic questions such as whether she had read the indictment and understood the maximum possible penalties, Lasota chided the mock proceedings and said Miller was a participant in an organized crime ring led by the United States in slavery. Miller struggled to get Lasota to answer basic questions. Please state your name for the record, the court clerk said. Justice. What is your age? Timeless. What year were you born? I have been born many times. And then another part of their transcripts. I am an innocent woman. I've done nothing wrong. This is a show trial to coordinate the genocide of transgender people. What will you do when they come for you? Latham said with a raised voice, reading from a piece of paper in her shackled hands. Latham also accused prison guards of denying her estrogen while in custody, saying she has been kidnapped by a gang of dead-eyed brutes. Where have the good men gone? Where are the gods? She questioned. I need to see a video transcript of this trial.
If it didn't like permanently discredit the rationalists as a whole in the public consciousness, I would kill for some kind of TV show about the Zizian epic.
How familiar are you with their like ideology of like the?
Well, every now and then, every now and then I would pop in, like for years prior to shit going down, I would pop into their website sinseriously.xyz. It was all just like infinite florid nonsense. It was kind of hard to decipher what exactly their ideology was, but I read from other rationalists who had like kicked them out of events, you know, what they had done to deserve to get kicked out, and got a general sense of what they believed.
Well, one big thing that they believed is that like the two hemispheres of the brain, if you do certain kinds of sleep things, you can make each one of them like wake up and be like its own locus of consciousness or something like that, which is like a really wonderful level of crack pottery, you know? They also thought that the Ziz herself was like perfect.
Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns. Heightening his suspicion, Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements.
You know where we left off?
Yeah. Let me just get it. We are on, because I read one the other day to you. We are on page 74. I moved over to the red now. Oh, now my driver's I moved the carpet a little bit so
This one looks really scary.
yeah, the nose on that guy.
What are we talking about?
A Light in the Attic, Shel Silverstein.
Oh, wow, yeah. I remember that one.
We've been reading poems, taking turns.
I'll tell you the story of Clooney the Clown, who worked in a circus that came through town. His shoes were too big and his hat was too small. But he just wasn't funny at all. He had a trombone to play loudly silly tunes. He had a green dog and 1,000 balloons. He was floppy and sloppy and skinny and tall. But he just wasn't funny at all. And every time he did a trick, everyone felt a little sick. And every time he told a joke, folks sighed as if their hearts were broke. For every time he lost a shoe, everyone looked awfully blue. And every time he stood on his head, everyone screamed, "Go back to bed." And every time he made a leap, everybody fell asleep. And every time he ate his tie, everyone began to cry. And Clooney could not make any money, simply ignore it.
Yeah, it's the continuation of the same thing.
One day he said, "I'll tell this town how it feels to be an unfunny clown." And he told them why he looked so sad. And he told them all why he felt so sad, felt so bad. He told of pain and rain and cold. He told of darkness in his soul. And after he finished his tale of woe with ha-ha-ha's and he-he-he's, they laughed with howls and yells and shrieks. They laughed all day, they laughed all week. They laughed until they had a fit. They laughed until their jackets split. The laughter spread for miles around to every city and every town, over mountains, across the sea, from St. Tropez to Montsaint-Denis. And soon the whole world rang with laughter, lasting till forever after. While Clooney stood in the circus tent, with his head drooped low and his shoulders bent, and he said, "This is not what I meant. I'm funny just by accident." And while the world laughed, Clooney the clown sat down and cried.
Oh my god.
Joan Silverstein, The Light in the Attic, Clooney the clown.
Oh my god. That's so sad.
That's so sad.
That's brutal. Imagine reading that to a kid. Oh my god.
No, but that's what we were given as kids.
I know, that's
They were like, all right, look at this.
Okay.
Professor.
Oh my god. Trying on clothes. I tried on the farmer's hat. Didn't fit. A little too small. Just a bit. Too floppy. Couldn't get used to it. Took it off. I tried on the dancer's shoes. A little too loose. Not the kind you could use for walking. Didn't feel right in them. Kicked them off. I tried on the summer run. Felt good. Nice and warm. Knew it would. Tried the grass beneath bare feet. Felt neat. Finally, felt well dressed. Nature's clothes just fit me best. Wow. Wow.
Would you like to do another?
Sure.
Yeah, you can attempt to nipples.
I'll get them out there.
Oh, 800 pairs.
They're all washed. They're all clean. Rectangular shack. When a triangle came down, kerplunk, and struck him in the back. I must go to the hospital, cried the wounded square. So a passing rolling circle picked him up and took him there. Oh my god! Oh my god! The triangle, the square, and the circle are friends. Oh my god, that's epic. Oh my god! Oh my god! Sam, are you there?
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable.
Are you okay, Sammy? Sammy, are you okay? Are you okay, Sammy? Sammy, are you okay? Can we do that to Sam?
Yeah, what's up, dog?
What will say if you're down and gloomy? We won't wake you up in this fight.
Yeah.
That sounds nice.
That sounds good.
It's a little sleepy.
Phil Silverstein, The Light in the Attic. Tired. I've been working so hard, just wouldn't believe. And I'm tired. There's so little time and so much to achieve, and I'm tired. I've been lying here holding the grass in its place, pressing a leaf with the side of my face, tasting the apples to see if they're sweet, counting the toes on a centipede's feet. I've been memorizing the shape of the cloud, warning the robins to not chirp so loud, shooing the butterflies off the tomatoes, keeping an eye out for the floods and tornadoes. I've been supervising the work of the ants and thinking of pruning the cantaloupe plants, timing the sun to see what time it sets, calling the fish to swim into my nets. And I've taken 12,004.
Like, you want to say, like, oh, maybe ants rhymes with ants? But then you, like, it forces you to, like, stop and be like, oh, wait, this word is actually plants. So the rhyme, I find I'm always tripping up on it because I'm, like, anticipating it's going to be something. And it's like, oh, wait, like, don't take it for granted, you know? It's really good. Simplestosaurs in prehistoric days. They fought the armored Ankylosaurus and wild Brontosaurus.
Can I take over this one? I just feel like the pronunciations would be probably better. What's the name of it?
Prehistoric.
Prehistoric.
It's meant for you. And thanks for insulting me. I appreciate it.
Now you were just getting all the benefit names wrong, and
sorry to insult you.
I didn't like that. I'll just pull this up. Sorry for the delay. Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands. Yes. Oh my God, where's the lyric? What do you guys have the lyrics for this?
PDF, A Light in the Attic, Shel Silverstein. It'll come up as an Internet Archive document.
I see.
And we're on page 79.
Okie-dokie.
Sammy, are you okay? Are you okay, Sammy? Sammy, are you okay?
These lizards, toads, turtles, deer, with which you love to play, were dinosaurs and plesiosaurs in prehistoric days. They fought with armored ankylosaurs and wild brontosaurus, glyptodons and varanids and hungry plesiosaurus, shark-like ichthyosaurs and flying pterodons, tyrannosaurus, chronosaurus, and treacherous trachodon, shrieking archaeopteryx, triceratops as well, and those I can't pronounce nor even try to spell. But anyway, they slowly turned to lizards, turtles, and snakes, and all the brave and wild prehistoric people. They turned to us for goodness sakes.
He's the only person that could have read that.
Yeah, totally. But I like how the poem itself acknowledges that they're like hard to pronounce. So
he doesn't say. No, but the funny part about the poem is that it expects the reader not to be able to say it.
Yeah.
And also Sam missed a word.
Yeah.
And all the brave and wild and woolly prehistoric people, they're turned into us.
Here's my issue though, is that the fucking dinosaurs didn't turn into fucking lizards. They turned into birds.
Oh.
Turn into fucking birds, you fucking dirtbag. Fucking liar. They fucking didn't turn into fucking snakes and shit, you fucking bitch.
You should rewrite the poem.
Shel Silverstein, I like me at age 80. My guitar. Oh, wouldn't it be a most wondrous thing to have a guitar I could play and could sing by itself? What an absolute joy it would be to have a guitar that didn't need me.
Oh my God. Your guitar needs you, Daniel. Don't neglect it.
Please play please play Spelling Bee. This one really struck my mind as a boy, and I don't know why it was given to us. I think it was sometime in the second grade. But I remember seeing these butt cheeks.
I can't let you see that spells out, hello, you've been stung by a bee. Say, you little butt. Sam, do you want to read one? Sorry, Daniel, what? Daniel?
Sammy, are you okay? Sammy, are you okay?
What do you want me to read?
Page 82.
Always sprinkle pepper. Page 82. I like the attic.
Always sprinkle pepper in your hair. Always sprinkle pepper in your hair. For then if you're kidnapped by a wild barbazoop who sells you to a ragged hag, wants you for a soup, she'll pick you up and sniff you, and she'll sneeze, achoo, and say, my tot, you're much too hot, I fear you'll never do. And with a shout, she'll show you out, you'll run away from there, and soon you'll be safe at home, sitting in your chair. You always sprinkle pepper in your hair.
Barbazoop. After a dozen punches, the man ragged hag.
I'd like to read something from Joel Silverstein. It's called Pecking. The saddest thing I ever did see was a woodpecker pecking at a plastic tree. He looks at me and friend, says he, things ain't as sweet as they used to be.
Crazy. Do you want to read the next one, Daniel?
Yeah, I authored it. How are you, bro?
This is called Turtle. Our turtle did not eat today, just lies on its back in the strangest way, and doesn't move. I tickled him and poked him and dangled a string in front of him. Wooden turtle cannot die.
Daniel, do you want to read It's Hot? Okay, I'll read it. It's hot. I can't get cool. I've drunk a quarter of lemonade. I think I'll take my shoes off and sit around in the shade. It's hot. My back is sticky. The sweat rolls down my chin. I think I'll take my clothes off and sit around in my skin. It's hot. I've tried with electric fans and pools and ice cream cones. I think I'll take my skin off and sit around in my bones. It's still hot. Oh my god. I want to read the rest of it. It's hot. It's hot.
Let's greet Elder Tara here. Brother, you are a special guest, and your presence here is most honored. Thanks for being with us, brother.
Shalom. Thank you. This is a great topic. Great topic. Yes. I must agree with the topic. Black people are superior race. I believe so. I definitely think Alvin Stevens would say no way. But if we look at true history, then we would say yes. If we look at loud and white boxing, say the day Europeans and Napoleon shot the Sphinx head noses off because it was two Negroes, and then we look at the Europeans and David, and whether you believe the story or not, you see the dark-skinned people. And if we look at history, we're in the first beginning, then we would say for sure. But if we look, like I said, if we look at lying history, then we would say, nah, that's crazy.
Thank you for that. Do you think that even though we are flawed and we failed and are inferior, do you think that we're still worthy of your love? Oh, he left.
He said his piece and he left.
It's a shame. I feel like we could have learned a lot from him.
What is the superiority? From John Silverstein, it's called It's Hot. It's hot. I can't get cool. I've drunk a quart of lemonade. Wait, didn't you read this?
Yeah, but you can read it again if you want.
No, I'm gonna read Crowded Tub.
Okay.
I want you to appreciate the imagery here.
Yeah.
Crowded tub, Joel Silverstein, a light in the attic. There's too many kids in this fucking tub. There's too many elbows to scrub. I just washed a behind. And I'm sure it wasn't mine. There's too many kids in this tub.
Alright, I want to read one. It's called The Hippo's Hope. There once was a hippo who wanted to fly. Fly high D, try ID, my high D ho. So he sewed up some wings so he could flap through the sky. Sky he D, fly he D, YDD go. He climbed to the top of mountain snow. So he D, slow he D, oh he D do ho. With the clouds high above him and sea down below. Where he D, there he be, scared he be do. And he flipped and he flapped and he bellowed so loud. Now he D, loudy D, proudy D poop. They sailed like an eagle off in the clouds. High he D, fly he D, by he D boop.
Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes.
Keep going.
Receiving confirmation.
Well, those are different endings of it. I just chose the happy ending.
Oh, I see. Cute.
I'd like to read What If. Last night, while I wait thinking here, some what ifs crawled into my ear and pranced and partied all night long and sang their same old what if song. What if I'm dumb in school? What if they've closed the swimming pool? What if I get beat up? What if there's poison in my cup? What if I start to cry? If I get sick and die? What if I flunk that test? What if green hair grows on my chest? What if nobody likes me? What if a bolt of lightning strikes me? What if I grow tall? Sorry, tears. What if the wind tears up my kite? What if they start a war? What if my parents get divorced? What if the bus is too late? What if my teeth don't grow in straight? What if I tear my pants? What if I never learn to dance? Everything seems swell. And in the nighttime, what if strike again? Can you read Sour-Faced Anne for us, Professor Zabin?
Sure. Sour-Faced Anne. Sour-Faced Anne with your chin in your hand. Haven't you ever been pleased? You used to complain that you had no fur coat, and now you complain of the fleas. Oh my god.
Yeah. I'd like to read just one more. We're progressing. We're almost done. The Climbers. A mountain climbing exploration took us to these distant peaks where no one's ever been before. Was it my imagination? Did I feel this mountain move? Did I hear it snore?
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile.
I like the little moon drawing.
Wanted only to know who else had killed his son. If the man didn't speak,
And this little person sliding down the hill.
To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed a photo of a man named Mark. He held
How many pages does your have?
after receiving confirmation.
350,282.4.
No, I mean like of the actual.
And it is.
What? That's amazing. amazing.
Editor's cut.
Sam, do you want to read the next one?
First time killing someone. He had no experience.
He's sleeping already. Rockabye. Rockabye? Rockabye. Rockabye baby. Oh my god. Rockabye baby in the treetop. Don't you know a treetop is no safe place to rock? And who put you up there? And your cradle too? Baby, I think someone down here's got it in for you. Imagine saying that to your kid. Oh my god.
It's not like we imagine saying it to our children.
Oh,
Little boy loved it. Said the little boy, sometimes I drop my spoon. Said the little old man, I do that too. The little boy whispered, I do that too, laughed the little old man. Said the little boy, I often cry. The old man nodded. So do I. But worst of all, said the boy, it seems grown-ups don't pay attention to me. And he felt the warmth of a wrinkled old man.
That old man. What was it? Huckleberry Finn or something? That Ernest Hemingway book? Do you remember, Daniel? Daniel?
Old Man in the Sea, Hemingway.
Old Man in the Sea, yeah.
It's very sad that you like such a wrinkled old sad man.
Yeah.
Would you like to read one, Professor Zabi?
Sure. This one's called Surprise! My grandpa went to Myrtle Beach and sent us back a turtle each. And then he went to Kathmandu and mailed a real live cockatoo. From Rio, an iguana came, a smelly goat arrived from Spain. Now he's in India, you see. My grandpa always thinks of me.
Sleeping in there.
I have no idea.
Big.
It's massive and it has legs.
Well, he was in India.
Well, it could be an elephant.
There you go. This one's called Ticklish Tom. Did you hear about Ticklish Tom? He got kicked by his mom. Wiggled and giggled and fell on the floor, laughed and rolled right out the door. All the way to school, and then he got tickled by his friends. Laughed till he fell off his stool. Laughed and rolled right out of school. Down the stairs and finally stopped till he got tickled by a cop. And all the more that he kept giggling, all the more the folks kept tickling. He shrieked and screamed and rolled around, tickled by a falling rain. Tickled by the soft brown grass, tickled by the clouds that passed, giggling, rolling on his back. He rolled on the railroad track. Rumble, rumble, whistle, roar. Tom ain't ticklish anymore.
Wow. Also, can you see the image on the next page too?
What is it?
Because there's like the kid tumbling, and there's like old man looks like he's staring at the kid while he's like sucking on his hand. That's so weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a nail biter. Some people manicure their nails. Some people trim them neatly. Some people keep them filed down. I bite them off completely. Yes, it's a nasty habit. But before you start to scold, remember, I've never ever scratched a single soul.
That was fantastic, Professor Zombie. I wish I could do extra credit for you because of all this nasty, because of all the latenesses.
This is from Professor Zabi. For my extra credit, page 100. Shel Silverstein, A Light in the Attic. The fly is in. The fly is in. The milk is in. The bottle is in. The fridge is in. The kitchen is in. The house is in. The town. The flea is on the dog. Is on the quilt. Is on the bed. Is on the carpet. Is on the floor. Is on the ground. The worm is under the ground. Is under the grass. Is under the blanket. Is under the diaper. Is under the baby. Is under the tree. The bee is bothering. The puppy is bothering. The dog is bothering the cat. Is bothering the baby. Is bothering mama. Is bothering me.
Whoa. You're gonna graduate. Here's your diploma.
Thank you, Professor Zalpine. You're a very good professor, and I learned a lot in your courses.
You're a very good student, and I learned a lot from you too. Strange wind. Huh?
That's you just say that's kind.
No, I'm saying it because you're fucking awesome.
But I don't have any credentials.
Your maps. Your maps are credentials.
Thank you.
Thank you. Strange wind. What a strange wind it was today. Whistling and whirling and skirling away. Like a worried old woman with so much to say. What a strange wind it was today. What a strange wind it was today. Cool and clear from a sky so gray. And my hat stayed on, but my head blew away. What a strange wind it was today.
I'd like to read a poem, page 102 of A Light in the Attic, for Professor Zabi. This is called 1-2. 1-2, buckle my shoe, buckle your own shoe. Who said that? I did. What are you going to? What are you doing with those silly buckles on your shoes anyway? 3, 4, shut the door. You shut it. You opened it. Or 5, 6, pick up sticks. Why should I pick them up? You think I'm your slave? Buckle my shoe, shut the door, pick up sticks. Next thing you'll be telling me to lay.
Wow, this is like either a schizophrenic person or somebody with a really bad inner critic.
Yes, sweetheart. Would you care to share another one with us?
Sure. Tusk. The walrus got braces, and that's why his face is a tangle of wires and steel. He'll sit and he'll wait till his tusks are both straight, and then think how happy he'll feel. But meanwhile, they're ruining his meal.
Captain Blackbeard did what? The sea is a-roaring, the seagulls they screech. The bosun he rants and he raves. And the whole scurvy crew says it's true, yes, it's true. Old Captain Blackbeard shaved. Oh my God. Face as well, and was just sailing back from the cave. When he calls for boiled water and stomps down below, and gore, but he comes up shaved. There's a chickenish stubble, a fish belly skin on that face once so blazing and brave. And his old faithful parrot can hardly bear it, since old Captain Blackbeard shaved. When he shouts, board and sinker, it sounds like a clinker, and gets lots of laughs from the slaves. And his loud body songs seem a little bit wrong, since old Captain Blackbeard shaved. Now no one is fearing his look or his lash, Worse threats of a watery grave. And things ain't the same in the pirate game since old Captain Blackbeard, beard shaved.
Oh my god. What an illustration.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Oh, it is. She screamed it. Okay, this might be my last one that I read. What's name? Magic carpet. So will you let it take you where you've never been before? Or will you buy some drapes to match and use it on your floor? Oh my god, that's so good. Imagine all of our carpets are just magic carpets, but we haven't tried to fly them, so they're just like stuck where they are.
So beautiful there.
Wouldn't you want to just try to fly your carpet?
Yeah.
Can you see your carpet?
I have 5 of them.
Pick one and try. I dare you.
That could be dangerous, Lovey. What time you farted?
So cute.
Me too.
It just sounds like he's so close. He feels so like he's in like a safe place. It's like a sleep.
He murdered Nelson's son, then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice. And trust me, that's your
How are you?
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows.
Do you want to read the next one?
The man uttered a name to confirm
If you insist.
Yes, please.
Outside or underneath? Bob bought a $100 suit but couldn't afford any underwear. Says he, if you're outside, looks real good, no one will know what's under there. Jack bought some $100 shoes but wore a suit with rips and tears. Says he, it won't matter what people see as long as I know what's under there. Tom bought a flute and a box of crayons, some bread and cheese, and a golden pear. And as for his suit or his underwear, he doesn't think much about them or care. He uses them 8 times a day.
It's not my fault.
Well, why do you change them so often?
Because I work out. Like you're sleeping in them for 8 hours. Don't you want to change them?
Well, yeah.
So then I wake up, I change them, I work out, I take a shower, I wear new ones, and then
How often do you change them?
I think I change them about 3 times a day.
Well, good. Have you ever thought not to wear them at all?
Yeah, I have those days too.
Good.
I thought I'd be having more of them, but not the case.
Yeah. That's a shame. Do you get the same style?
Yeah. Mostly. What about you?
I don't wear underwear.
Nice. I think we should save the next one for the next time.
Okay.
Because I think I want to go to bed.
Yeah. Yeah, well, thank you for reading with me.
Thank you for reading it with me. It was so nice. I'm so glad I got it.
It'll be a landmark moment when we finally finish it. We're going to have to go to a different one.
Yeah. Do you think we'll choose the same author or a different one?
I think we'll be hyper-fixated and we'll choose the same author because we want to go through his whole catalog.
Oh my god, that would be so much fun to do with you. Together and, oh my god, you taught me about this author, you know? Come
There's a lot I've got to give, but Professor Zabi, not quite as much as you. Where would I be if it weren't for you?
Oh my god. Oh my god, you're so sweet, Daniel.
I'm really hoping for an A.
You have an A+, my dear. And now that you're not my student anymore. I just told about how I was bullied. We had a really intense conversation.
I remember you told me a bit about it. It was very heartbreaking.
Yeah. But I haven't bought sesame crackers in a long time, so I'll do that.
Yeah, they seem to be like the most crisp that you can express in a bite. So bite for bite, they seem to be like the best way to crack and crumble and crisp and crunch.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you know, even money.
Even lunch. Do you like Robert Munch?
What?
Do you like Robert Munch?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, Robert Munch is that, like, children's author.
Can we make samosas?
Yeah.
Like legit.
Can we make the meat ones that are made in Kenya?
Yeah. How would you fry them though?
Yeah, we can fry them.
You have an air fryer?
No, I just would fry them in I have a stainless steel pan.
What if it roils and rumbles and boils over?
It won't boil over, but it would be fun if it did.
No, that wouldn't be fun. That would be horrifying.
With the samosa, because it's meat, you can just like put a shallow bit of oil and then just flip them.
Do you know the pastry that you use or the bread?
Yeah.
You know how to make it?
Yeah, but also you can just get them from you can just use the egg roll sheets from the Asian grocery store.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or gobi Manchurian.
Yeah.
Or chili chicken.
Oh my god, I love chili chicken. I love
chili
chicken.
So good. I love really hot chili chicken and really hot and gobi Manchurian, cauliflower, fried cauliflower.
Yeah, it snowed today.
Where?
Realizing how it's cold all of a sudden in my room. Oh, I'm shivering.
Didn't make your nipples erect.
They did. It did.
Can I give them a little pinch one by one?
Box again for the third time.
Oh.
Because people think you don't sweat. And your feet were sweating. Now, I don't usually sleep with socks, but it's so cold that what I'll do is I'll fall asleep with socks, and then at some point in the night, it'll just slide off my feet.
Don't you wear tighter socks?
No, I like it, and they slip off my feet.
How could a sock slip off your feet?
Because I like push them off without even like realizing that I do it. And they wake up and I'm like, I must have taken off my socks.
Feel constrained.
Yeah, but then it's like too warm, you know? And I do this thing where I rub my feet like a grasshopper. Or like a fly. You know how flies like rub their feet? Totally.
Dude, socks make, when I take my socks off, I get so itchy.
Because your feet are dry?
I don't know what it is. But I just
I have this lotion I'll get you.
Really?
Yeah, I have this little basket of stuff that I'm sending you. I'll get you some of this too.
But I want to know what you smell like and what you use so I can sample.
Yeah. This one is shea butter with concrete oil. It's really good.
Good.
I'm just gonna pee. Hold on, okay?
Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage. He wrapped the man's body in wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and carried it to the cliff's edge. The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns, heightening his suspicion. Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's murder and who was the mastermind behind it all.
Hello?
Mark revealed the name of a third person who obtained information. Nelson prepared.
Johnny boy.
One final question.
Quarterback ever.
Buster here.
No way on that.
Yeah, it's so cute.
We're gonna invite people in to have him listen. We're gonna have people in this. I didn't know if he farts. He's the one who farted. He hasn't farted yet.
We're just waiting.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognized.
Can you imagine we just stay up all night waiting?
Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son. If the man
Just another video of when Bath was snoring. Do you remember that?
to confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed a photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone.
Is it a video of him snoring?
After receiving confirmation.
Yeah, on Tom Rabbit's channel. Bath falls asleep while on Clubhouse, just drunk as hell and just. I mean, he might have been drunk, I'm not sure, but yeah, he falls asleep and him snoring and shit.
Yeah.
This was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience.
Yes.
Showed no further movement did he find
Yes.
blood-stained hands. As a
You're
father,
fine,
Nelson
yes, I
felt
did.
no remorse or fear after the killing. Only the bitter sorrow of losing
It's a
his
bear.
son.
Because when I hear him fart, I really want to hear him fart.
He wrapped the man's body in wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and carried it to
Let's wait until we hear at least one.
Because I want to be like, oh my god.
The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion.
My best friend had a baby
Nelson located his second target,
just a few weeks ago,
upscale bridal
and
shop.
he like
But was a cunning old fox.
has like in this like swaddle thing, and has been like carrying the baby like all the time, and then like it just like falls asleep on his chest because he just like does like baby like just passes out. Yes, he's so cute. Her name is Zora. So cute. Yeah.
Mark revealed the name of a third person
So cute. She's so cute.
Nelson prepared to leave, but he suddenly
He's so tiny. So like my like WhatsApp is like filled with all of her baby pictures. She's like not even one. She's so tiny. Oh my god. She like hasn't even been alive for a month yet.
When she's changing, bigger than you.
Nelson to get lost and demanded justice.
Thanks, Buster. Classic joke.
Classic.
Classic joke. Everybody makes it. Way to go, Buster. So original. Never heard that one before.
I had to.
Marcus.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge.
Marcus.
What up, Marcus?
Nelson killed his son Kyle. The man didn't speak. He'd take more blows. Unable to
Okay.
the man
My brother from another mother.
Nelson pulled out his phone and
Sam is sleeping.
What's happening?
He held the phone before the man's eyes.
I was going to send you some healing.
Flipped the phone back into his
Oh yeah, send me some healing, please.
wrapped both hands around
I'll
send you some texts, and that's going to be textual healing.
Thank you.
When come on. I'll send you textual healing.
Yeah.
Textual. Come on.
You know, we're waiting to see if Sam will fart.
Of course he will. It's just a matter of time.
And then which one of us will fart before Sam does?
How else are you going to recognize him, Sam? On the intelligence of my brothers and sisters. And I'm just in deep reflection mode. And now I'm listening to Sam and trying to find a single fart. Because one fart will tell you a lot about a person. What they ate, how they ate it, and what they ate, and what it smells like. There's a problem with that poll. I can't really vote, can I? Like, I've got to wait.
You can vote in anticipation.
You have to ask Peter when you see him next. He recorded Andrew saying something about yes, daddy, or something like that. Something daddy anyway. I'm like, how better you got that? He's like, yep.
See, sometimes when I listen to Andrew, I think he's so far up in Jesus' ass that he doesn't even realize he's been saved.
Yeah, exactly.
Shut it out, man.
That's the best thing I've heard. That's the best thing I've heard about Andrew, for sure. He's already saved. Like, just
out of it.
Just stop. Like, just give it a break. Like, you're already saved. It was really funny to hear Andrew defend Christians' relationships with Muslims today. About that guy with the Quran and the jizz, do you remember?
Oh, yeah. But the thing is, Andrew's just egging the guy on. But think about it, right? So, one drop of jizz is, I think, about 8 gigabytes of information. All that jizz has got so much more information than the complete book. Jeez.
Thanks, Marcus.
Like this terabytes of DNA information in that case.
Wow.
But I think it's a disgusting thing to do anyway. Like, why would you want to do that?
Yeah, exactly.
Personally, Andrew should have taken offense to that because literally that was like killing half a baby. That's it.
You just fucking nailed it. You nailed it, Marcus.
That is abortion on so many levels. Like, do you know how many babies those sperms would have produced?
Yeah, men should stop masturbating.
Yeah. Andrew should take offense to that.
Yeah.
Abortion. Like, he's aborted all those kids.
I imagine Andrew is somebody who's masturbated and then cries after.
For repentance?
Yeah. That's exactly what I imagine.
Oh, Lord. For these babies would have produced other little apostles. Who can ask him that question and keep a stern face? Daniel could.
Daniel, yes. Daniel, we have a mission for you.
Basically, be aborted himself.
Yeah. Daniel, we have a mission for you.
Yeah, this is one mission you should never abort.
Whoa, was that a fart?
No, not yet.
That was a very airy fart, not much tension. Much that image.
So isn't a fart really like shit particles that are floating in air?
It's your bum.
Fecal matter.
She just said your bum.
also very case. It's weird.
I got high, so like just a little extra loudly. The sound of a fart is. I mean, it's not shit particle.
What is it then?
It's gas.
Yeah, the gas is part of the shit. Come on.
It's butt particles, okay?
If Sam smells my farts, it's gonna be so bad. Like, you know, when you're like
Anyway.
Oh yes.
With the title of a book.
Yes, you should totally write that one down.
Zabu, you know when time comes up, will you guys like have a fart off and then we can judge?
I hope so.
Me, Buster, and Daniel will be the judges.
We'll see if Sam actually comes, you know.
Why wouldn't he?
I don't know.
Are you trying to say he never comes?
He was trying to prevent abortions. We'll see. There was a slight change of plan, so we're gonna see.
Premature abortion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone.
Let's see what's happening in Andrew's room. Like, there's a controversy stirring up. Have a good night, y'all.
Good night.
See you, Daniel.
There.
I'm probably gonna sleep soon.
Okay, go shoot.
Okay, you're gonna stay here with Sam?
No, I'm going to shoot. I'm going to wait for no one to fire.
Okay.
Please.
Buster, are you gonna wait for him to bust? Buster.
Nah. He's probably got SPDs or something. But, you know.
Okay. Okay, then I'll
The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns, heightening his... Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's murder and who was the mastermind behind it all. Mark revealed the name of a third person in Speedo. Having obtained the information they needed, Nelson prepared to leave, but he suddenly turned and asked one final question.
British quarterback ever. No way on that.
He murdered Nelson's son, then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your best move.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. This was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience. surface. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns, heightening his suspicion. Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Nelson cut straight to the chase without any final question.
British quarterback ever. No way on that.
He murdered Nelson's son, then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your best move.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. This was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience. Only when the man showed no further movement did he finally release his blood-stained hands. As a father, Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage. He wrapped the man's body in wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and carried it to the cliff's edge. The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns, heightening his suspicion. Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's murder and who was the mastermind behind it all. Mark revealed the name of a third person, Speedo. Having obtained the information he needed, Nelson prepared to leave, but he suddenly turned and asked one final question.
British quarterback ever. No way on that.
Nelson's son then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your best move.
Punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. As a father, Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns, heightening his suspicion. Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Nelson. Mark revealed the name of a third person, Speedo. Having obtained the information he needed, Nelson prepared to leave, but he suddenly turned and asked one final question.
British British quarterback ever. No way, O'Malley.
Demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your best move.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. This was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience. Only when the man showed no further movement did he finally release his blood-stained hands. As a father, Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage. He wrapped the man's body in wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and carried it to the cliff's edge. The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns, heightening his suspicion. Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Mastermind behind it all. Mark revealed the name of a third person in Speedo. Having obtained the information they needed, Nelson prepared to leave, but he suddenly turned and asked one final question.
British quarterback ever. No way, O'Malley.
He murdered Nelson's son, then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your best move.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. This was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience. Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage. He wrapped the man's body in wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and carried it to the cliff's edge. The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns, heightening his suspicion. Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's murder and who was the mastermind behind it all. Mark revealed the name of a third person in Speedo. Having obtained the information they needed, Nelson prepared to leave, but Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns, heightening his suspicion. Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's murder and who was the mastermind behind it. Nelson prepared to leave, but he suddenly turned and asked one final question.
British quarterback ever. No way on that.
Then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your best move.
The man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. This was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience. Only when the man showed no further movement did he finally release his blood-stained hands. As a father, Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage. He wrapped the man's body in wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and carried it to the cliff's edge. The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns, heightening his suspicion. Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's murder and who was the mastermind behind it all. Mark revealed the name of a third person in Speedo. Having obtained the information he needed, Nelson prepared to leave, but he suddenly turned and asked one final question.
British quarterback ever. No way on that.
He murdered Nelson's son, then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. This was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience. Only when the man showed no further movement did he finally release his blood-stained hands. As a father, Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage. He wrapped the man's body in wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and carried it to the cliff's edge. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite in Nelson's measurements. Mark revealed the name of a third person in Speedo. Having obtained the information he needed, Nelson prepared to leave, but he suddenly turned and asked one final question.
Greatest quarterback ever. No way on that.
He murdered Nelson's son, then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your best move.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. This was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience. Only when the man showed no further movement did he finally release his blood-stained hands. As a father, Nelson felt it onto his shoulders and carried it to the cliff's edge. The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by him. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located
games don't help you learn how to take care of your wife. Like, what the how the heck you gonna learn that? Like that. I guess.
Look, the video game thing is like, there's probably like video games do probably help you learn. They're not obviously going to help you learn in every different way, and
we in a real world. Life isn't in a video game. You gotta take care of stuff. You gotta pay bills.
And the point here is, like, I'm saying that the criteria for like an adult for me has something to do with like setting aside the physical characteristics for now, because obviously, like, if you're unable to like pick up something, it's gonna offset your survival. But if you're mentally capable of taking care of yourself on your own, then that's the mental part of an adult. So, anyways, original. Hold on one second. Original. It might be true that there are people like that. I do think it's very unlikely. I would want evidence of those people before I would say, oh yeah, in these cases of like something that is very unlikely, we need something to say like, okay, here's one of the criteria that were met. So there for that. And then yeah, I'll be willing to accept it as long as it's like something to make me think that that is happening. But we can't just assert it.
I don't know if you stop talking or something because I unmuted my mic and so it went silent even though I've unmuted it back. So I don't know if you'd finished now.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's like this. No, I get that, but you living in 2025, okay, you've got this certain thing that this person's mentally mature. Now, if you grew up in a society where you were expected to do things at a much earlier age, go out to work, get married at a much earlier age, do everything at a much earlier age, then whatever. So, like you saying, like there's not that many people that exist. Yeah, I agree according to today's standards. But if you were living 1,000 years ago, maybe you probably think actually the vast majority of the people existing back at that time actually meet that standard.
No, the standard is always the same, no matter what we're putting into the world. Like whether we're 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years from now, is that I'm going to say, here's the standard. They need physical and mental maturity. Now, what's different is the known facts. Depending on what year we're in, we know different things. And that will play moral calculus. Now, here's the thing with like when we start involving people like prophets and gods. We already know that God knows the ultimate, like he knows everything. So for him, there's no relativism on the knowledge. For prophets who have some kind of access to God, there's at least some reason that God would inform them of the moral truths so that they know the true like standard to meet, like the exact point of those things. There's at least some reason that, but you can deny that. Say people like, you know, Old Testament prophets or Muhammad, whomever you want, and say like, look, they didn't know that I don't know, 8 was not mentally mature. They just thought that based on like what they had at the time. But as we've learned more things about the brain, we found out that it actually is wrong. It is wrong, but we just know more. So they aren't held liable for the things that they didn't know. You know, they just did their best with what they had. And that's something to say to that. But you have to at least admit then he did something wrong. He just didn't know any better.
But Albedo, you know how you said, you know, when your son or whoever, a kid plays a video game, that there's certain things that kid would learn, right? That goes the same. It works with different societies. Like people from, especially back then, they get brought up differently and they are taught differently, right? There's certain things that they do or learn growing up as a kid that made them mentally mature in these certain things, not aspect of all things, right? Can't be, you know, mature on everything. Like, you know, when your kid plays a video game, can't know everything. But there's certain. You said what?
I said I gave you my criteria for mental ready. Do you remember it?
No, I didn't hear you.
Okay. Well, then I don't see like the point of pressing this. The point.
No, you see what I'm saying? Like, you get what I'm saying, though? Like,
yes, you think it's relativized, but the society. I just addressed this, though. Do you remember? Like, it's like you're not addressing anything I'm saying.
I didn't hear you, my bad.
Oh my God. Then why say something?
No, I'm going to just respond to what you just said now. My bad. I'll let y'all talk.
Okay. My criteria. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So, no, I get your criteria, but what I'm saying is that the way you think about a particular criteria changes depending on how you've been brought up. So you might have a certain, you can still apply the same kind of criteria, but if you grow up in the thingy, like 2025 in America, compared to 1,000 years ago, say in India, the way you think about this criteria would be different. Wouldn't you agree?
I just addressed this. Neither of you ain't listening to me.
I listen. I listen to what you say, but you mentioning the criteria. You said you've got this criteria. Yes. Okay.
What is the last thing I just said? That
yes, according to us, like although you might think it's wrong, according to you'd say you didn't get it wrong according to their standards because we've got more information now.
Yeah, he didn't know any better. I'm offering you a way that the relativization happens is that the standard isn't relativized. It's just the information. And so from today's information, we know differently than he does. And that changes the way that we act compared to how he acted. But only one of us is right? And so we would think that the people with the more information are more likely right. So does he know more than us, or do we know more than him on like mind and brain development? Just like start with that.
It's not that simple, though.
I think it is. This is literally developing.
I don't know what God reveals.
Mind development has nothing to do with maturity.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
In fact, like,
because we don't know what God revealed to us. Clearly, a prophet knows a lot more than like so the average Joe back in that time. So let's pick an average Joe back in that time. I'm right. I get all that what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, would you just agree, right? Okay, the way you think about any particular criteria today would be different if you were born in, say, India 1,000 years ago. And you still be thinking about the same criteria because of the way you've been brought up, your mentality would be different. Your values maybe would be different.
I don't think my value on this would be different. The standard, I think, would remain the same.
I disagree. I'd say certain things which I think are written wrong today or whatever. I think if I was brought up in a different... Yes, I agree with that, yeah. I don't.
Right, and I think this is God's moral law. Like, you know the no harm principle, right? That if we do this to someone who is not ready, then we are harming them.
Alito, I have a question.
Yeah.
Can a person not be fully mentally... According to what? That made no sense. Physically mature? What?
Yeah, you know how like you have a big, strong body? It's not going to change much. Like you've reached the point in which your body ceases to change.
I'm not talking about physically mature. I'm talking about mental.
Okay, and I gave my criteria for mental maturity is that mentally we would be willing to leave them alone.
Okay, let me ask you, when is your brain fully developed?
Well, supposedly when you're 25.
How old are you now?
I'm 37.
See, I'm 23. I'm not fully mature, I guess, according to you.
My criteria isn't fully mature.
Makes sense. But
my criteria is willingness to leave them by themselves.
You said what?
My criteria is that you're willing to leave them by themselves.
So that's what makes a person... So it doesn't have nothing to do with being mentally developed.
It does. It's like, dude, do you think if you put a baby brain inside of like Hulk Hogan's body?
Me by myself, and I'm mentally not developed yet. According to
are you saying you can't take care of yourself? Is that what you're saying?
Nah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying your criteria, according to your criteria, is if the person could be by themselves, but then you said they have to be mentally developed. The normal person or the normal man or whatever, according to whatever stats you got it from, develops mentally fully at 25.
You're not capable of listening, so I'm not going to continue this with you. I'll talk with the original though. You can get why I'm frustrated with the right original.
No, I don't know what was going on because I had a phone call. So a person is not mentally mature because they couldn't look after themselves today. Are you saying this 25-year-old isn't allowed to get married then?
I think that they're not capable of consenting. Yeah. I mean, in our cases, we have so many like tools that make it so that people can survive on their own.
All right, okay. So say you've got this person who has got Down syndrome, not the level, not the extreme level that you mentioned, but if they were left on their own, they'd really struggle to survive on their own. Well, they do want to get married. They do like somebody else.
It seems really fucked up, but like because of their inability to consent to other things that like have that ability, is that in those cases where neither can, that it is fine. But in a case where you have someone who is like of normal mind, will say, yeah, I think that can't happen. Although marriages by today, they don't even have to require, like they don't have to involve sex. So maybe you can live in like a partnership or something, but not sex.
Okay, so I'll be sorry. I'm at work at the moment, so if somebody else wants to jump in, feel free.
That's fine.
Right. Okay. So let's say that this person with Down syndrome doesn't meet your extreme Down syndrome criteria. But like I said again, they struggle to survive on their own. They fall in love with a normal person, right? Okay, who doesn't have Down syndrome.
I mean, I'll forget about the marriage stuff because that's sort of come apart by today. You mean sex, and we have sex.
Repeat that last part again, sir.
Can we just switch it from marriage to sex? Because some people get married and never have sex. The sex is what people care about.
If that's the way you want to go, okay, that's fine. For the sake of the argument.
Unless we're looking at really severe, it becomes gray because we don't know the exact point in which we would say, okay, here's the cutoff. There is like points where on their own, then it's like very obvious to me. But if you pick someone who's like got a regular job and has a car, you know, like has all like the basic things and they do it all on their own, then yeah, I'm probably okay with it. But asking me to put it out like in the middle where like it's already like it's the unknown marker for me, then it's very difficult for me to answer.
What about actually it wouldn't work because I was just thinking about some other disabilities. So say you've got a blind person, mentally they're perfectly fine.
Whole standards because someone could be in like a frail body, so they're like not capable of lifting anything to like take care of themselves, but like they know how to, you know, like all of the relevant mental acuity is there. That's the part that I care about as far as the mental maturity. The physical maturity just means like the body has mostly undergone the changes required for puberty, or like, you know, has like basically more or less finished puberty. That's probably the standard I would go by today, not just like started puberty. It's not just at the start, but basically at the end of it, towards the end of it. These are people who don't change much anymore. But I definitely don't want to say either, much like the thing that Shermaki was trying to put. Is like, I'm not trying to say you need to meet like complete maturity, as in you will no longer like be like better. For one, it's probably like a horrible standard because you're after maturity, after 25, are you on the down slope? Like, does that mean you're on like getting worse? Or do you just like stay fine forever? Like that seems kind of strange to me.
I think you're going to hate me for this, but you know the conversation that you were having yesterday, Albedo. I wanted to sort of chip in, but I didn't get a chance. So if you have to remind me, say that again. Sorry.
You have to remind me. I don't know what you're talking about.
It was two omnipotent beings. You were sure. Like, yeah, why that wasn't possible. So
I don't mind talking about it.
Yeah, so the scenario I was going to present was, for me, it's impossible because no one omnipotent being can fulfill their sort of wishes at any one particular time if it disagrees with the other omnipotent being. So say one omnipotent being A is making it rain in London, omnipotent being B wants to make it stop raining in London, but A disagrees. is there any way omnipotent being B can override omnipotent being A?
So I can answer this in several different ways. Under my model, the answer is yes. But if I take the typical way that most people construe omnipotence, you do it like some kind of modality, and you say look, his powers are constrained about what's possible given either logic or metaphysics. So, which view are you taking here? Because we have to establish what is counting as omnipotence.
This would be a metaphysical impossibility, because in any other world, if there was only one omnipotent being A, let's not even call it A, let's just call it omnipotent being, you wouldn't have this problem anymore. You've only got this problem in your worldview where you add more than one omnipotent being. So
I just want to, you want me to, that God doesn't desire to do anything. He just desires to do nothing. That's what he wants to do. That's metaphysically possible. Now, sorry, not God, but an omnipotent being. This is something possible. Okay. A second omnipotent being, it's possible for them to also desire to do nothing. And so, if that's possible at all, if you grant that that's possible, then it's possible that neither one of them desire to do that. And so none of their powers conflict.
All right, okay.
You have to think that those beings must have those desires or something. That doesn't seem why would that be?
I see where you're coming from, but if you live in a world where we actually exist and we're the only ones who can sort of say whether these beings are omnipotent or not, then clearly these omnipotent beings have done something, have desired to something like create us and create the universe and stuff. Therefore, according to us, we're the ones discussing it.
And you and I come to an agreement that we just won't interact with each other. And so we can't use it. We just agree that our powers won't conflict. Okay? Do you think that's problematic?
Yeah, because I can never see a world where you've got this world where you've got two omnipotent beings and whatever they do doesn't affect the wishes or the desires of the other omnipotent being. An omnipotent being would have control over everything, according to me, anyway.
No, well, it's that he has the powers to do them. He could do them. It doesn't mean he has to. I wouldn't say would, because then you're going to have to say things like he does everything.
So, then basically one of the omnipotent beings is volunteering, so not because they want to, it's because they have to, because of the omnipotent being.
No, they don't have to.
Yeah, well, I'd say that they do. They do have to. In your world scenario, they have to do something else.
Is it possible for them to do that?
No, I'd say it's not possible.
Okay. Well, I guess I'd have to know why it isn't.
It's like I said, they have to take into account the wishes of the other omnipotent being and say, I'm going to interfere in this part of the world because of you. So for me, if they come to that scenario, then they're no longer an omnipotent being.
Okay, well, let me try another step. You and I are omnipotent, and I say, okay, for all of that exists, you get this half, and I get that half, and we get domains over that. Okay? Now, you might say, well, I'm only half omnipotence, right? Because I only got half the world. And then we flip to the other side. So now I can control the other stuff. Did anything even occur there?
Who decides who gets which half?
We just come to an agreement. Like, I like this side. I'm like, all right, I give that to you.
For you, for the other omnipotent being.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, then this scenario means that this being is no longer omnipotent. If the other being doesn't exist, then you don't have this problem. You'd be able to control everything.
So in your scenario, you think once we make the pact, that you couldn't just break the pact and go do all that stuff? That's what you think?
The problem is in the pact in the first place, because you have to. You're forced to give up power over certain things, in which case you're no longer omnipotent.
Now look, do you think that if I choose to do nothing, that I don't have any power?
No, you still got power, so it's just your choice. But if you,
right, so why?
But that's your choice. Nobody's making you not do anything. Whereas in the other scenario, somebody else is making it and didn't exist. You wouldn't have to give up. So you're forced to give up.
I'm not have to. But I'm saying neither case do I have to. I'm not saying that. You can look, just Original, pretend you literally are the guy. We'll go through the real dialogue. Hey, Mr. Original, I see you're omnipotent. Guess what? I'm also omnipotent. Would you like to share the universe with me? Yes or no? I'm asking to play out the scenario. Pretend this is a play. What's the answer?
Right. And my answer is, if I was omnipotent, I wouldn't have to share the universe.
Oh my God. Original.
You're forcing me to.
Original. Are you incapable?
I say no. Right. Okay. Let's say I said.
No. We don't have to say. Let's say. Just act it out.
Right. I'm omnipotent. No, I don't want to.
Okay. So you want to control everything?
Because I'm omnipotent.
That's not why you want to control everything. That's a
reason why I want to control everything, because I'm omnipotent.
I mean, you understand like why that's a stupid reason, right?
Yeah, I think
I'm not. Look, I'll make it work, but that is just a stupid reason. But in any case,
my worldview, the way I think, with my mentality, I've got this power. I want to control everything.
Because you have power doesn't mean that is a dumb thing to say, but I'll leave that alone because it really won't matter. I'll say, okay, Mr. Original. Okay, Mr. Original. Okay, Mr. Original. You can control everything. I'll do nothing. I choose to do that. There you go.
So why did you ask me in the first place? Sorry, Alvito.
Because I had those desires. Just wanted to see what you wanted.
So you did have a desire to control the universe, but because I said I'm going to control everything, that's why you're not going to do anything anymore.
No, that doesn't follow.
Yeah, we'll continue this conversation with some of the types of Alvito.
And it's like not even close to
a desire to do anything in the first place. You wouldn't have even asked me in the first place.
I told you why I asked you.
Right. Okay. No. That means that there is a desire for you to control part of the universe.
No, it's wrong. I told you why I asked you. Because I wanted to know what you wanted to do. That's why I asked you.
Omnipotent. You don't know everything.
Oh my God, Original. Get out of here. Go to work. Go to work.
You just clearly said that one omnipotent being didn't know the desire of another omnipotent being, which means he's no longer all knowledgeable, which means he's no longer omnipotent. It's just basic. I don't know. It just follows through.
Go to work.
Yeah, Alvito, give up. Sorry.
Andrew, the replay. Mark, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
There being 2 omnipotent beings.
That's really, it's a hard one to answer since I think that the notion of omnipotence is kind of fraught to begin with. I mean, naively, sure. Whether it can be made to work, I'm not so certain.
You mean like just as a concept?
I mean, naively, it seems like omnipotent beings, you might expect omnipotent beings to have be able to have disagreements, or for it to be possible for them to have disagreements. In which case, it would seem like there would need to be a winner or something, contradicting the idea that both are omnipotent. But I guess,
it's possible for them to agree, though, isn't it?
Right. The obvious thing is to say, well, maybe they just necessarily agree on everything.
Look. My argument is that potency aside, that has nothing to do with their mental states. And if the mental states are contingent, then their agreements are contingent. And so there are some worlds where their potency and their mental states are not in conflict.
Could you rephrase that? I'm not sure I follow.
Okay. The potency is something necessary, it's a necessary attribute in these cases, because we're just saying they're necessarily 2 omnipotent beings, or an omnipotent being. But we're not saying anything about their mental states. And so it's possible, given these mental states are typically contingent, that there's worlds where they both agree with each other.
Okay. I mean, I think everyone would agree that the worlds where they agree with each other are not the problematic ones. I'd argue that omnipotence is, if it obtains of an agent, it necessarily obtains of them, and thus, if there's supposed to be worlds where they disagree, then you get a problem. Now, maybe you reject the premise. You think that a being could be, omnipotence can be such that it's a property you can have contingently, in which case, maybe there's no problem. I mean, or at least, maybe there's no more problem than, there are no more problems than there are just for a single being omnipotent.
I'm just saying there's a unsatisfiable pair between omnipotence and maybe like disjointed or like contradictory mental states, like ones where we disagree and we would conflict with each other's powers. I just said, okay, those are impossible. So none of those worlds can attain. But there are worlds under the same modality where we constrict all the same things, that they have those powers still. Answer to all of this is me granting like their view on omnipotence. My view on omnipotence is just as obviously solves this.
I mean, it seems like you were agreeing with the first thing I said, which is, or one of the suggestions I named to defend the sort of co-omnipotence, the possibility of co-omnipotence, which is just that co-omnipotence is possible if you think it's possible that there are 2 omnipotent beings that necessarily agree or refrain from conflict.
Sure. I don't know what it's like, because I want to say that it's a...
Well, if it's not necessary, then you have a problem.
Sorry. I want to say is that the mental states are contingent, but the only states where they both exist in, well, actually, no, maybe that is right. Okay, yeah. Well, I'll go with that.
Well, I mean, maybe. You might think that it's supposed to be something along the lines of the ability to do anything or any possible thing, or bring about any possible state of affairs.
That's my view. If we want to just quickly go over mind and it kind of results, because like I think if I gave you mind, it'd be like very obviously why this works.
Well, I mean, we can do that in a second, but just to complete the thought, like there are, fame elven planting originated, which you're probably familiar with.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like omnipotence is supposed to be more than just the ability to do whatever is possible for you to do. Else, we get Mikir being omnipotent, which is supposed to be, some sort of unacceptable consequence of that definition.
But in that world where they have necessarily the same mental states, they can do anything they want.
Yeah, but it's
agree with each other.
Just as it seems like a limitation that Mikir can't choose to do anything other than scratch his ear. It seems like a kind of, a limitation, which our understanding of omnipotence should, a proper analysis of omnipotence should take into account. It seems like it's in some sense, or someone might argue that it's in some sense a similar limitation that omnipotent God A can't, can't choose to do something other than what omnipotent God B wants, and vice versa.
Yeah, there's just a biconditional relation between their choices.
Sure, just like there's a biconditional relation between what Mikir wants to do and whether that thing is equal to scratching his ear. It just seems like
it's identical.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's even stronger than a biconditional, but there's a biconditional relationship nonetheless. But I mean, just as most theistic philosophers of religion are going to want to say, we should come up with a definition of omnipotence that rules out the failure to bring about a state of affairs merely because of some limitation about, for your desire about scratching your ear. Similarly, it should be there should be some carve out that takes into account some limitation about your ability to disagree with someone else.
Okay, let's just move to the other one because I think this will solve it. Okay, powers as in particulars, and they are just requisite to causal events. So if this is the Neo-Aristotelian view that's more modern, are you familiar with this?
I mean, only in extraordinary,
Your mic is fucked. Your mic is fucked.
Sorry, how about now?
It's fine.
Sorry about that. I just said only in extraordinarily broad brushstrokes.
Okay. Basically, the powers are not reduced to anything else. They just are requisite and not do it in modality. And then I can say that both things possess all the requisite causal powers for any event. And yet, if they were in worlds where they had conflict, those worlds are impossible. But they still possess all of the requisite power. Because I'm not construing in any modality.
Wait, sorry. Which set of causal powers represents the requisite set?
The ones that, for whatever the set of events is, he possesses the things required to bring them about.
I'm not really sure I'm following.
Okay. You know how, salt possesses the requisite disposition to dissolve?
I mean, I'm happy to go with that.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about.
Well, no, I understand that, but it seems like you're trying to... it seems like among the set of all theoretically conceivable events, you're trying to single out some subset of them that you think that God has, that an omnipotent agent that characterizes those that an omnipotent agent has some irreducible power to bring about. And I'm asking, what is that subset?
I don't have to be committed to whatever the set is, it's comprised of.
Well, then this doesn't seem like an analysis of omnipotence then. if that's what you're trying to offer.
But I don't know why do you think it's wrong to say the account is for any event he possesses the requisite causal power? Like, what is wrong with that?
The requisite X, you're referring, requisite means with respect to some predefined, list of necessary and sufficient criteria, but you haven't given me or spelled out or I don't remember what the criteria are here. It's like, I'm trying to talk about, I'm trying to, characterize the notion of an actor being good or bad. And my analysis is to be a good actor is to have the requisite set of abilities on stage or something. And then you ask me, what are you talking about? What is the requisite set? That is what I feel. That's where I feel that I'm at the moment.
Well, you're the one trying to make it into a set. I just said whatever.
Nothing I said depends on set language or is not supposed to be any kind of Cantorian gotcha here. So that's not really going to be an issue.
The power saying in this doesn't reduce something. That's what you're kind of asking to do. They just are objects that are particulars, and they act as things to cause, and that's it.
Do the events that God has the power to actualize, are they supposed to be metaphysically possible, or does he have the power to actualize impossible ones?
There could be things that are constraining. So here's an example. God possesses all requisite powers to perform a lie, and it's impossible for him to lie because there's this other stuff called goodness that make it for any world that he's in. People only tell the truth. So necessarily, for any world, he will tell the truth, but he still has the power to do so. So you can still have powers in these cases while the modality is impossible.
Okay, so then that leaves so he has the power to do some impossible things. Does he have the power to do all impossible things? Okay, well then, that's going to leave open the question, which events are supposed to be the ones that characterize those within the aegis of an omnipotent being's powers?
Okay, let's just say he can do anything he wants. Literally anything can.
There are problems with such a being, with that understanding of a being existing alone. It seems like you're going to want to say that God has the power to make 1 + 1 = 3, even if he necessarily chooses not to exercise it. At that point, it seems a bit incoherent.
Yeah, it's incoherent. It's a contradiction. What's wrong with that?
I don't know if I can articulate what's wrong with it. It just seems...
I'm granting it's an impossible world. You understand that, right?
Well, yeah, the problem is not just that it's an impossible world, but it seems incoherent to talk of the power to make 1 + 1 = 3.
Why?
Actually having it.
Why?
Well, because it's not altogether clear what it doesn't seem like.
The first thing is about do you think math are events?
Well, the event here would be to make 1 + 1 = 3.
Yeah, I don't know, went down this road thinking it would just be very clearly, I'm just saying it is an impossible world, and yet he still possesses all his powers in the world because the modality doesn't constrict his powers. It has nothing to do with modality.
Okay, but I just don't think, I don't see any reason to grant, I don't see any reason to accept that there should be any such powers. It doesn't seem very attractive. What is it about the world?
Is that just denying that there's a thing called omnipotence?
No, it would, I mean, only if omnipotence were defined in this sort of extremely liberal way that you just try, tentatively defined it as the, having the power to do literally anything, even if it's impossible.
Yeah, that one. Like I said, I shouldn't have went down this because I thought maybe if I just did this, it'd be very clear. Reverting back to say God possesses all the requisite powers for any event. For any event X, he possesses the requisite causal powers for it. There's nothing incoherent about that statement. That statement is consistent with modern science and physics, and there's a huge resurgence since the mid 2000s for this neo-Aristotelian view on powers. We could even use regular Aristotelian powers for probably this in some capacity to make this work. So there's lots of people who accept this who aren't even theists.
There may be people who accept a neo-Aristotelian view on powers, or resurgence of such people. I'm more skeptical that there's a resurgence of such people who think that you can have power to do impossible things, like making 1 + 1 = 3.
Right, but remember I said to forget that?
Well, but this part is important because we're trying to delineate which...
Okay, you went, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I don't want to get what's so hard about that.
Well, my answer is that it's hard to avoid talking about it because you're trying to delineate a specific set of powers that God has in order to define his omnipotence. And sort of to delineate a set of powers, you generally want to give a criterion. If I give you a power, you have some recipe for saying yes or no as to whether he has it. Broadly speaking.
So I don't need to do that. I don't understand. Look, I could say I have no idea what the set is, but I've seen a bunch of stuff happen, and all of that stuff God can do, and there might be more because I'm unaware of those things.
Sure, I'm just saying this is not. This doesn't count as an analysis on omnipotency or give a criterion which would, in theory, define the boundary. But you're sure it includes powers X, Y, Z, and W, and so on and so forth. Okay, it's just, that's fine. That's a sort of intuitive, pre-philosophical gloss on the notion of omnipotence, but it's not an analysis.
I wasn't offering, first of all, me saying for anything that is an event is maybe not an entirely fleshed out analysis because there's nothing reductive to it. But what you want is what characterizes all the different events that can occur. That's what you want.
Well, can there is unfortunately maybe a little ambiguous.
The ones that are possible. Under some modality.
Sorry, we were interrupted. I lost my train of thought. Could you repeat the last sentence?
It's can just means possible under.
Sorry, I repeat the one before that.
Oh, the one where you said can there's ambiguous, the one responding to that?
Sorry, I'll back up. I was arguing that it doesn't seem like I expected you from the outset to be giving a kind of analysis of omnipotence, but it seems like you're denying that you're trying to do that. So what are we trying to do here, if not that?
I'm trying to construe that what omnipotence is aren't just things that are done by modality. In fact, they're pre-modality.
Okay.
They're the things that may be
in some sense unanalyzable, or at least unanalyzable in modal terms. But still, the question remains: which powers comprise those that an omnipotent being can perform? It doesn't seem like you want to say it's literally any of them that could be phrased as in the English language, powers or criterion that could in theory generate a specific set of powers in mind. We just have this vague general sort of IOU for some set of powers that we expect God to have, and we expect it to be really, really, really large and have a lot of things like creating the world, etc.
Can I say something?
Okay, so no, because you're not going to be able to help with this conversation.
No, I just wanted to add on to what Mark was saying.
No.
You scared or something? Because you know what's coming. You know what's coming.
That's what's up. So before I move on with this, if I said there's a set of things that can be caused, you think that's obviously coherent, but you don't know what that set's composed of, right?
Well, I mean, I feel like that sentence can be parsed in a few ways, but if you mean, I'm thinking of a set of things that can be caused right now, but I haven't told you which set it is, then sure. But if you mean something else, then I might be confused.
Not just the one that they're thinking of. There is an actual thing that can be caused, whether you're thinking about it or not.
I guess. I mean, there's a unique, exhaustive collection of things, of events that can be caused by some agent or other. Sure.
And we don't have to know what that is to be able to make that statement, right?
No, but I mean, we have a criterion that, again, in theory, decides whether an event is in or outside of the set, namely whether it can be caused or not. We might not know.
Yeah.
We might not have have that information, but we.
Right, and that is composed of things that are caused. Yeah, I agree with that. Even if we don't know all the things that are caused, we know that is what composes the set. Now, if we grant that that's fine there, why can't I say that's what the set is here, and then whatever things, because I can also say I don't know what these things are, but in this view of powers, there has to be requisites for them to be caused.
Sorry, I feel like I'm misunderstanding you. Are you suggesting that omnipotence consists of having the power to bring about any event that can be caused? Or are you saying something else?
Powers are about causes.
I think that analysis is going to fail for a variety of reasons, sorry, I'm just thinking this through, but if can is supposed to be, metaphysical modality, then you want to say that God, does cause those things, to lie or do evil or whatever.
Yeah, that is one way, but the can there, just to be clear on that, would just mean possesses the powers. It could be either, because sometimes when we say, can you lift that rock, we just say, yeah, and it doesn't mean in possible world semantics.
Okay, so you're saying that omnipotence means having the power to cause any event, such that any event E, such that someone has the power to cause E?
That last bit made it sound like circular or something. I don't know, what was the additional part of that? What was that there for?
Was there an additional part? Circular, or perhaps better, impredicative definition? Because it's not, it's not like, it's going to leave open, it's going to leave open whether he has, whether he has powers that only he uniquely would be capable of possessing.
You said it does leave that open?
Seems like it.
I don't know why we'd have to think that. I mean, it might be true in like the actual world that it turns out that only he can cause certain things. But the can there, again, doesn't seem like we have to think that that's a modality. It's just like possesses the powers.
Okay, well, I don't necessarily have to go down this route. I could attack it from other angles, but like, consider the power to be, to scratch my head as a Mark Grant, to scratch one's head as a Mark Grant. I have that power, clearly, or to attempt to scratch my head as Mark Grant, whether I end up succeeding or not. Or like, if you want to make it more granular, like the power to like send whatever sort of primitive nerve impulse as Mark Grant that generally results in, that usually, but not always results in Mark Grant scratching his head. Whatever low-level thing you think power, my power to scratch my head really boils down to, I have that power. It doesn't seem like God should have that power, because it doesn't seem like he should have the power. Anyone should have the power to be anyone else.
I don't think.
What do you mean? Why not? Like, to me, it sounds like semantically it makes no sense to say that God has the power for you to scratch your head.
Well, I don't think that's exactly what I said.
Okay, I agree.
Me too. Meaning, like, there's a power that's unique because they just possessed it. Like, I want to construe them more broad than that. Like, they're not the kinds of, like, anybody, they could be instantiated in any person.
Right. I mean, that seems like the sort of thing that one might need primitive powers, and which sorts are some more general notion of ability that includes powers, but also a bunch of other things. But I mean, getting back to the somewhat more original objection, like, you're saying that to be omnipotent is to have the power to do anything that at least one being has the power to do. Okay, well, if you take some action, which may or may not be a power, that necessarily only God could have, then whether he has that power sort of a fortiori depends on whether any metaphysically possible being has that power. But since necessarily only God could have it, that means whether he has that power depends on whether he has that power. So we're at a bit of an impasse.
I mean, I just wouldn't think that that's like significant. I mean, I don't think that people are going to think that that's a problem. I mean, a lot of the people that were pushing back on it were okay with certain, I don't want to call them trivial, but like things like, okay, if he has like, if he's located something different about them, they'd still maintain this God. In this case, like, if you're construing powers as like, well, one of the powers is just that he's the one who did it, rather than that guy. It's like, that's the way you're construing powers, of like the way to separate them. I don't think people are going to say like, oh, well, that's like in a way where I think is like significant.
I mean, if the underlying goal here is to defend the coherence of there being two omnipotent deities, let's call them A and B. It seems like, I'm Mark Grant. I'm obviously neither A nor B. You might want to say that I have the power to try to thwart A or to try to thwart B. So at least one possible person, namely me, Mark Grant, has that power. So do you think that A has the power to try to thwart B?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just trying to think if that should be a problem for your thesis.
I think so.
I mean, because it seems like he should have the power, intuitively, an omnipotent being should have the power to do X, to succeed in whatever he tries to do.
Yeah, there could be a world where, forgetting.
Okay, so you want to say that A has the power to thwart B, successfully thwart B, and B has the power to successfully thwart A. They just never exercise that power.
Yeah.
Or neither exercises either powers, rather.
Yeah, I think simultaneously. So.
All right. I don't know. I mean, at this point, why not just throw every power into the mix, no matter how impossible, and just say they choose not to exercise it?
That's kind of why I went down that road initially, is like, I thought maybe that would make it more obvious, is like, you could include anything here, because what doesn't remove their omnipotence is like you're in some impossible world. Because whether they're omnipotent just has to do with whether they possess those powers. Because what limits their powers isn't some modality.
I mean, maybe, I think it's like, and in fact, I know at least one famous defender and proponent of the powers of you would agree with me. I mean, I still think that there's still going to be like impredicativity issues where this analysis of omnipotence is going to sort of fall flat and fail to deliver an answer, even in theory. But maybe you're okay with that, and you might think that that omnipotence actually includes, there are multiple ways of being omnipotent, which are all mutually exclusive.
So there's like this more meta issue that I think you keep kind of grazing on. And this is just the problem of like how we construe omnipotence. Seems like no matter what way you go, there's something you can kind of prod at. I agree with that. But if we set those aside and we say like, look, we're just gonna have to pick one of like a bad bunch here, is that especially if you're like a Christian or maybe a Muslim, but definitely Christian, is you have to think that God can't lie. Okay? But it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like lying is a contradiction, clearly, right? Because we can do it. So like there's a power there that exists. There's a thing that people can bring about. Well, why can't God do it? Well, maybe it's because it's bad. Okay, so maybe his goodness prevents that. Okay, that makes sense. The joint set of his omnipotence just limits not omnipotence, his omnibenevolence just rules out certain things, whether he has the powers or not.
It sounds like your question is whether an omnipotent being can lie.
No, well, this is supposed to resolve this issue. It's like we can say in one sense he can lie, in another sense he can't.
Meaning only the omnibenevolence is what restricts his ability to lie?
Right, because if I think what people are really trying to get at with that is more likely has nothing to do with his powers, it has to do with his omnibenevolence. And that set just rules out those things, whether he had the power to or not.
Is restricted by time, that an omnipotent being must act completely, eternally, because he would have to be outside of time.
I'll have to deal with that at a later date, though, because I'm on a different track right now. with Mark.
No, I know. It's just your contention of omnipotence, but inaction feels like it could be applied to all things. Everything is omnipotent and fails to act other than what it does.
Because I don't think everything is omnipotent. So that's the first thing. It's not omnipotent if it doesn't act. You're making like an epistemic issue, it looks like, or something. I don't know. But Mark, you see how this like model resolves something like that way better than the other one?
I mean, I understand the view and its motivation. I just don't find it very satisfying, and I think the analyzable are still going to want to say that there are modal constraints on which powers one can have. And in particular, one constraint is that you can only have a power to do something that's metaphysically possible.
No, well, I think in this view, they are the things that constrain the metaphysical modality. So in some sense, you do say yes, but they're just more upstream. MJ was reading. MJ didn't know anything about it either, and he was reading from it, and he basically was like, I don't even understand the guy explaining this to you. Do you know who Wassam is on here?
I mean, I've heard him talk a few times, and I would recognize the account if it's the same Wassam that I'm thinking of.
There's only one notable Wassam, so
yeah,
like a PhD in neuroscience of some sort.
Right.
But this is his view, and actually where I heard it from first. And then Ethan brought it up the other day too, and Sully brought it up the other day, and then I looked into it a little bit. Look, I'm not the guy that should be the one explaining to you. Don't take what I'm saying significant much of anything, because I barely have looked into it. But as far as I can tell, this seems to at least resolve that stuff. Whether or not there's other issues with it, there might be. I'm willing to just accept there's just going to be some kind of level of problem with it.
But I guess I'm just not seeing it. I actually looked this up the other day. One of the sort of preeminent and so some other philosopher kind of filled in the gaps. But he says explicitly that there can't be powers to do impossible things.
Yeah. So
now,
but impossible there doesn't mean that it depends on how possible is construed, because certainly there can be other, once you add in other constraints, here, I have the power, glass has the power to break. It's fragile. Unless you put bubble wrap on it. Masking, it's masked. And so in no world does that glass has the disposition to break while it's masked. So it's impossible.
Well, there's a difference between having the power to break versus having the power to break versus masked. I don't want to say that it has the first one, but it can't have the second one if the second one is supposed to be truly impossible as opposed to, merely very unlikely. I mean, so I have Molnar's book open on my computer right now on page 66. He says, whereas psychological states have contradictory or otherwise impossible intentional objects, no physical attribute correction towards impossible objects. In particular, there could not be such a property as the power to bring about the impossible. If so, then here we have a fifth criterion that demarcates the mental from the non-mental in terms of intentionality alone.
Yeah, that's fine.
He would say, if we define that any glass break while masked, then yes, he would say that glass or any object break while masked. He would say that it's impossible that any object has the power to break while masked, and in particular, that glass does not have that power. At least that's my reading from this paragraph, even though I've barely read any of the book. And so I'm just kind of guessing here. Context.
May I ask you a question?
you probably know about the haunting problem, right? We know that the haunting problem is not solvable. Do you think an omnipotent being or an omniscient being can actually say if an algorithm will haunt? Do you think that these classes of mathematical problems, like the class of impossible stuff?
Well, I mean, the main answer is that unfortunately, I think this is going to take us off the track of what we were talking about, and Albedo might not like that. But I mean, if I were to go into it, my answer would be yes. I mean, for reasons I could get into. Yes, as in I think if omnipotence is a coherent concept to begin with, then deciding whether a given computer program will halt or not would be the sort of thing that it could do, because it's not restricted to like Turing commutability.
Okay, so I ChatGPT'd it because I thought this would be more helpful because I wanted to get the other people's views on this too. So Molnar's views on powers is that masked powers did not stop the powers from like beings existing because they were intrinsic to the object, and masked objects were extrinsic, so they were like from external conditions. It's a masked power is blocked from manifesting by external conditions, so fragile glass wrapped in bubble wrap. Molnar's point, masking does not remove or diminish the power. The glass remains fragile, its power is simply prevented from showing itself. Then there's something called a Finkish. That was the other one I can remember, a Finkish disposition, which is from the C.B. Barton stuff that I don't know if you heard me say, but that's something that removes the disposition at the moment they would have manifested. An example is a device that instantly makes a live wire non-charged whenever someone touches it. Then there's something called an antidote, which I had never heard of.
I mean, I don't really know what I'm talking about because I haven't read the book, but I mean, just spitballing guesses here based on the tiny amount of context I do have. I'm going to guess that he would distinguish between a power which is merely contingently masked versus one which is sort of necessarily masked, the latter, and argue that the latter doesn't really count as a power at all because it would be directed towards an impossible state of affairs, which from the paragraph I just read, I don't think he wants to sort of dignify with the status of power.
By this like necessary connection, do you mean like, okay, it supposedly by hypothesized has an internal intrinsic power, but there's an external object necessarily tied to it that prevents it from manifesting, and you want to say that is still, he would still say that is it doesn't have that power then.
Well, if the external object is masking it, is sort of damped, but if for whatever reason the external object is sort of, it's like really, really damping its style, i.e., it's necessarily suppressing its power, that it never actually had the power to begin with in any meaningful sense, because the quote-unquote power is not directed towards a metaphysically possible state of affairs.
Well, I mean, I'm willing to grant that, but so here's how we can resolve this issue. There's two objects. They have intrinsic omnipotence, okay? They have mental states that are contingent. The mental states to the powers that would prevent them are external. And so there are worlds where they manifest and worlds where they don't. What's wrong with that? Because that seems like it would just be...
Well, the issue is that you want to say that God has the power to do certain things like lie that he just chooses not to exercise.
Well, this was specifically about just two omnipotent beings, but I'm not sure if that matters. But
well, I mean, in that case, I got you to tentatively agree that God A has the power to thwart God B and vice versa, but neither choose to actualize it. But in that case, according to my reading of Molnar, that would be incoherent because neither A nor B can have a power that is directed towards an impossible object.
Namely, It's not possible because the powers that manifest, none of them are necessary.
No. Well, what's impossible is the thwarting. Like it's not. There's no possible world
Where they both thwart.
Sorry.
There's no possible world where they both thwart.
Well, there's no possible world where either of them thwarts the other.
Wait, why? Like if I'm an omnipotent being, I want to go to the store, and you come over and you put a wall in front of me, and then I just stop going to the store. What's wrong with that?
Well, I mean, if one of them yields deliberately, then it's not really a case of one of them thwarting the other.
Right. What you did, you enacted some power, and it acted as a means to prevent me, and then because like the whole thing, all of this like kind of rides on.
I mean, okay, I'm a little lost. I mean, it just in general, it seems like if A and B are omnipotent, there's no possible world.
It's the same, like, X and not X. Like in this case, like my escape and your prevention of my escape. That can't happen.
You know, if powers can only be...
No. Because the fact that you put me in a cage is contingent, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So there is a world where you do that and I just don't enact it. So it's not impossible. It's the only part that's impossible is that one world where we both do that.
I mean, are A and B supposed to be necessarily omnipotent? I mean, cage here is obviously a metaphor not for localizing the deity in a specific physical cage, but for stripping them of their powers despite their attempts to use them.
Can an omnipotent being strip another omnipotent beings of their powers? Is that the kind of question?
Yes, regardless of the other being's assent.
Well,
I don't know if I put it that way, but that's more along the lines of what I have in mind by thwart. Like,
I mean, look, I just say it like this. If we're stating something is metaphysically necessary, then God or anything omnipotent can't like make it anything but that, because it's basically by stipulation.
Okay, but the point I was just trying to get at is, if you agree there's no possible world where A thwarts B in the sense that A successfully countermands B's actions, then it doesn't make sense on my reading of Molnar's paragraph to say that A has the power to thwart B, but just chooses not to use it, because there are no powers that are directed towards impossible ends or states of affairs, whether they're possibly exercised or not.
No, because that's like saying that the glass can break, but then if you put the mask on it, the bubble wrap, that it necessarily can no longer break. Now it's like saying it could never break in the first place.
It's not like that, because the masking itself is contingent. There's a possible world that, it would make perfect sense to talk about it being directed towards some other possible state of affairs.
Okay, by that same token then he just, that just can't be part of the set of omnipotence in the first place, because otherwise we would have to say something like, God possesses the power to make himself not omnipotent. He doesn't possess that power, does he?
Well, you tell me. Do you think he does?
I mean, I think so, but, in certain, it depends, I guess, actually. If we're saying he's omnipotent, then the answer is no. He doesn't possess powers to remove necessities. So, my answer to that is, no, he can't remove omnipotence. That's really what it is. It's like omnipotence can't remove omnipotence.
Wait, did you say God doesn't have the power to remove necessities?
Not of that kind. Not of the like same level. It's like he's got the key cards for like level 3, and he's trying to go up to level 4.
I mean, I don't know if the key card talk can really, or level talk can really be cashed out in terms of any relevantly meaningful distinction, such that, you know, the necessity of him never lying is one thing, whereas the necessity of him being omnipotent is another thing.
Okay, well, do you think well, my response to this is going to be the same thing as to what you say here. But God, as an omnipotent being, cannot remove his own omnipotence, then saying, well, he can't remove this other guy's omnipotence isn't very significant. Because he could never do it anyways.
Well, great. I mean, that's fine. I'm happy with saying, I'm glad we're agreeing that why then is it supposed to make so much more sense for him to have the power to remove his essential honesty and lie, even though he isn't, in fact, essentially honest and necessarily never lies.
Oh, well, okay. Like can we self that for a moment? I still want to get this, like, can two omnipotent beings exist to each other, whether we address the, like, Christian lying additional stuff.
Okay, but I mean, I feel like it's underled or omnipotent being to repeal, even if he necessarily, kosher for him to have the power to repeal, even though he necessarily never exercises it, and some which are not kosher. And I'm asking, what is the principle?
Well, in this case, the principle is that, like, if he can't do it to himself, then it wouldn't matter. Like, it's adding in another person isn't going to change the fact that he can never do it in the first place. So the fact that, like, a second one exists doesn't make it.
Okay, but
just to be real clear on it, the hypothesis is they're necessarily omnipotent, but everything else, is up for debate on whether it's contingent or whatever.
I'm a little confused, so I need to sort of backtrack and think through things.
Omnipotent beings. The last thing we talked about is, like, the powers to remove the other person's omnipotence. I want to say, well, if that's an issue, then it was an issue for him to do it to himself. So he, by himself, didn't have the power. So adding another one doesn't make it less.
Okay. But he has the power to make me less powerful.
Because you can't stop him. The point is like the power supposedly is either coming from, we just state that it's necessary, or there's some kind of power that contradicts another power.
Well, okay. I agree that shouldn't expect God A to diminish God B because God A couldn't do it to himself. Because there's lots of instances of that schema that we wouldn't reject. Like, I wouldn't say we shouldn't expect God A to diminish Mark Grant because he couldn't diminish it. He couldn't diminish himself. So you need some sort of stricter principle there than just like he can't do to others what he can't do to himself.
Okay. The powers can't be the things that. So there's powers to enact an X, and there's powers to, like, prevent X. So, like, you can think of this, like, to bring about not X. And so a perfectly efficacious will that tries to bring about one, and then they possess the other, they can't both occur, correct? This is just like the kind of rock heavy, right? The same thing.
Sure. There's no possible world where God A decides to actualize inconsistent things.
Right. And so decides to bring about one part of it, and the other one decides to bring about the other half of it. That's the only difference. The features, all the other features are there.
Well, it's true that you're splitting it. You might think an omnipotent agent should have the power, to countermand any other agencies, like the power to to use the terminology that you invoked, the power to mask any other agent's powers.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like that's the sort of thing that would be consistent for an omnipotent being to have. So we want to say, so it doesn't seem quite the same thing.
This is sort of an aside, but the McGear stuff actually might be kind of useful here. My goal is to either show that whatever view of omnipotence they try to put forth, which is like the typical accounts, not the like powers when I was shooting it, is that either they're just not, they weren't omnipotent to begin with, but they both exist, or there's no like logical issue. If it results in McGear, like that's fine with me because I've succeeded in either condition. Because they're I guess like the point I'm either putting forward is either here's an account where they both can be omnipotent, and there's a world where they both have all the requisite powers, and they both exist without performing any contradictions. Like that's all my goal is. Or they provide their own account of omnipotence, and I show, given that account, what the potential issues are, like what could happen, because most of them are doing like modalities there. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure. Are you just saying you're happy just getting to a point, you're happy just establishing that whatever the problems with the power analysis of omnipotence is, there being two omnipotent gods on the power analysis is neither more nor less, it's neither better nor worse, theoretically, than just there being one?
That's one part of that, yeah. But if I
miss the other part?
If I take just their view, I think that either we'll end up in a world where like McGear is true, so that they can both do it, or whatever like counts as McGear here, that's that. Or we just end up in worlds where like they just have certain psychologies where they don't ever conflict with each other. They can't just start off saying, oh, it's impossible to begin with. It's obviously not built into omnipotence that tells you how many quantities there are, how many instantiations there are.
I'm a little confused just because you're using certain pronouns like their view, where I've kind of lost track as to which group that refers to.
The typical theists are the people that I was debating earlier. Well, to a typical theist. They want to say that. Typical theists want to say this. Do you want me to rephrase it again with like non-pronouns?
Yes.
Okay. People like Andrew and McZed and Original, a few other people, said that they aren't going to sit here and tell me you can derive from the semantics of omnipotence that there is a single quantity. Hopefully. Unless they're going to have to give me the argument, because it's obvious. But so if it's not that, and we can say, okay, well, what happens if there's a secondary quantity? And then I just take their definition. And then we just like conditionalize. So their quantity just meant, Andrews and originals. And okay, their definition is, I don't know, can do all the logically possible things subtract whatever their nature also prevents, something like that. Okay? And then we take something about their nature that says it's contingent that this person has a nature that says, I don't want to have a problem with that guy over there. And that guy, other guy's nature says, I don't want to have a problem with that guy over there. And so they both can enact all of the same things, just not simultaneously, because they don't want to have that problem. That's still consistent with that definition, right?
Consistency, that's going to be the sort of thing in these discussions that comes pretty cheaply. It's going to be very difficult to come up with an inconsistent view. The question is just like, all things considered, how attractive is this? And in my opinion, although it's going to be consistent in that strict sense, it's going to be unattractive just because it's going to boil down to invoking powers to affect impossible states of affairs, which I don't like, even if impossibly exercised.
I just don't understand, like, why you think that there's something wrong with saying the guy has just like this, set aside all that other stuff. Do you think this is a problem? He's omnipotent and he chooses to do nothing.
Conveniently chooses to, no, probably that's consistent.
Okay.
And unproblematic.
Right, and the definition of omnipotence that you're like thinking of is like metaphysically modality or whatever, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Alright. Okay. If we bring in another guy that also has that same, both of those features, what's the problem?
Well, if our analysis of omnipotence is that he can choose to do there are possible worlds where he chooses to do all sorts of other things, and we have certain expectations on what those other things are as part of our baseline understanding of omnipotence, then there would be problems. I mean, I agree there's no problem if you posit there are two omnipotent beings that necessarily choose to do nothing.
I don't. Omnipotence certainly does nothing to do with your choices, does it?
I agree that omnipotent, yeah, I mean, I agree that knowing that a being is omnipotent provides you no information as to which choices he makes.
Okay, so you kind of started off with like, omnipotence has to do with some worlds where he chooses. Well, no, I'm saying we're in the world where they both choose to do nothing.
Okay, but omnipotence, like, problems with omnipotence aren't limited by what an omnipotent agent chooses to do in a given world, in a specific world, but rather across all worlds in which that agent exists, or at least exists and is omnipotent.
Right, but remember, the definition of omnipotence is like metaphysical modality, some of that, right? And so if the modality is constricted by, well, okay, if there's a contradiction by this other guy doing it, that's a metaphysical modality issue, right? If this guy exists and we have like contingent choices that would be like X and not X, then that's a metaphysical contradiction or something.
1 second, I think Bob might be hot miking, so I'm going to mute the room temporarily for 1 second. Okay, done. It seems like your question is underspecified. I mean, metaphysical modality is going to tie into all of these thought experiments or allegedly problematic cases. But I can't remember how the phrasing of your question narrows in on something more specific.
Okay. So we just stipulate ahead of time there's two necessarily omnipotent beings, and omnipotence means can do all the metaphysically possible things. Are we on board so far? On board with that?
Yes, although again, we have to clarify that by can do all the metaphysically possible things. What I think you mean is they have all powers, every power that some metaphysically possible being has the power. In other words, God A is omnipotent if whenever some metaphysically possible being that may or may not actually exist has the power to do blah, that in fact in the actual world, God A has the power to do blah.
Okay, so do you think whether or not these are contingent beings or necessary beings is going to matter to this?
Probably, and in fact, the definition might imply that an omnipotent being is automatically necessary. Maybe, I don't know.
Let's just go down both paths to kind of see what happens here. If they're both necessary in the metaphysical modality and they're both necessarily omnipotent,
in that case, then finding yourself in a world where their choices are reconciled isn't going to answer the question of whether we have a problem or not, because to figure out if there's a theoretical conflict.
But all the possible worlds in this case are what's downstream from those two starting points. Okay?
I mean, it depends on what you mean by downstream. I mean, maybe, but nevertheless.
What's consistent with their necessities?
I mean, maybe, but I don't feel like that properly specifies things in a way that I feel like I understand where you're going with this.
I guess you have to. What do you want me to specify further?
I mean, let me back up because I'm a little confused. Like, I'm only trying to say something really ambitious, which is that you set up a thought experiment in which there's two beings who choose to do nothing, and then you say, oh, well, is there any problem with them being omnipotent? And my answer is, I can't decide that only based on looking at that one world. I'd have to look at all possible worlds in which they coexist. And if we set up our definition of omnipotence such that it's a consequence that omnipotent beings are necessary, then we'd have to look at trivially.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the point is that I can find a problem if I have some means of arguing there should be a possible world in which not only do they choose to do something, to act, they choose, based on the definition of omnipotence question, they should be able to choose to do contradictory things, which we agree is off the table.
Okay. So, because supposedly the idea is that there can't even be a counterexample, right? I guess, do you think that if I stipulate necessarily they have a mental state that just always aligned with each other, they're capable of doing all the things that they would be able to do on their own, right?
I mean, yeah, I think so. Like, if we're if we're non-restrictive in our definition of omniscience such that it ends up being a consequence of our definition that, there conceivably might be two necessarily friendly omnipotent agents, then I agree. There's simply no problem. But I'm pretty sure, or at least I think there's a good, most theists are going to want to say that we should be more restrictive with our analysis of which powers omnipotent beings should have, or more expansive rather, for the same reason, or at least for a similar reason to why they aren't happy with McKeer.
No, because I think in that case, the only thing they're having to take on is a necessary mental state. But actually, you could make this really easy, is that God is always guided by what's good. We just make it these two things. They're both omnipotent and omnibenevolent. And then they're necessarily rational, and they only do what's good. It seems like they wouldn't ever have a conflict because they would be preventing the good.
Well, there might be two equally good things that they want to bring about. One of them likes the chocolate option, and one of them likes the vanilla option. What's wrong with that?
Well, it seems like they could both bring about both. Chocolate and vanilla?
I mean, not if it's like
negation.
Not if it's like determining the flavor of a specific ice cream cone, right?
Not sure. We could just make it that it has the contingent mental states that provided from the flavor. I think these are like reasonable for me to make these kind of moves.
I didn't quite understand that last answer.
Are you saying that you think it's reasonable to say that there is an actual good that comes out of the flavor of an ice cream cone that would be just as good as some other flavors? But remember, they're guided by the same moral facts.
Sure, but the moral facts are indifferent between making the first ice cream cone chocolate versus making...
Don't they agree?
Well, I mean, they just have different, like, they just choose differently.
Yeah, why?
I mean, for the same reason, like, I don't think anyone's going to have an answer as to why does an omnipotent agent actualize a specific world over all other possible worlds?
Okay. Well, it seems like
Sorry, you said neither of us can justify what?
Like why they would either agree or disagree on this point. Like, I'm trying to say, like, why wouldn't they agree? Like, if my position is that they disagree because they're all like, they could equally agree on this as they would disagree, and you're trying to put forward that they do disagree. Like, I want to know why, and you're just saying because they do disagree, they should have that.
Right, I'm just saying, like, I'm just appealing to the same kinds of things that theists appeal to in pretty much any other context. Like, why did God choose to make the world, you know? I mean, I'm trying to think of a better example than this, but, you know.
Yeah, like an actual moral one, which means better.
Well, so, no. I mean, like, so in biology, there's this notion of chirality, and basically all life on Earth is built of, let's just call it, I don't really remember the right terminology, but just for the sake of discussion, let's say that all life on Earth just happens to be based on sort of left-handed molecules.
Yeah, particles.
Where it could have worked completely symmetrically with right-handed molecules. Like, why did God actualize? Why did God wanted to create humanity? Why did He choose to make them left-handed rather than right-handed? Just seems like most theists are going to want to say they're not really committed to.
But I guess like the point here is that because it seems like we're both equally as reasonable to stipulate that they do disagree or to stipulate that they agree. I don't see how this helps us move the conversation.
You're asking isn't much of an obstruction in moving forward, because in failing to answer it robustly, I'm no worse off than theists are in ordinary, contexts outside of riddles of omnipotence or whatever. Like, in just, positing really basic things about God's decisions within the world. Like, just as God A prefers left-handed molecules for the same reason in the actual world, the real God, supposedly preferred left-handed molecules, and the God B prefers right-handed molecules for the same reason that in some other possible world, the Christian God preferred right in
to show that I can add in anything I want. Because look, they think just on their own, that's like basically the claim. Because contradictions cannot be resolved by adding things, correct?
I mean, I see where you're getting at.
So I just need a single account where if these conditions are true, then it's not impossible. That's it.
Okay, but again, I just don't see how you've done that, because specifying what happens in one world is not sufficient to decide possibility for things that are, modally complicated.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll stipulate that there's only ever one right thing to do in any given situation. God knows all the moral facts. God is perfectly rational, or like these beings. Sorry, I just didn't say God. And whatever they're directed towards, both beings are always directed towards the same thing. Okay, is there any problem with that?
Probably, but my brain is a little fatigued at the moment. We might have to pick up on this tomorrow after Thanksgiving.
Okay. You should talk to Ethan on it too, because I want to know what his thoughts are. Because he has the same powers view, and he thinks that. He actively said, these words escaped his mouth, that God can lie as in he possesses the powers, but there's no. It's impossible for him to lie.
Yeah, I'm guessing he'll just bite the bullet and say God has the power to do all sorts of crazy, impossible things. He just doesn't want to exercise it necessarily. And then just say, and then when I say, it seems pretty suspicious to have the power to make 1 + 1 = 3, he'll probably be like, I don't see a problem with it, as long as he doesn't actually ever do it. And then there will just be a kind of impasse.
Well, I definitely don't want to go that far. I want to make it somewhat reasonable, but I definitely don't see the issue with just two guys who have. It just doesn't even seem problematic for us. You have the power to stop me to do something, and I can do it. It's on its own doesn't seem problem.
Yeah, it's obviously not a problem for you and me to have choices that are completely reconciled. Whether it makes sense for us to be omnipotent on top of that is the issue, as opposed to something that's close to omnipotence but doesn't quite make the cut.
If it doesn't work with a single power, if we just have one power, which you could stop me, and you aren't, right? If that is a world we live in, I just don't see how this means that you I don't have that power right now. It's almost it actually reminds me of somewhat of the problem of evil, where it's kind of what he allows is different from what he could do. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Yeah, in this case, it's what you allow is different from what you can do.
You said what you allow is different from what you can do. What did I mishear?
No, yeah, it is.
I guess, usually because they're kind of orthogonal. Usually because I can do either one or the other, and it's just contingent when I choose. But that's not going to be enforced for, God's hidden powers, like the power to lie.
think of it like this in the case of like normal people. I have the power to stop my daughter from leaving the house, but I allow my daughter to leave the house. But she obviously possesses the power to leave my house because there she goes walking. Like, it seems like all of them are occurring in that situation.
Well, I mean, just as a minor footnote, I don't think the powers people want to say, you do in fact have the power to let your daughter leave the house. You have some distinct, more general notion of an ability, but powers are like much sparser than eventualities like your daughter leaving the house, but don't necessarily have that longer range effect. In most cases will result in you voicing the term, the sentence, you're allowed to leave the house now, daughter, etc. Or something along those lines, right?
Sure. But yeah, just make it make sense in your mind.
But I mean, usually, basically all of the intuitive cases, there's going to be some metaphysical possibility of you doing either one. And I think that's going to underscore a lot of our intuition about which powers you have. That's that sort of assumption that's being kicked out in the divine case.
Well, yeah, because it's perfectly efficacious. That way?
I guess. I'm not sure I know precisely. I know that term occurs in some sort of Alexander Proust article on omnipotence, but I don't remember. If you have his definition of perfect efficacy of will in mind, I don't remember what it is.
I don't really have anything. Just, if you will, an X occurs.
Yeah, that quantifies over.
I'm going to pick a case where it doesn't seem impossible on its own, but maybe you're going to try to make it, push it to that point. Is that right? Like, I have the power, I'm perfectly efficacious to keep the door shut and prevent my daughter from leaving, but I allow her to leave, and so the door she's able to open it. I can't hear you if you're talking.
No, I'm just not sure I have that much more to contribute.
Okay. Yeah, we can try that time. I used to be.
Your thanks for the discussion.
Yeah, thank you. Just so you know, hey, Andrew's not here.
Yeah,
I know you're wondering.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but thank you. I'll be
At least I hadn't heard him in a few hours.
Why does he just leave it there?
It draws people to the room. I think he knows that.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
MJ, did you read more on the power stuff?
No, I'll have to wait until I get done with my dumb writing samples. I'm trying to get this out. I have to have these done by the 3rd of December. So I'm having to
gotta work.
Rush a little bit, but it's in the queue.
Sure. It's whatever. If you don't want to read it at all, it's fine too.
Oh, no, I do want to read it, for sure.
Good, because you'll be the person I could probably talk to the most on it, because I don't really want to read much on it. I actually really don't find that stuff very interesting, even though obviously there's some stuff surrounding it that I find interesting.
I'll be this. I've got to go in a minute. Can I ask you one quick question on the scenario that you presented to me before?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. So you said about sort of one omnipotent being asking about about sharing the world, and I said no, and so right, okay. So if being A is not going to do anything at all, right? Okay, and being B is going to run everything. If being B decides to say that being A is unnecessary, because it is just not required anymore, is it able to destroy being A?
Assuming that they were contingent, then yes.
And being A wouldn't be able to do anything at all to stop its destruction.
Well, supposedly this gets a little tricky here.
The power to and choose not to.
This is sort of like what Mark said at the end there, is that you might be committed to things like bringing about impossible events, but you just never choose to enact them.
To think about it, I'll get back to you some other time. I've got to go now anyway.
I don't know if you're still there, Mark, but I bet, even though it sounds really weird, I think that there are lots of people who wouldn't be like that unhappy to say God can do anything. I mean, that seems fine.
I think in the Proust article where he and his co-author define perfect efficacy of will, they're like happy to bite the bullet and say, yeah, God can make 1 + 1 = 3. That's no problem.
Yeah. There's something, I think the idea initially is that when you think of anything, it's like, well, basically, like, could you even imagine it or something? I don't know, maybe this is a way to resolve both that intuition and both intuitions, I guess.
You think God?
Do you think that, there's something intuitive and unintuitive about it, I guess? I don't know.
Because I hesitate to say that would make him like impingently contingent.
Yeah, to his,
or maybe like temporarily necessary or something.
Well, those people who say God is beyond modality.
Not in the sense that we were talking about yesterday, but not.
It's the same people who say God doesn't exist.
Oh, the cloud of unknowing guys.
I don't know.
Can't predicate anything of them.
Yeah, more or less.
Does he have the potency to make himself such that if he were to try to make himself cease to exist, he would still exist?
Yes, he just doesn't want to. You just say yes, and it's like you have that extra caveat. I think that actually does solve it.
You should write a book that says that the title is "The Answer is Yes."
If there's a question about God's capabilities or his knowledge, just say yes. It exists, or it's called Yes Man.
Is there if he were to exercise a particular potency that would make him cease to exist,
the potencies that would allow him to bring himself back into existence? Are they still there, or is he gone?
I think they would be gone. I mean, like part of like our particulars of the object. But yeah, I think you'd be like, I mean, you could just say like, could this thing have the potency to make this object, including all its potencies, disappear?
So Humpty Dumpty would just never have to fall off the wall, so that potency is ever actualized.
Yeah. This is the true classical theism.
I can exercise the potency to make you cease to exist. If you're too lazy to block it before you notice what I'm doing. I would never do that to you, by the way.
I might have to do it too if you do something bad.
I guess, like if I wanted to be like this cosmic bully, you, I could maybe exercise all the potencies that I think are relevant for making you a Makir in terms of the range of the kind of potencies you can actualize, so that I kind of like, I back you into this Makir like a range corner where it's consistent with you just wanting to scratch your ear anyway, but I'm like, if you didn't want to just scratch your ear, there's nothing you could do about it. It's too late.
They're all gone now. We don't have them.
Now, if you want to do more stuff, ask me first, and I'll think about it.
I mean, there's so many good other reasons to think why there can't be two gods. That just like there's a problem of two omnipotent things. I mean, one is just like theoretically it would just be a terrible thing to say.
Multiplying or explanatory resources unnecessarily.
Yeah, literally, like you get like what do you get out of it?
It's more beautiful.
It would be really good if there was two good guys.
Look, I'm just talking about persons in one being. Okay.
You know, MJ, was someone's Haiti. Do you remember Haiti?
I used to talk to her, yeah.
She asked me something, and I gave her a response, and before I gave her like the kind of more typical response, I actually thought maybe this is a reason to think the Trinity is true. Within my own view. So she asked me, how does God know he's not a brain in a bat? I said I'm like more or less like an externalist about semantics. It's like the kind of causal, like they just wouldn't be meaningful to say. While that somewhat works, I think the right answer, at least on like the everyday idea of like how I understand this, is like there needs to be a group of people. And
that's like what Jimmy was saying too.
And then I was like, my God, because here's the thing. It has to be at least three. And the reason why it can't be two is the other person doesn't actually settle the disagreement. It has to be three.
Yeah, some principle of mediation or something.
Yeah. It's 2 against 1. You know, either we all agree, we all disagree, or one person has to fall in line. couldn't disagree. At least like not on like a X or not X. I mean, I guess it could be like an A or B or C, but I guess like in that case, if you're A, well, in that case, I guess they would have to be, depends on like what the proposition is. Maybe I can work it out, but I'll think about that, aren't you? Maybe in that case you just be agnostic, but obviously God wouldn't be agnostic. But if we're talking about like if God has like justifications and stuff, for anything that he is justified in, it would have to be on the basis of like that mutual group agreement too. That's really good. That's really, really. You better be fleshing out your ideas in writing. Get it out of your head. Yeah. I should write it down. Maybe I'll do some writing this week. I actually have a bunch of notes I've written down over some time. And I revisit them, I just forget about them. No. Don't tell me that, I'm gonna get mad. Gotta get it out of your head. Must. It is your duty. Oh, I should. I will. You know what? I will. I'll write it down this weekend. Don't make me forget that part though. I probably won't. There's like very little chance I'll forget that. I feel like this room should have like a Substack where everybody could like write something and then people can respond to it and it can like guide the conversations that happen in the room. People can comment and stuff. Or maybe not everyone can. Maybe you gotta earn it or something. But everybody can comment. Well, that's just the text chat. Not good enough. The Substack would be like the VIP line. Behind the paywall. Morning, Emma.
Morning. Sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you guys.
Well, I just could hear you talking, breathing. So I figured you might want to say something.
Yeah, I was gonna see how you were doing. Are y'all doing anything for Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I know. Turkey's in the oven.
That's good. We had a thing with friends last night. I was there real.
I bought my mom a better knife set than I have for Christmas, but I brought it over last week, and I was like, better use these for Thanksgiving and let me know how they are.
She's your beta sister, huh?
Yeah. Well, I have Japanese knives. These were German knives. I've never used German knives.
There's some really good things.
I got this Japanese knife. It is so sharp. It's like in this like wooden casing.
Do you guys think Damascus steel was a real thing?
Is a real thing? Yeah. You can see you can like literally see it.
I don't know when I was researching about it.
You guys think it's better? You guys think it's like better?
Yeah. Well,
that's a different question. I don't know if it's any better. I mean, it probably has different qualities to the metal than your typical rolled steel or cold forged or whatever. Mm-hmm. They're all going to have different chemical properties, but which one's better for knives, I don't know.
is reality not a nice segment? I've never heard it this quiet in this room. It's freaking me out.
Yeah, it's morning on a holiday, that's why.
Albedo, could I please have mods?
No.
Why not?
We're not supposed to give mods to people then. Like, only Andrew can give mods to people that aren't, like, the regulars.
Yeah. Didn't Andrew say that he trusts his mods to do whatever they want?
This was a new rule, first of all, but I don't think that was ever a rule to do that.
Oh, well, pretty sure it was, but...
I don't know.
But this specific thing was recently discussed, so... A person who shall not be named was doing naughty things.
Who, Converse?
He said they shall not be named. So even if you guess, you're not going to get a yes. But even still try. Oh God, not Megatron. I gotta.
Sins.
Or Lady of Sparrow.
Albedo, I did a whole anti-theistic room before. I think we should do that here.
You can argue for whatever you want, man. It's open right now.
Oh, cool. Okay. Well, I'll set the proposition. I think that religion is overall harmful, especially historically, and that probably the vast majority of the way that religion is interpreted and practiced is overall a net negative to the planet than positive.
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait.
Let me give you some pushback on that.
Go ahead, and then I'll give my evidence after.
All right. A meta-analysis of 50 studies show that those who are religious tend to engage in less crime compared to the non-religious. They engage in less drug abuse, less premarital sex, less divorce, and have higher rates of marital satisfaction, and also tend to be associated with less depression.
Can you link that, please, if you may?
Yeah, the study is called "If You Love Me, Keep My Commandments," a meta-analysis of 50 studies. A meta-analysis of studies on the relation between crime and religiosity.
So first I want to respond that number one, I think that all those are highly open to interpretation. I don't think it's a good thing necessarily to not have sex before marriage. You're framing that as if that's a good thing. To me, that looks like people are sex repressed and they're being encouraged to not go out and actually live their lives. But number two is that just in general, the church and state and religious legislation, this is completely fucked up, and those tend to be some of the worst human rights violations on the planet. So that's number one. But number two is that we conveniently skipped over like history of religion, right? And I think you'd probably even agree, Aga, that like if we measure historically the way religion's been interpreted and practiced, for sure that is a net negative and not a net benefit. If you want to argue against that, then like be my guest. But religion's been around for like 3,000 years or so, at least, in some organized form, and those years have been like nothing but like horror for the whole planet.
In response to your first point that that premarital sex is subjectively bad, sorry, merely subjectively bad, I can just point to the consequences of premarital sex. So premarital sex is highly correlated with birth out of wedlock or a single parenthood, raising a child in a single parent household. Now, being raised in a single parent household is the best predictor for negative social outcomes in the child. So, for instance, it's the best predictor for drug abuse, criminality, blah, 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 blah. In response to your second point, that certain countries, the more religious the country is, the worse it tends to do economically and socially. Well, when we look inside those countries and we look at the level of individuals, inside prosperous countries, individuals who are high in religiosity tend to engage in less crime compared to those low in religiosity. So at the individual level, the correlation reverses. And surely we should be looking at the individual level, not at the country level, because such analysis, I would argue that science and human rights, Christian countries, predominantly Christian nations were responsible for the development of the scientific process and for human rights innovations like ending slavery, blah, blah, blah. And certainly atheist countries have partaken in their own share of human rights abuses. So, for instance, the biggest genocides in the 20th century were carried out by atheist regimes. So I would say even looking at history doesn't support your assertion.
Okay, so number one, this argument really has to be like put to bed. The idea that like somehow the Stalin or Pol Pot or whatever, like these countries were quote atheistic. They lacked a belief in a God. But when I'm talking about atheism, I'm talking more about like
they were atheistic. Thanks for conceding with the point.
Which is that those countries, right, engaging in like the kind of like cult worship of their leader and a lot of superstitious nonsense and obviously like lack of human rights. That's not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about like well-being and secularism.
Can you define atheism for me?
Atheism is the lack of belief in gods.
Yeah, when you said those countries had a lack of belief in God, you're just like conceding they're atheistic. Thank you.
Yeah, that's irrelevant. That's like saying Hitler had a mustache, therefore mustache.
You're not just saying atheism is irrelevant. Religiosity and atheism is irrelevant to negative social outcomes.
No, what I'm saying is the fact that they happen to be atheists as well, that's not relevant to them being like anti-human.
Well, surely not relevant because I'm looking at the correlation between non-religiosity and religiosity and social outcomes. And if I point to countervailing evidence in which countries high in atheism have negative social outcomes, you can't just sweep that under the rug.
No, but what I can say is I can say that like
it's all right. I have a possible causal.
That would justify like burning women alive at the stake because they thought that they were witches, right? You don't have anything like that from atheism. Yeah, because atheism doesn't support.
Sure I do. Okay, here's the causal mechanism whereby atheism can increase social disorder or it can increase genocides. People who don't believe in God are less likely to believe in an afterlife and an infinite punishment for misdeeds. Believing in infinite punishment for misdeeds surely is a factor which decreases bad behavior or violence. Since atheism are unlikely to believe in this plausibly, they engage in higher levels of violence.
Yeah, but where are you getting the syllogism from? It's just not true.
What do you mean a syllogism. It's a causal it's a plausible. You're telling me Joseph Stalin, Mao Zedong, these are like the least violent people on the planet?
No, again, these are people who, in addition to lacking a belief in God, also had a bunch of other crazy beliefs that were not justified and not justified.
There you go. Yeah. So they're atheists. So you're telling me the correlation between their atheism comes down to other social factors. Well, I can just run the same argument for religion. I can see in history, whenever religious people misbehave, their behavior comes down to their social factor.
But here you can't, right? Because if I can show you the freaking Pope or some authority in Christianity literally writing, okay, everyone, I believe in witches because it says it in the Bible. Let's go out and kill the witches, right? That's not just correlative. That's actually fuck, this dude really believed what he was saying, and he was going out and murdering innocent people on the basis of his religious beliefs.
Yeah,
that's
and I can run the exact same argument for you.
And I have a lot more back.
And I can run the exact same parallel argument for atheism. I can demonstrate right now that atheists are less likely to believe in objective morals. They think, since morals cannot be part of the natural world, cannot be part of an atheistic world, or unlikely, or it doesn't really fit into the natural world, therefore objective morals don't.
Even if this is true, not believing in objective morals is not the same as murdering innocent people. The fact that atheists are open-minded and they acknowledge that there's no objective morals, it doesn't.
Nobody said beliefs are identical to actions, but beliefs guide action.
No, what I'm saying is I can demonstrate that people who were religious, they really believed they were doing something good, and when we look back, they were actually completely delusional.
Yeah, atheists were also believing they were doing something good, and they were completely delusional.
You cannot show me, right, anyone who's ever written a statement saying, since I'm an atheist, I'm going to go murder innocent people. Never happened. You have people who
Have you heard of the League of Militant Atheists? Those were people in France during the French Revolution. And also I don't have to show you explicit beliefs. I can just show you implicit beliefs that atheists have, which is likely to increase violence, such as non-belief in an afterlife, non-belief in a deity who punishes you forever, non-belief in objective morals.
First of all, these syllogisms are not you can make a valid argument, but that doesn't mean it's sound. So just saying, it's more likely, you don't actually know this. Like I told you, I'm not giving you reasonable that an atheist
giving you some data and causal mechanism.
Yeah, but the point is that at the end of the day, when you look at the actual data right now, right, modern day times, you tried to hand wave when I pointed out that all the best countries to live in are non-religious countries. So your whole fear mongering here of when you're not religious, you're going to start killing people and you don't care and you become nihilistic. This is not borne out by the actual data, right? You can look at it.
Sure, the point is there's meta-analysis of 50 studies which show that there's a correlation between non-religiousness and violence.
Okay, Japan is a highly irreligious society. It has literally the lowest. It has the lowest crime rate on the planet. Some of the lowest crime rates on the planet.
Do you have a meta-analysis of making sense? Well, you can't look at a country level because at the country level, countries are going to differ by multiple variables. So there's going to be many different variables which differ between countries which affect crime rates. Like, for instance, here's an example. Religious countries tend to have much more young people, while young people tend to commit the overwhelming majority of crime. Okay, here's another factor. In highly developed nations, less people identify as religious because a large percentage of the population expects some material benefit from their religion, okay? So in a non-religious country, they have less reasons to behave or identify as religious. There you go, two confounding variables. So we should be looking at the individual level where we compare same cultures, same demographic variables. One person differs in religiousness. One person's high religious, the other person is an atheist. That's how we should be comparing, whether atheism or determining whether atheism leads to violence or not.
Well,
you're doing this naive univariate analysis where you expect that at a country level, you can, based on correlations at a country level, you can determine whether some factor is tied to violence and extremism or not.
But what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying it's the sole variable. I'm saying it's a very significant one. And certainly historically, certainly historically, you can see this in the way that like the governing bodies justified like horrific acts of violence and torture, which they literally like explicitly referred to their religious texts and beliefs. But even if you think that, okay, oh, that was in the past, and you acknowledge that point, and you think, oh, nowadays it's different. Nowadays religion is like more calm and it's more open-minded, and now it's actually beneficial. But anytime you point to a benefit, like if you say, number one, I don't know, like you believe God's watching out for you, all of these, and you believe you're less stressed or whatever, all of these things, you have to acknowledge that even if it's true, that they're useful, that's just an argument from pragmatism. It doesn't make it true. So you can say that religion is good for society.
What is the topic we're discussing right now?
He just conceded to the argument.
What is the topic we're discussing right now? It's that is religion or atheism more useful to society, or what leads to better societies? And just to respond point by point, because they seem to be galloping, people who are not religious tend to engage in more crime. Second, you said that religious people explicitly refer to their texts when committing such violence. Okay, I can say the same thing about atheists. Atheists have historically referred
to... They don't have texts. Atheists don't have texts. That doesn't make sense.
Just want to finish, Abe. Atheists have specifically referred to their atheistic beliefs when committing violence. So, for instance, they said, oh, look at these stupid religious people. They're just like misleading. They're keeping people in abject poverty. It's just much better to kill these people. Third, there's a high correlation between atheism and violence. As we look back to the history of the 20th century, that's just immediately obvious. Fourth, you don't have to explicitly refer to your beliefs for it to be a causal mechanism or a causal factor in determining your behavior. So, for instance, you can just lack of a belief in something, and it can spur you to violence. So, for instance, like if you don't believe you're ever going to get caught, it's a lack of a belief in getting caught. It just means you're more likely to commit violence. In the same way, atheists don't believe that there's infinite punishment for sins, which can...
You're not going to get caught?
No, they become more desensitized and eventually...
Yeah, in the case of the atheists, they're going to believe they're not going to be punished. Okay. What's your point, Albedo?
I wouldn't want to do it on the lack. I would want to say it's on the basis of they do believe something.
Yeah, and the atheist believes that they're not going to be punished after death.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing I would say is the causal.
Yeah, there you go. So causal mechanisms don't have to be explicitly stated by the person. Sorry, I meant causal mechanisms are not just what is explicitly stated by the person, they can be implicit beliefs.
Yeah, but you're in the unenviable position of having to demonstrate inherent beliefs which don't leave any type of trace or trail or scripture. Whereas I could easily point to a link between people doing horrific acts in the 1400s, let's say, and the way they justified that with their religious belief. So at the very least, we have tended to be violent, right? In many ways, I kind of agree with that. But what I'm talking about in modern times is secular humanism, which, again, as a secular humanist, I would not agree with the idea of those people in the 1800s saying, oh, kill religious people because they're dumb and we got to get used, justifying their violence through various philosophies. It's not the same as me talking about atheism / secular humanism. I'm talking more about secular humanist country ever. The closest we've gotten is in modern times is like the less religious countries now. And they're not...
The values of secular humanism and the values of the Enlightenment spurred the French Revolution, and the French Revolution was profuse with violence, specifically secular violence against religious people. Second, I can demonstrate the causal mechanism between implicit beliefs and violence. So the way you can demonstrate that is through priming studies. Priming people with God concepts or supernatural concepts has been shown to increase self-control, and priming people with deterministic beliefs, as in your thoughts are just like determined, all that exists is the natural world, has been shown to increase cheating behavior and decrease self-control. Which makes plausible sense, because if you believe in determinism, you might believe that you have no self-control over your behavior, and then you're less likely to engage in, inhibit whatever impulses you have. And third, there's a very strong correlation between atheism and violence. So for instance, like I showed, the meta-analysis of 50 studies show that non-religious adults tend to engage in more crime. Second, atheists tend to score higher in scales of sociopathy and dark triad personality. Atheists tend to rate other atheists as being high in dark triad. What's the last thing I wanted to say? Well, I think that's enough.
But isn't he going to always appeal to pragmatism? So he's never going to delete religion, right? He already conceded that. He already admitted to that. So he's not, even on the Abe's view, you're never going to get rid of religion. You're always going to use the aspects, using pragmatism.
That didn't make sense. But the point is this. I don't know why you keep repeating non-religious people tend to be more violent. If you look at like rates of incarceration.
Because there's a meta-analysis of 50 studies and I decided it. That's why.
Okay, but I need to see what you're talking about, because it doesn't make any sense. The overwhelming majority of people who are incarcerated tend to be religious.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
I think it's up there.
No, I mean, a meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials is the highest. It's the best form of evidence you can
if it's done correctly and peer-reviewed and reproducible and so on and so forth.
Okay, I'm gonna write 2 meta-analyses here on the effect of religiousness on crime.
But before you, my last point is, you're essentially arguing we should lie to people that a God exists because it makes them less likely to cheat. It's basically what you're doing.
Okay. No, remember we're discussing what is more socially, what leads to greater social benefit. Atheism. Yeah, and you said atheism clearly believes that atheism leads to more social benefits. Okay, I'm countering that.
Hold on. But being beneficial, to me, means, as the principles of secular humanism, not lying to your citizens that a God is watching them and that's why you shouldn't cheat. But go ahead.
Well, I'm merely approaching this subject from a consequentialist perspective, like what leads to better social outcomes. Okay, so it's called, If You Love Me, Keep My Commandments, a meta-analysis of the effect of religion on crime, Journal of Research in Crime and Delinquency. Do religious beliefs and behaviors deter criminal behavior? Results of this meta-analysis show that religious beliefs and behaviors exert a moderate deterrent effect on individuals' criminal behavior. Okay? So, yeah. Now, if you're going to say that religiousness is associated with more crime, you need to provide evidence of that, like countervailing evidence that undermines this meta-analysis.
I'll just bring down a whole list of all the worst human rights violations that are currently in modern society.
Okay, what about the Ukrainian pogroms? What about the Mao's China? What about I don't know? I can point to a Pol Pot killing millions of his own citizens.
I just said right now in modern society.
Okay.
There's nothing that's overwhelmingly, but there's.
Besides North Korea and China, but we know China condones human slavery, and we know North Korea is not the paragon of atheistic secular ethics.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this is the point. There's never been an actual secular humanist country yet, but there are countries that come close to it. some of the most non-religious ones are like Japan, Finland, Denmark,
fallacy. Remember social outcomes when I pointed to all the evidence, you switch to a different subject, which is secular humanism, and you just assert, oh, well, look, these countries are misbehaving, they're atheistic, but it doesn't matter because none of them were secular humanists.
Gotta love it.
I didn't say it doesn't matter, I said it's just not the case. The point is this: the closer a country comes to being secular humanist, overall, the better off they usually are. And that's something. What do you think we can demonstrate?
Humanism is some sort of esoteric philosophy in the halls of academia. It's not like it's a philosophy, a moral philosophy widely adopted by people. So the assertion that the closer a country comes to secular humanism, the better off it is, simply not borne out in any sort of real world evidence or data.
That literally is like it's funny. I was just thinking about that. He's not going to eliminate like the Torah laws in banking system, right? And lending money. He's just talking about one aspect of society, which, you know what, I will agree with him. There are some secular views that are better now than they were before because of religion, right? So I have to concede on that. But he's not wiping away the entire system of the values that religion has to show. And that with the Torah, I mean, I'm just saying the banking system, it's going to be difficult to extract. You won't, because it's practical. You won't remove things like that. So it's always going to be part of society.
I have no clue why you think the banking system is based on the Torah.
Now, if you want to discuss whether atheism is true or not, we can discuss that too. But I thought we were discussing which produces better societies.
Yeah. So but I wanted to stick on this for a moment because would you agree that historically, not modern society, like 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, would you agree that like you can literally you don't have to be a historical scholar. You could just thumb through like a history book, and it's literally just, and on this year, religious people were killing religious people, and on this year, religious people were burning alive other religious people, and that goes on for a good 1,000 years at least. So, do you acknowledge that that's like a causal link between people's insane superstitious beliefs and their like radical violent behavior?
Is he misusing this social development? Yeah, that's what he's doing.
The way we establish causal links is not just like looking at correlation. We look at whether the cause precedes the effect. What is the robustness of the correlation? As in, if you get rid of the one of the variables, does the other variable decrease? Let's just look at that.
Apologetics is so wild. Like, I can literally show you,
just let me finish. This is not apologetics. It's called Bradford Hill criteria. Like, it's just like a secular criterion for establishing causation between two variables.
Is the causation good enough if the fucking Pope himself says, like, we need to get rid of all the witches, go burn them? Is that a good enough?
The causation good enough if he would be arrested. If dictator himself says we need to get rid of religious people.
The Pope would get arrested if he's promoting violence like that.
No, it's not a good enough one because, again, nothing in secular humanism supports that.
We're discussing atheism, right? There are things in secular humanism doesn't give you, like, very good, what's the word? Secular humanism is not even a coherent ideology. It doesn't tell you what you ought to do in certain circumstances.
My God.
That depends on your presuppositions. Because
secular humanism is a naturalistic worldview informed by a lot of different things, primarily science and empiricism.
Okay. I can discuss secular humanism, but it seems like you're pushing the goalposts. When all your assertions are refuted, you just moved on to a different subject.
It's not refuted. My point is this. If you have to paint me every time I talk about secular humanism, and you try to push me into a box with like Stalin or Mao because they were atheists, that's missing my point. I don't support what they did. So it's trying to strawman me whenever you try to like say I'm like that. I don't support what they did, and I don't support what the religious people did either.
Well, I don't think you support what they do either. So why are you doing the same? I mean, it's like you both are doing the same thing.
Well, both doing the what thing. I'm not doing the thing. Okay, I cited a meta-analysis of 50 studies. I cited research that priming God concepts can increase self-control and decrease certain forms of immoral behavior. I cited evidence. He did nothing of that sort. He cited some country-level correlation.
Well, it's just the idea that Albino, when he said we're both doing it, I'm certainly not like arguing that Aga would support burning witches. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that his religious beliefs have changed and evolved almost primarily because of breakthroughs in secularism and humanism and science. If science and all this stuff didn't come along, religious people would still probably be burning witches. They'd be that delusional. They would think that there's like demons and spirits and devils. The thing that got them out of it wasn't their religion. They were rescued by secularism. So,
okay, well, no, okay. If you want to discuss that topic, I can, but I wanted to respond to something you said previously, which is, the mere correlation between violence and religiousness establishes a causal link. Well, no, the way you establish causal links is you look at the robustness of the relationship. So, for instance, you examine if you get rid of the religiousness variable, does violence go down? Well, apparently it does not, because you look at the 20th century, even without religion, violence levels were as high or even higher compared to when they were religious. Now, respond to what you said, that secularism lifted humanity out of the crutches of religion or ignorance. No, false. In fact, religious people came up with the scientific method. So Francis Bacon formalized the scientific method, and religion was crucial, instrumental in the formalization of the method. Specifically, and you can look at this historically, the reason why the scientific method developed in Christian countries as opposed to somewhere else is because Christians believe that God has free choice in creating the natural world, and therefore, as opposed to the Greeks, they didn't try to derive natural facts a priori from the armchair, because, God's, from knowledge about God, you can't derive what type of natural world might exist. So they thought, no, you have to go out into the natural world and actually observe it in order to find out what it's like. And that's why Christianity, that's one of the instrumental factors why the scientific method developed in Christian countries as opposed to somewhere else.
This is a very broad stroke interpretation. I don't think that's true. I also don't think it's true that you said just because the fact that some of the people who contributed to like scientific methodologies were religious. First of all, that's kind of unfair. Everybody was religious back then to some degree, or they identified as such because you basically couldn't come out of the closet.
Just like they are today.
You had to be religious. Because it excluded religious belief. Even if Bacon or whatever was religious, the way they set up the methodology about mathematics and evidence and reproducibility, all of that completely excludes any type of like a priori assumption, dogmatism, that is like the bedrock of religious belief. So, yeah, I think there's like this fundamental difference between the two.
Well, although I agree the scientific method excludes certain, well, actually, that's not even true. The scientific method does not exclude supernatural explanations. So people have tried to test, the existence of a vital force. So like a force in the universe, like a life force. The reason why people came up with this specific method is because they thought God would create an intelligible world. So they thought God is rational, and therefore he would create an intelligible world. And you can't a priori derive what type of world he's going to create, because he has free choice in creating whatever he wants to create. And therefore, you should observe the natural world. So the foundational beliefs of Christianity were instrumental in the development of the scientific process.
Yeah, again, I just think that's kind of unfair. Saying that it was developed, it was like a factor. It was a factor in everything, because since religion had all the power and all the money, they like supported. Like, you could easily try to make the argument the way you're arguing, and you could say, "Oh, all the great art was because of Christianity," but that's not true. It's just true because Christians had all the money, so they became the sponsors for all the great artists.
Why do you think Christians have all the money? Do you think it's because Christianity
from their people, because they exploited the ignorant
Christianity
masses?
leads to thriving societies? Is that why they had all the money?
Because they exploited the ignorant masses. That's how they got the money. And also doing crusades. That's how they got the money too.
Why can't you just say the Jews are rich because they're God's chosen people? Why can't you?
And also accusing people of being witches. Whereupon, after they murdered them and burnt them at the stake, they took all their assets and divided it up in between the church. So
well, now you're just saying that Christianity led to economically prosperous societies, and therefore that's why science developed in such a
It developed, like I said, because once you have a church that's fabulously wealthy, they're going to give back crumbs, and they're going to sponsor artists and scientists, and that's just what they did. The Catholic Church, let's say, one of the most powerful organizations in human history and on the planet right now, completely tax-free, by the way, which is unforgivable. The fact that they, commissioned works of art and the Sistine Chapel or whatever, and all this. How do we spend this money as like a reinvestment into our own scam? So yeah, saying that they supported some scientists and that they supported artists or whatever, this is not an argument that they like contributed. They didn't even know what the fuck they were doing. Most of the Christian in history, Christians had opposition towards science. That's the reason they fought, burning people at the stake. They burned scientists at the stake. Giordano Bruno, they killed him. They almost killed Galileo, but he had to apologize, and then they just put him under house arrest for the rest of his life. This is not an organization that is benevolently manufacturing and supporting science and art. This is a completely ridiculous interpretation of the events.
I'm pretty sure now at this point you're just conceding the argument. The argument is, the idea is that Christianity was responsible for producing the scientific method, because Christianity produces economically prosperous societies, and economically prosperous societies then have time and resources to invest into other pursuits like art, science, and so forth. Thank you.
That is not what I said. What I would say is Christianity produces extravagantly wealthy organizations like the church.
Yeah,
which they used and extracted and sucked out all the resources of the people.
You got that Judaism to that? Yeah.
That's not society. The church is not society. That's just the church. But I will acknowledge that once the church existed and they had a bunch of money, they tended to support patrons of the arts and sciences in spite of them being a church. They didn't even know what the fuck they were doing half the time. They were just doing it because they were like, oh yeah, we need a nice building. And they were like, oh yeah, all the smart people are discovering cool stuff. Let's just help them. But they only helped them when it was helping them with their dogmatic beliefs. The moment what the scientists discovered went against the dogmatic beliefs, that the Earth wasn't actually the center of the solar system, then they weren't fucking very supportive, were they?
It's the center of the observable universe. You're not really saying anything. But at the same time, what about Jews being good with finance? Are you going to blame them for being religious?
I can't follow your non sequitur stuff, so just gotta finish that.
It's a little too advanced for you. That's why. I understand what you're saying. I'm listening to the words you're saying.
It is kind of too advanced for him because he keeps conceding the point. The point is, he thinks Christianity leads to economic prosperity, which then trickles down to the sciences and the arts, and that's why science and art developed mostly in Europe.
I didn't say Christianity supports economic prosperity. Again, you're misrepresenting my position.
Christianity
I didn't say economic prosperity. It grows and gains money in the same way that when like a cancer feeds off other cells, it gets bigger. Yes,
there you
that's
go.
what happens.
You're proving the point again. What do you call the accumulation of wealth besides economic prosperity, Abe?
Theft.
Okay, you might call it theft. What is there to steal from unless you, the surrounding, unless you can tax people?
They did tax people.
Yes.
Do you not think that when you have a population of incredibly ignorant, superstitious, and broken peasants, and you literally preach to them that extra ecclesiam nunc salus, that outside of the church there is no salvation, you must come, confess your sins to us, and then give us money, and then you'll be forgiven. Do you not think that had an effect over 2,000
Hello comes Protestantism, and then America is established. I mean,
of course it had an effect. People gave them money, but what do you think? Like poor peasants can give you a lot of money? Like obviously there had to be some society. There had to exist society with
thousands of people giving money, and then they took the money. And then they bought land with it, and the land went up in value. Do you know the Catholic Church is one of the biggest?
Why do you think the land goes up in value unless it exists in some prosperous society?
Because of inflation. That's why. It can go up even
my
when
God,
you're just sitting there.
that would make it. That would devalue it.
Let me get this straight. So here's your hypothesis why Christianity, science developed mostly in Christian nations. It's because the Catholic Church stole money from people, which led to widespread inflation, and then widespread inflation allowed the Catholic Church.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. I didn't say why. I didn't say
it's a possible scenario, though.
It happened. Science happened to come about in the modern form in like European / Christian nations. That doesn't mean it came about because of Christianity. Like I said, it came about in spite of it. You can't say it's from Christianity when the church itself was oppressing scientists and censoring them. And
again, the church didn't oppress scientists. They oppressed certain scientists and certain particular views. But I can point to the correlation.
That's not very scientific.
The causal mechanism.
I mean, I can even admit it. But
wait.
Do we switch to that now? No, we don't.
Well, the reason I'm saying Christianity was responsible for the scientific method is because I'm first looking at the correlation, and second, I'm looking at the causal mechanisms. So the correlation is that the scientific method developed in Europe, and it was mostly developed by Francis Bacon and Descartes and all these like religious people who weren't like closet atheists. They wrote extensively on theology. And second, the causal mechanisms. Okay, first of all, Christianity leads to prosperous societies. Prosperous societies can have a lot of free time on their hands, or a lot of people in prosperous societies have free time on their hands, which they can devote to pursuit of the natural world and to the arts. Second, specifically, the people who developed the scientific method said that the reason why you have to look at the natural world is because God has free choice, and therefore you can't know the natural world just a priori from sitting in an armchair. So it was specifically religious doctrines which sparked them, or which motivated them to develop these methods.
Yeah, that's highly speculative. I just want to say, Albedo, can I give you something to link on the top?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Hold on, I'm going to send it to you. For anyone who's interested in this kind of topic, I'm just going to give Albedo a link. He's going to post it. It's basically a site that has like good sources of history, badnewsaboutchristianity.com. So you can take a look at that if you want to know more about like the horrific history that Christians have, and Christian quote morality. Like that's actually what I think is probably the most egregious, the fact that we're in the year 2025 and like religion is still looked at as a source of morality. You know, the idea that you can just like shorthand go to someone on the street and say like, oh, as a Christian, or I'm a Christian, therefore X, Y, Z. And the idea that if I went on the street and I'd be like, as a secular humanist atheist, I'm gonna bite any of the history.
Yeah, but we allow it. We want people to record.
There has been a study on this.
Those bad times in Christianity. They're promoted. We don't try to erase the past or cover mistakes. You can look back at this book and say, yes, this was.
You're censoring it. I'm glad you're open about it, but I'm just saying, like, it is a fact of the history, and we can't erase it. We wouldn't want to erase it.
Why Christians promote rooms like this so that atheists like yourself can have their objections.
Yes, I'm glad that in the year 2025, finally, we can have rooms that talk about religion without people being burned at the stake. That's very impressive. I am impressed.
Yeah, I still care about your well-being, even though we don't.
Wait, I want to respond to something you said. So there's an interesting fact that there's a study which looked at dark triad traits in atheists versus religious people, and how likely are different people to judge atheists versus religious faces as being dark triad. And even atheists that tended to rate other atheists as being high in dark triad and sociopathic traits.
I don't know what you're saying. You're saying you can diagnose somebody with the dark triad traits by looking at their face? That doesn't make sense.
The judgments of dark triad and actually possessing such traits. You can't like 100% diagnose somebody. What I'm saying is even atheists rated other atheists as being high in dark triad.
Okay, but why is that relevant? We're trying to question whether it's true, not whether it happened. Even if they rated them as that, was it true?
Sure. Okay, there's a different study which shows that atheists tend to score higher in sociopathic traits.
I don't know what you're bringing down here.
And I mean, you don't have monkeys, blah blah blah, bullying people, abusing people.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Don't you think that's a societal thing, though?
And I think you'd agree. I think you'd agree, even as much as we've argued. I've never done that to you.
I think that's a societal problem.
You've never done it to me, right? But plenty of atheists have called black people subhuman monkeys.
Yeah, those people, I don't care about them either because they're not secular humanists. Like, I don't agree with them doing that. So it's completely not my position.
Do you think secular humanism gives you like this inviolable guide to how you ought to act in certain circumstances?
Yes, I never said it was inviolable. I said it was the best one we had. And you can see by my conduct the fact that I've never called you subhuman or spoke to you in that way. Like, I actually do that. I'm not just talking about it. I don't give a fuck if you're quoting some wacko, sadist on Clubhouse who calls people subhuman. I'm talking about actual secular humanism and the principles that are involved in that philosophy. So that's what I'm espousing, and that's what I'm saying is good for society.
We can discuss secular humanism because I think secular humanism is just a vacuous philosophy. It's basically the idea that you can get an ought from an is.
Well, it can't be vacuous if I'm literally saying that that is what I'm saying is better for society. Like, it has literally beneficial, valuable effects on human well-being.
Okay, there's no evidence of that because there's no society which is secular humanist, or there's not even a society in which a sizable percentage of people are secular humanists. Second, so what is secular humanism to begin with? Secular humanism is based on tendentious presuppositions like, oh, you can just get an ought, what you should do, from purely descriptive scientific facts.
No, that's not. See, that's a misunderstanding of secular humanism. The basis of secular humanism is, number one, it's basically the idea of a materialistic universe, right? It's the universe that we're in right now. It affirms our ability to live meaningful lives without any type of supernatural / God beliefs whatsoever. That's it. That's secular humanism. Now, there are many different types of moral subjectivists because I don't see any way that you can objectively ground morals or ethics in a universe. But that doesn't matter because the fact, the whole philosophy of secular humanism, you're saying you can't get an ought from an is. I'm never saying I could get an ought from an is. I'm saying saying that I believe morals are subjective, and that's it.
Okay, is secular humanism merely the assertion that morals are subjective and meaning is subjective?
No, secular humanism is the assertion, like I said before, it is a materialistic worldview that is informed by primarily science, also art and humanism and secularism, and it primarily says that we as human beings, we can live our lives happy and fulfilled without referencing any type of supernatural beliefs whatsoever. That's it.
Okay. Well, I mean, atheists tend to be, and this is like plenty of research which attests to this, is that atheists tend to be much more depressed, much more likely to be suicidal, blah, 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 blah. Now you're telling me that this is like naturalistic framework which allows atheists to live as meaningful lives as religious people do. Okay, first of all, what's the evidence? And second, what is the causal mechanism which is conducive towards this particular goal?
So here's the thing, it's funny the way you word it. The idea that we're not going to do broad brush strokes here. There are millions of religious people who are depressed, okay? It's not like religion has this magic bullet or, magical meaning that you just become religious and you're you're just happy.
Of course, because there are millions more religious people compared to atheists. I'm talking about per capita. If you look at an atheist, atheists are significantly more likely to be depressed. Okay, you're saying there's a framework, naturalistic framework, which can counteract that. Okay, tell me the details of this particular framework besides saying it just says, oh, you can't have meaning without God. Okay, well, when you put that to practical uses, apparently the outcome is that it doesn't really work. If you think it does, provide the evidence.
Yeah, sure. I mean, although it's going to start looking like, are you asking for my anecdotal evidence in the same way that you ask a religious person,
No, I'm looking for studies. I can provide you studies that atheists tend to be much more depressed. They tend to have more mental disorders, and they tend to be more sociopathic. And I'd like to provide I just want to say something.
This whole time I've been talking to you, you've kept saying studies. You've quoted about 10 studies. I haven't seen one of them. But I meant paste it in the chat. But the point is, regardless, human beings themselves, whether they're religious or not, they tend to have, their rates of depression have climbed worldwide for everybody, whether you're religious or not.
And that's because society is becoming more and more secular.
Well, it's for a variety of variables, but the point is that saying that, atheists are depressed, therefore, or secular humanists are depressed, therefore secular humanism is bad. You can't get out of this because I could do the same exact argument in a mirror version against religion. I could say, you become religious, you're going to get depressed. Because humans are generally prone to depression.
Abe, you really can't, because studies show that religious individuals are much less likely to be depressed compared to atheists. Okay, so you can't say, well, once you become religious, you're likely to become depressed. No, sorry.
No, because the arguments for look, religion is not wholly good. There are religious people who literally have psychotic breakdowns because they fear hell and they can't get it out of their head. And that's all from religion, because you never have secular humanists breaking down from hell in that same sense if they don't have the belief.
What are you talking about? That's likely to have religious delusions if you have suffered from schizophrenia.
No, but I'm just saying normal people who don't have schizophrenia, but they're brought up believing in hell.
Yeah, but normal people are not going to have delusions Or are you defining all religious beliefs as delusions now?
Not all, but almost all.
Are you saying eternal punishment for sins is now a delusion, and therefore secular humanists do better because they don't believe in it?
That's for sure true.
Okay, so why are they more depressed and more likely to commit suicide?
So that's a separate sociological question. That has nothing to do with the belief itself.
Same question, man. You're saying there's this single variable called religiousness and belief in eternal punishment, which is responsible for worse. So you say, well, that's a separate question. I'm just raising a different subject.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that I'm not saying that secular humanism is the answer to everything and that it'll absolutely cure your depression 100%.
I think obviously true, in spite of all the evidence I presented, which is atheists tend to be more depressed, more suicidal, more likely to abuse drugs, more sociopathic. Non-religious people are more likely to have a divorce, have less marital satisfaction, more likely to engage in premarital sex, blah, 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 blah.
And again,
You're telling me it's obvious that secular humanism is better?
Yes, because even things you're bringing down, you're
delusional, man. I don't know what else.
You're interpreting them in such a way. You're saying like staying married is better than getting divorced. It might be the case that getting divorced is better than being married, and like religious people stay married for way longer. And
Forget about divorce. Forget about divorce. Like presumably, we agree that like drug abuse is bad. We agree that crime is bad. We agree that what else? Suicide is bad. Depression is bad.
Yeah, but the point is, I said before, even if it was true, which I'm not convinced it's true, and Angie wanted you to post the links in the chat, but the point is that lying to people and telling them that God is watching you, and he's like, just has a camera on you 24/7, and somehow that's going to make you happier in your life. There is always a yin and a yang to it. That's not couched out. You can find a bunch of religious people who are incredibly depressed and they can't deal with their lives and they believe in exactly what you're talking about, the Christian God. So that's kind of my basic point. But if you want me to go more into secular humanism, just kind of explain it to people, I don't want to do that. By the way, Aga, if you want to check out the link.
I don't know what Aga's response is to the witchcraft issue that you brought up, Abe. I don't think I didn't hear his response to that.
What are you asking, Chris?
Yeah, you made this point about religious people in some hundreds of years ago used to like call people witches and kill them. And I don't know what Aga's response was to that. I was waiting for his response. I don't think he ever said anything about that.
Yeah, he tried to like say that it wasn't. Yeah, Aga, you want to respond to that?
Sure. Yeah. I think the point behind that fact or bringing up that fact was that religion has causal mechanisms which drive violence. So, for instance, many atheist dictators specifically said that religion is a poison. They want to wipe it out, and then they proceeded to kill religious people. So yes, if you for any misdeeds carried out by religious people in the name of religion, I can just point to misdeeds carried out by atheists in the name of atheism.
In those days, let me carry on. In those days, if it was true that religion was so erratic, they were calling people witches and killing them and wanting to kill them, wouldn't an atheist be right to say, oh, we're going to fight back, this is irrational, maybe we're going to kill them too if they're going to be killing witches? So, but the theist is the one being crazy here, calling people witches and wanting to kill them when they've done nothing wrong. The atheist, even if they did have this belief that religion was poison, they would be right. So there's a difference. You're trying to say you flipped it, but I don't think you've actually really flipped it.
Well, I think you're missing the point. The point is simply was that there's causal mechanisms which drive violence in both atheists and religious people. Now, which one's worse? Yes, there's a stronger correlation between violence and atheism. And I have a meta-analysis of 50 studies showing that non-religiousness is associated with increased crime rates.
No, you've gone back to the modern sect because this article you're reading is modern. It's like religion as practiced now. Maybe I might want to grant you that maybe it's true. They have less dispersion, they have less whatever. But I'm interested in that one. Like we can come back to this one later. Maybe you're even right. But when you want to say it's equivalent, if it brings up witches, you can just bring up atheists can kill religious people just because they're religious. I'm saying it's not equivalent.
Swords cuts both ways. I can point to the historical injustices carried out by atheists. So, okay, who cares?
Isn't it like
religious people have done a lot of things? Atheists have done even more horrible things.
Isn't the point? Isn't the point about the degree of religiosity? Because it's like there's like the idea, like for instance, like if you're some fair-weather theist, or if you're fair-weather Christian or Muslim, whatever. I don't want to say pious because that connotes a level of peacefulness. I mean, like if you're someone who's let's just say very, very committed or something, you're a strict adherent. I think I have the intuition that you're likelier to be more violent in that respect. I was right in that instance.
Sorry, being more committed to something leads to greater violence. Is that the idea?
Yeah, as in so when you let's say a lot of people have the intuition or the suspicion that if someone's a fundamentalist or something, they're almost more committed to their religion. They're just someone who is a Christian in name only, right? Or at the very least, someone who claims to believe, but maybe isn't as strict about how they practice the religion. And you can allow the religion to influence their life more. It's also an interesting thing, to take that rather than people who are cultural Christians, because it's in what way, in terms of their actual beliefs, how much do they differ from the secularist?
Well, this is definitely false. So this is definitely false. So there have been studies on this which compared intrinsic versus extrinsic religiosity. So intrinsic religiosity are people who said religion is the most important thing to them in their lives. And the higher you are in intrinsic religiosity, the less likely you're to engage in crime.
Where's the evidence for that?
Yeah, let me just finish making the research, and then I'm going to provide the evidence.
There's this study like that.
The lower you are in intrinsic religiosity, the more likely you are to engage in horrible behavior.
Yeah. Find out that define study, please.
That's interesting. That's only intuition I have, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's no problem.
I'm kind of surprised you guys are not even aware of these studies.
I am aware.
If you sort of cursory research of the subject, you should have come across it.
I haven't done any research.
I am aware.
Yes, of course you haven't done any research. But you're making...
Oh, is my mic muted?
No, just calm down.
Yeah, Tom Holland, Glenn Slipper saying religion is true. Now they're saying religion is beneficial. And they have these books, and there are these studies saying, if you look at Jones, what was his name? Inspired philosophy as well. This is the style of arguments as well. And he has papers to this effect saying they've studied it, that if you're intrinsically religious, they kind of carried out these studies and found out that their depression is less, they're happier, they're blah, 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 and stuff like that. So I'm aware.
I just don't want to pass by this point without kind of driving it home. The idea that Aga's saying that he can point to some correlation between world leaders who committed horrific human rights crimes and they happen to be atheist. That's very different. Like I said, when you look at Stalin and Pol Pot and Mao, they were really superstitious. Okay, many human beings. But the point is that that is a correlation and them saying, I'm justifying murdering people because of whatever reason they gave. Their reason was bullshit, and it made no sense, and it was not secular or logical in any way. Whereas when I can show you not just a correlation, I can literally show you the fucking head of the Catholic Church writing their, I forgot the word, but their little papal notes, the papal bulls, I forgot what they're called. And they literally say, like, oh yeah, like, witches are the worst thing. They're an existential threat to society. We need to get rid of them right now. I'm giving full authority to all my inquisitors to go out and torture the fuck out of everybody until we find every last one. And this is because Jesus said, and it says in the Bible, don't suffer a witch to live. And this is all because of their religion. Like, that is a fucking perfectly in the middle of the target causation for religion bringing violence. Now, the best you can do is to say, yeah, but there's kind of a correlation also for non-religious. Like, there's a huge difference here, even if I accept that Pol Pot and Stalin were atheists.
Again, some of these atheists that were like killing religious people, those were the times when religion meant that they could do crusades. The religious could like oppress other people because of their religion. Religion was doing evil things. So if we had someone that said, oh, religion is bad, we need to wipe them out, they're doing something a little different than someone who's just calling people witches with no evidence. And Aga's trying to say that they're like equivalent. The person that's actually saying religion, we need to push back, we need to like maybe fight back because they might do crusades, they might do this, they'll say chosen people, they'll slaughter everybody, let's resist this. I'll say they're actually being rational, but the one just calling people witches, that's crazy.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think you're tracking the point. The point was merely to show that there's certain causal mechanisms which might spur.
Can you just respond to my point though about the causal point?
Sorry, I wasn't.
No, before please let him do with me a little bit. I listened to you talk like an hour. So, because he's trying to say there's some points I'm not getting, but can you really, I know you were trying to say that Abe, to respond to Abe, to say that, you recast Abe's argument as if he were just saying there's a causal mechanism between religion and evil things. Bad things, and that you can just do the same with atheism. I think you're actually like kind of like strawmanning Abe's argument. He didn't characterize it that way. I'm interested in that witchcraft bit because when you try to flip it and say some atheists have said, oh, religion is bad, we need to kill religious people, I can argue that they were rational because if religion as practiced in those days meant crusades, meant religion was actually like oppressing people, slaughtering people because of their religion. And some of these atheists who said we need to resist this, they're rational, while the theists who are just saying, oh, my God said if you are a witch, I need to kill you. They're like a different level of evil. You can't just claim, oh, because you're saying causal mechanisms, I'm not tracking. I'm tracking what you're saying. You're just traumatizing Abe's arguments.
Well, no. The reason why I brought this up is merely to show that there are causal mechanisms between atheism and violence. The two causal mechanisms, one is explicit, the other one is implicit. The first explicit is that atheists have often said that religion is the opiate of the masses. It just keeps people poor and ignorant, and therefore we need to kill religious people. That's the implicit causal mechanism, and causal mechanisms don't have to be explicit. They can also be implicit. And the implicit causal mechanism is a disbelief in an afterlife, a disbelief in objective morals, disbelief in free will, and a disbelief in punishment for eternal sins. And all of these can, like if you have these beliefs, they can mitigate your disposition to commit violence. If you don't have them, they can increase the probability of committing violence.
Yeah, okay. The way you recast the motive, I'm not read that much history, but I don't imagine that if religion was as docile as people don't congregate, they just pray in their mind to Jesus and they never really try to do crusades or try to like oppress other people's religion. It's only in their minds. I really doubt that you have these atheists say, we need to go into their individual houses where they're praying in their minds to their gods, we need to kill them. The reason why this thing was playing out that way was because of what religion was doing back then. So that's what you're omitting, thinking that these atheists were just irrational, just saying, oh, religious people, we need to kill them. There was a certain...
I'm not saying whether they're rational, like what you talked about. I'm not saying whether they're rational. I didn't comment on whether they're rational or non-rational. I'm merely saying there are causal mechanisms between their atheism and violence.
Well, I don't think it's right to just look at causal mechanism alone, because if religion, I'm not saying this is what religion is, but if religion meant oppressing people that were different religion and doing crusades and rushing into other people's lands to like do that, if that was what religion was, then an atheist that says we need to resist them, we need to fight back, that would actually be good. That wouldn't be an example of just violence for violence sake, but you were trying to recast it as, oh, they were just saying religion is the opiate of people, religion is, and therefore we need to kill them. No, I reject that. Even without reading history, I'm sure if we look at it, it's not that simplistic. There was a certain way in which religion was playing out that was actually like harmful, that led to people actually like thinking in that manner that, oh, we need to eradicate these things. Some people did some stage thing where they said, no more religion, let's make it an atheist country. And then they did persecute some religious people, but it was because of how religion was playing out rather than just religion simplicity.
So, Chris, perhaps you're not understanding the context. In fact, the more non-religious you are, the higher levels of crime you tend to engage in. And Abe retorted that that's simply correlation, it's not causation. You don't have a causal mechanism between non-religiousness and propensity for violence, at which point I pointed out the causal mechanisms. I'm not commenting on the morality or the rationality of atheists killing religious people.
You might be right, and remember, I actually conceded that view. I want to say these new papers that have been written saying that religious people are better off right now, modern day today, that could be true. I was just commenting on something I felt that you didn't address adequately when Abe wanted to move it to the medieval stuff to say that, well, even if it's true today, it hasn't always been true that religion was better off. That narrow niche was what I was interested in discussing, because I don't think you've actually like addressed that. But if you want to say modern day, they've tested people, they've interviewed people, and religious people are better off, I can grant you that, but I can have a different reason, I can have a different thing to say as to why that is. Religion today is secularized. They don't actually behave like they used to do. But that's probably why they're now better off.
Well, would you say when you say religion has secularized, I'm going to say religion has become less dogmatic, okay? Religion has become more tolerant of other religions. That's not really a secular value, right? That's like just a value that might even be intrinsic to Christianity itself.
Yeah, well, what I mean by secularized is, one might dispute it, a religious person might not want to agree, but what I just mean is, if you open your book verbatim, say you are like, you are following Judaism now, and you open your book verbatim, say, stone hold down, go out on the Sabbath, you'd actually say, I don't think so, and you find a way around it as to why you don't have to do that, because you can see that, that's why I call as secularized, because if it was like the pure, unadulterated Judaism, they probably actually grab the person and stone the person. That's what they're denying.
Yeah, well, when I say these values might be intrinsic to Christianity, I mean, the Bible itself says the two greatest commandments are to love your neighbor as yourself and to love God with all your heart. And it says that you shouldn't compel people to believe. So, for instance, if somebody doesn't believe you, if somebody mocks you or ridicules you, then you should just like turn around and you just leave. Okay, it doesn't tell you to like convert people by force. So it's Christianity.
Okay, you can say that. The thing is, unlike Abe, I'm willing to actually really concede that religion as practiced today, in modern day, they might be like better off, you know, than an atheist. And I can see, like, if you, as long as your religion is practiced in a moderate manner, you don't open the book and just like do what was said 1,000 years ago, and you add hopes of the afterlife, hopes that someone's watching over you, and you add all those together in there, and fellowship, because you're able to like meet other believers and whatever. If you add those, you might end up with something of a quality of life better than an atheist. Yeah, okay, I grant you that.
Not just that, but I think it also leads to better societies. So it leads to better societies because, and I think this is the causal mechanism, that Christianity leads to stable societies, leads to societies which are economically. So it might actually spark scientific progress.
Okay. Yeah, but I think it's an okay argument. I just think it's a little limited in some sense, because if you actually really don't believe, that's where Abe was saying comes into play. Are you then gonna, like, if there is a group of people who really don't believe, what are you gonna do? Are you then gonna just lie to them because if they believe that in a religion they're gonna be better off? Like, if they don't believe, they don't believe, and there's nothing we can do about it. So.
Yeah, well, I'm not discussing whether religion is true or not. I'm merely asserting that I think religiousness leads to economic prosperity. Specifically, I think religiousness leads to less meaninglessness. And since meaninglessness is tied to drug abuse, it ties to all these negative outcomes. And a lot of people who abuse drugs are not productive members of society. Then if religion decreases the percentage of those people, then presumably religion could lead to more stable societies. Christianity leads to more stable societies.
Okay, I'm done actually, so thank you. Hey, if you want to continue, please.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Chris.
Welcome.
Somebody brought up Hungary. Hungary is not a religious country. Hungary has like higher apostasy.
Of a book I have here, kind of read like a page or so. This is by Stephen Law. He's a philosopher. He wrote the version of, there's a series of books called A Very Short Introduction. Basically, they just like give you like the primer of a bunch of different subjects, like hundreds of different ones, like quantum mechanics, history, whatever. So this is the one by humanism. Stephen Law, he's a professor, and he wrote a very short introduction about humanism. So I just want to read the introduction for you, if that's okay. What is humanism? The word humanism has had and continues to have a variety of meanings. At its broadest, humanism means little more than a system of thought in which human values, interests, and dignity are considered particularly important. Understood in this way, perhaps almost everyone qualifies as a humanist, including those of us who are religious. However, those who organize under the banner of humanism today, especially in the UK, usually mean something rather more focused. They embrace a particular kind of worldview that by no means everyone accepts. That worldview is the focus of this book. So what distinguishes the humanist outlook? It's difficult to be very precise. The boundaries of the concept are elastic, but I think most humanists would probably agree on something like the following minimal 7-point characterization. First, humanists believe science and reason more generally are invaluable tools we can and should apply to all areas of life. No belief should be considered as to God or gods. They're also skeptical about angels, demons, or other supernatural beings. Third, humanists believe this life is the only life we have. We are not reincarnated, nor is there any heaven or hell to which we go after we die. Notice that the humanist skeptical position regarding both gods and an afterlife is not a dogmatic faith position, but a consequence of their having subjected such beliefs to critical scrutiny and found them seriously wanting. Fourth, humanism involves a commitment to the existence and importance of moral value. Humanists also believe our ethics should be strongly informed by study of what human beings are actually like and of what will help them flourish in this world rather than a next world. Humanists reject such negative claims as that there cannot be moral value without a God, and that we will not be or are unlikely to be good without God and religion to guide us. Humanists offer moral justifications and arguments rooted other than in religious authority and dogma. Fifth, humanists emphasize our individual moral autonomy. It is our individual responsibility to make our own moral judgments, rather than attempt to hand that responsibility over to some external authority, such as a political leader or religion, which will make those judgments for us. Humanists favor developing forms of moral education that emphasize this responsibility, and that will equip us with the skills we need to discharge them properly. Six, humanists believe our lives can have meaning without it being bestowed from above by God. They suppose that the lives of, say, Pablo Picasso, Marie Curie, Ernest Shackleton, and Albert Einstein were all rich, significant, and meaningful, whether there was a God or not. Seventh, humanists are secularists in the sense that they favor an open, democratic society in which the state takes a neutral position with respect to religion, protecting the freedom of individuals to follow and espouse or reject and criticize both religious and atheist beliefs. While humanists will obviously oppose any attempt to coerce people into embracing religious belief, they are no less opposed to coercing people into embracing atheism, as happened under certain totalitarian regimes.
These ideas are at best hopelessly confused, and I can just go point by point. First point, I'm just going to go to the first 4 points because
You want me to give number one again?
Number one, science should be applied to all facets of life. No aspects of life are immutable from scrutiny through science or something like that.
Did you write it down or did you remember?
I wrote it down.
Okay, yeah, that's number one, yeah. So what's your issue with that one?
It's obviously the case that certain aspects of life are immutable to science. So for instance, like logic itself, science, the scientific method presupposes logic. It's not like science can change logic because like science can't just contradict science. We can't just find out through the scientific method that the principle that certain laws of logic are false because the scientific method is based on the laws of logic. Second, morality. Okay, you can't find out through science what you ought to do because ought is a prescriptive statement, like what you ought to do.
Well, sorry to interrupt. The second was about being atheist or at least agnostic and rejecting.
Well, I'm on the same point. So moral principles can be discovered through science. So moral, like what you ought to do, is a prescriptive statement, and you cannot get a prescriptive statement for a purely descriptive statement. So, for instance, that the chair has 4 legs. It's not going to tell you what you ought to do. Okay. Second point. On the second point, humanists are agnostic and atheists. Sorry, humanists should be agnostic. I don't think so. I don't think you can have objective or binding moral values without God. So here's the argument. We have 3 intuitions about morality that theism can make sense of, but atheism or naturalism can't. Specifically, moral principles are inextricably tied to agents. So for instance, in a universe without agents, it doesn't make sense to say that you ought to do something. So suppose there's only a world in which particles exist and no agents. Well, in such a world, no moral principles exist either. So morality is inextricably tied to agents. Second, moral principles are immutable, okay? Of all these intuitions, that respects all these intuitions. Well, theism does, because it grounds morality in an agent, issue of being grounded in an immutable agent. I think on naturalism or atheism, though, I don't know, this is the last point I want to make. On naturalism, atheism, moral principles just come down to your subjective preferences, right? If somebody has different subjective preferences from you, well, there's nothing really you can say to them.
So your critique seemed to especially focus on the idea of like moral absolutes and the idea of the is-ought problem. What I want to point out is several things. Number one, if there is a problem here, I'm not convinced there is a problem philosophically, but if there is a problem, it's not a problem that religion is equipped to answer either. Because religion, their answer to this problem of how can we get an ought from an is, they just say, oh, well, God said so. and that's how you get it out from it is. That doesn't answer it, because then the question is, why should we listen to God?
That's not
So,
the
number one, I'm sorry?
That is not the answer religion gives.
Well, I'm saying they'll give different answers. It's just going to be another human.
On your part.
Well, it's just going to be another human emoting, which is, emotivism. You brought that down before.
What are you talking about? Emotivism is diametrically opposed to divine command theory.
No, what I'm saying is telling me that divine command...
The deeply held intuitions people have.
Well, it claims to respect them. I don't think it really does that.
Well,
and the issue with
test it right now.
Can I just finish my point, and you can test it? Let me just finish my point, then you can test it.
Sure.
The point I'm making is your critique, which was focused on, you can't get an ought from an is, or this or that. None of these are critiques for subjective morality or subjective moral systems, because subjective moral systems acknowledge, of course, you're going to have different people feeling different ways, because we all have to try through dialogue and cooperation and understanding and compassion. Let's try to understand each other's viewpoints and come out with some basic moral principles that apply to everybody. That this way it allows us to live and let live, to first understand someone and then to be understood. These are a philosophy and say, yeah, but you don't have an ought from an is. I don't need to. That's what you're not understanding. Humanism doesn't try to solve philosophical problems. It goes to the here and now and says, we are human beings. What's the best way to live a good, happy, pragmatic life?
But it's not the best. It's missing a lot of knowledge.
We currently have.
There's so much. There's so much missing.
No,
it's just a container. It's an idea. It's an articulation of the thing. And what Mr. Agamenon, I like the name, Mr. Agamenon, was, to my opinion only, again, is to articulate to you that those are limiting. And I don't know how to word this to you, because words are just the last thing that comes after all of it. It's an articulate, it's a one word defines the great, the all that is. And to try to contain all of it into simple 7 little principles, get bent, bro. Sorry, I apologize for being condescending towards you.
You said being unable to get an ought from an is not a critique of secular humanism. Yet, as you outlined secular humanism, the first principle that science should be applied to all facets of life, every aspect. No aspect of life is immutable to scientific scrutiny. Okay, let's just apply that to morality. Okay, science is purely descriptive. It just tells you how things are. It doesn't tell you how things ought to be. So therefore, there's an aspect of life, which is morality, which is immutable to scientific scrutiny. Conclusion, the first principle of secular humanism is false. Okay. There's certain aspects of human life which is immutable to scientific scrutiny.
Yeah, that doesn't follow. Again, what you're calling morality of human behavior or whatever, right? Human behavior is substantiated by facts about the physical universe. We can start off with certain assumptions, which we do with atoms moving in a direction. I am conscious. I'm aware of the atoms moving in another direction.
That all that science tells you, science just tells you that, hey, such and such a particle moves in such and such a direction, such and such a neural net fires this way. It's all purely descriptive. How does facts about neural networks tell you what you ought to do?
I'm getting to it. I give the analogy about the chessboard, because I play chess. I teach chess, actually. And my analogy I always give is, on a chessboard, it is completely subjective about the way we made the pieces move. There's no logic I can give you to tell you why a rook moves horizontally and vertically and a bishop moves diagonally. That's just completely made up. But once you acknowledge that and you say, okay, the point, I'm going to accept that the fundamental point of this game is to checkmate the enemy king. Then, once you accept that starting point, there are objectively right and wrong moves that you make on a chessboard. And what I would say is it's exactly the same regarding morality in real life. Once you accept the fundamental starting point of human well-being,
missing the point.
You could say objectively there are right and wrong moves to do. If you value human well-being, it is objectively wrong for you to like go out and like run someone over with your car.
Yes, I got it. But that's just missing the point. Of course, once you have normative principles, once you have odds, then you can use example. You need to have normative presuppositions or shared normative assumptions to begin with. And that's the point. From science itself, you can't arrive at these shared normative assumptions because science just is purely descriptive. It just tells you how things are.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense. You can get there by just subjectively assuming it, which is exactly what most people do. Most people subjectively care about their human well-being.
I think you're speaking from a subjective perspective.
I already acknowledge that.
Right. So measured by your beliefs, that's what you're saying. You're refusing to go out further, connecting dots deeper because you don't want to lose your place. Is that what you're saying?
No, he's conceding the point. He's conceding the point that once you have some normative principle that you presuppose, then you can use some sort of scientific method to come up to determine what's the best course of action. But that's the point I was making. Remember, the first principle of secular humanism is that no facet of no aspects of your life or beliefs is immutable to scientific scrutiny, meaning the initial presupposition you had is also not immutable to scientific scrutiny.
But if there is an issue, it is not fixed in any way by saying, how do we get an is ought? Well, I don't know, because God says so, or because God exists, something like this. Like, this doesn't answer the question.
Well, you contradicted yourself. The issue is, like, you can't say this is just a presupposition, and at the same time saying, and at the same time say that all aspects of it, or no aspect of your life should be immutable to scientific scrutiny. Like, either you have presuppositions which are not immutable, or every aspect of your life is immutable. So which one is it?
It might be the case that every aspect is immutable. I don't know. But that doesn't mean we can't. That doesn't mean we can't pragmatically live right now with certain
assumptions. That's contradicting the principle of secular humanism as you outlined it.
Yeah, there's nothing in secular humanism that's like dogmatic that we say we 100% know it's going to be true till the end of time.
Okay, so then you're rejecting the first principle of secular humanism. Okay, we can go down the list. See what
can and should apply to all areas of life. No belief should be considered off-limits.
Could I try? Abe, could I try?
1 second. Saying that no areas should be off-limit and protected from rational scrutiny, that includes my own agnosticism about these like deep philosophical principles you're trying to desperately jockey the conversation toward. Because you think somehow it highlights obviously it doesn't highlight weakness. I don't know.
Well, obviously you're committed to some aspects of your life being immutable or protected from scientific scrutiny, specifically the laws of logic themselves upon which scientific methods you have, because the initial normative presuppositions are required to apply the scientific method to determine what you ought to do.
Yeah, all I'm saying is I don't think like somebody being honest and saying, I don't know a lot of things about the universe, but these are the basic assumptions I'm going to start with to have a good life. I don't think there's anything unreasonable about that.
It violates the presuppositions of secular humanism.
With all due respect, Mr. Abe, I don't think you're equipped with the tools and the intellectual and wisdom and know-how to arrive at the understanding of the all that is God. This is a journey that Jesus went on for years, and people leave, and because do you agree that everything is connected? Can that be a thing?
I don't know what you mean when you say everything's connected.
Cause everything is a reason because of something else, and if you just
that's what it appears in our universe.
Right, but if you go grounded truth, okay? Before we can speak, before we can think, before we had any choice or the ability to, what were we doing? We were like plants and other animals, grounded in nature. So why do we feel better when we go into nature? Because we get out of our inventions, our ideas, our ideologies, all these words, humanisms and isms, all your isms. Isms is a way of putting something into order. But order is limited because it is attacked by truth. Something to be true must equal lives on both sides of the equation. That's why it's called an equation. So when your answer to a question is true, it is equated equilaterally. It's in the wording, sir.
I'm feeling like this is a non sequitur. Can you just make your point, though?
I'm speaking divergently to you, and it's your job to connect the dots by thinking about what I said. I cannot connect them for you. I can go in linear order, but then I'd be preaching and talking down to you. Yeah, I was thinking about stopping that. Yeah, he left himself because it didn't make any sense.
That was just kind of like one of those weird horoscope LLMs. You click it and it says today is the day. It is deep and mysterious. It's like just generating woo.
He started out by saying you're not equipped to have this conversation or something like.
And I'm not equipped. I agree, Arthur. I'm not equipped. I don't have as much drugs as you do. I'm not equipped. I don't know, Chris. What do you think about this? This idea that religion has all the answers and they solve all these unsolvable philosophical problems. I don't know.
This move I was doing, I would respond in the same way that you're doing, right? Because even if we live, want to be happy, what can we do? Like the chessboard analogy you're doing, right? Humans are valuable. Even if we don't have a way to absolutely ground that, we can all agree subjectively and just move from there.
Yeah, can I just read one last paragraph here? I wanted to read this to Aga, but I'll just read it for the group. It's that, because he kept bringing this down, saying, oh, it's like this, just a bunch of different beliefs that make no sense. And this is what I want to read. Humanist thinking is also sometimes caricatured as a hodgepodge of disparate, unconnected ideas. But again, this is untrue. Humanism's focus is on the big questions, for example, of what ultimately is real, of what ultimately makes life worth living, of what is morally right and wrong and why, and of how best to order our society. While religion typically addresses such questions, they are clearly not the unique preserve of religion. Such questions also belong to philosophy and were being addressed in a rational, non-religious way before the appearance of Christianity. What pulls our 7 characterizing views together into something like a system of thought is their shared focus on the big questions, a degree of interconnectedness. For example, if you are skeptical about gods, that will lead you to be skeptical about the claim that our moral sense was placed in us by God. And finally, the overarching role played by the first. These views on the big questions are collectively embraced, not as a dogmatically held faith position, but because I don't know if religious people realize that they don't realize that you can get everything I have, and I'm going to do my best to try to live a good life and understand things to the best of my ability through rational, skeptical inquiry. I just feel that's that's not a hodgepodge. That's just being honest.
I think they're just struggling to try to make sure they show that theism is better than atheism, but they don't believe that deep down, because most of the more sophisticated ones, they grant that the atheists can do good. The atheists can give to charity. The atheists can not rape, kill, and they can, but they just say, oh, but you don't have the grounding for it. You don't have the, there's no metaphysical this thing for it. That's all they do now. So.
James, yeah. Yeah, and then he goes through, it's a cute little book, by the way. He goes through about ancient Indian thought, that there was a bunch of skepticism in ancient Indian thought. In Confucianism, which was in Asia, these were all way before Christianity. And the idea that somehow
The idea that somehow Christians come along and they think they have like the moral real estate to just like build a house on and say like, oh, we're here, we're the foundation. It's like, it is so unbelievably arrogant and also delusional, and really ignoring like a whole bunch of history that came before them. The Roman Empire, the Renaissance. This is something else I wanted to read to Aga, by the way. It says, during the Renaissance, the modern scientific method was developed, most notably by Francis Bacon. And of course, the Renaissance also saw some famous scientific challenges to religious thought. Giordano Bruno in the 1600s was a polymath Dominican who defended the Copernican view that the Earth moved around the sun. Bruno was interrogated by the Inquisition about both his cosmological and other unorthodox religious beliefs, and was eventually burned at the stake. One of the most dramatic incidents illustrating growing tension, the heliocentric model was literally correct. It could be used only as a useful predictive tool. Galileo nevertheless did so, and in a rather provocative way. It happened, so he just lied. He was merely imprisoned, a sentence later commuted to house arrest. A number of modern Catholic commentators insist it would be unfair to characterize the Catholic Church as being anti-science at this time. Some maintain it was Bruno's theological views, not his cosmological views, that got him into. Some commentators also maintain Galileo was arrested not for his scientific views, but merely for his views concerning the interpretation of Scripture. But this is disingenuous as well. Because Galileo maintained the Earth moved around the sun, he had no choice but to say either that scriptural claims to the contrary were simply mistaken, which would of course have been suicidal, or that those parts of Scripture that appeared to claim the Earth did not move would need to be reinterpreted. In fact, some Catholic theologians, such as Cardinal Bellarmine, who was charged with investigating Galileo, conceded that were it conclusively proved that the Earth moved, then Scripture might have to be reinterpreted. The problem was that Galileo possessed no conclusive proof. So to characterize the Catholic Church's position at the time as wholly entrenched and insensitive to new scientific developments would be to exaggerate somewhat. Nevertheless, it does appear the Church was willing to torture and kill any scientist. That the Catholic Church supported scientists. You have to deal with all of these. Are just two of the most famous ones, Bruno and Galileo. But you have to deal with a bunch of other people that they like burned alive, and that they also like blacklisted. Even if they didn't kill some of them, they like put them on the blacklist book for the Index Librorum Prohibitum, where they banned your book, and they basically made it like an offense they could kill you if they caught you reading the book or whatever. So these type of facts about the Christian history are just either convenient.
This thing where he was saying Christianity was instrumental, it was crucial to like scientific thought, and something about that just looked like if someone were making the argument that maybe Thomas Edison didn't exist, we wouldn't have light bulbs today. That's how that argument sounds. I think if we didn't have Christianity and we had some other religion or some other means of thought, I think we probably would end up still, if we spent enough time on Earth, still ending up with science eventually. So I don't think someone
in this room is interested in like the history of religious violence. Just look at the top of the page. Albedo posted a while ago, The Truth About Christianity. There's a link there to the website badnewsaboutchristianity.com. That literally, just look through that. Don't take my word for it. Just click anything in the index over there, in the little links on the side. Literally, it will go through every aspect of society, like financial, economic, governmental, institutional, farming, peasants, whatever, all the things of like medieval Europe. And you will see how like Christianity was a horrific source of like violence and destruction and exploitation. There was almost literally nothing good about the church. Almost nothing. And I'm being very grateful with my interpretation here. The tiny little good they did, like, give back some money with like public services and stuff, and like build bridges and shit like that. Like the tiny little good they did, they literally did because they had so much money that after building a church with like marble coated floors and walls and golden instrumentation, they had so much money they didn't know what to fucking do with it. And this is all from like exploiting people, not to mention, murdering people and then taking their entire estates, which I said before, once you like burn people at the stake, the church literally went into their house and took all their shit and took their house itself and the land that was on it. So you can imagine that there was this huge incentive from the church to burn people at the stake. And a lot of times, if they were richer, the better, So, yeah, pretty messed up. We can talk. Hello. Hello, Africa.
No. Hey, you pinged me the other day? Wanted to ask me something?
I think I did, but I forgot what.
Oh.
I think we were talking about, remember we talked about, what was it, religion or atheism?
Yeah, religion and God, basically. Purpose of life.
So how have you been since we last talked? Where are you at?
I still believe in I still believe I'm alive. No.
Your parents didn't give you life?
No.
Who gave you life?
They just gave me my DNA, but they didn't give me the life.
So
that's the question. That's the purpose of life. Find out who gave you life.
What if the universe just gave you life?
The universe is an inanimate. It's not alive.
I'm aware of that. That doesn't mean it can't give you life.
Yes, it does. That's what it means. If it's not alive, how is it going to give you life?
Through natural processes. Yeah,
it doesn't matter. If it's not alive, it cannot give you life.
That doesn't follow. You're making a syllogism that doesn't make sense. Life, 100%.
This kind of life that we're alive now?
Yes, of course. How do you think we got here?
Okay. Well, you keep on believing that, and I'll keep on believing that. It's a very powerful power that's alive, that's able to, decide and design and create. Is the life that gave me this life.
Yeah, but that's just your assertion. I want to know whether it's true.
Well, like I said, that's the purpose of life, right? Is to find out. I just told you now, you wouldn't accept it from me.
Well,
I found out by observing everything in my life.
Yeah, but you're making a bunch of claims without demonstrating them. The reason I don't accept what you're saying, empirical evidence that backs up what you're saying.
Yeah, the empirical evidence is well, you refuse to accept it. I just told you the first one. I think there has to be like agency, will, power. Something has to be alive in order to create me.
Yeah, but this is again. This is an assertion. This is an assertion. How do you know it's true?
That's what I've observed in my life, brother. I've never seen something not alive give life. Where have you seen that?
We've seen it on Earth. We have evidence that that's what.
No, you personally. When did you see that? In your life.
What you're describing, right? You're describing like abiogenesis, which is like the start of life on planet Earth. I'm not going to see that right now because that's already like 1 billion or 3 billion years ago. What we see now is we see the effects of what happened when that phenomenon took place.
You haven't seen that, right? So who's the one making the assumption?
I'm not making an assumption. I see the evidence of it. I see the evidence of it right now on Earth. You're the one making a claim that
what's the evidence of abiogenesis?
The evidence of abiogenesis is there's a bunch of life on planet Earth.
No, how do you know that it came from non-life? How do you know it came from non-life? Forget about all of that. Let's go back to my original question. You asked me what made me come to the conclusion, right, that I was created by another life form. So I said that's what I've observed in my life. There has to be life to give life. But your belief is otherwise, right? Life can come from non-life. So when have you seen that? You said there's no way to see it, right? Okay.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying there's no way to see it. I'm saying the processes that took place that produced our life on planet Earth happened very, very far in the past, almost unimaginably far in the past. What we know for a fact is that it's completely reasonable. There's no hard distinction that you keep using these words life and non-life. There is no life and non-life. There is matter, and the matter arranges into different forms and different structures, and it's perfectly plausible to say that sometimes matter is in a form that's like kind of non-living. It doesn't move around. It doesn't reproduce. And other times, if the like chemicals all get together in chemistry, they can produce something that now engages in things like reproduction. That's
right.
We are chemicals. We are chemicals.
You got this information from other people that you haven't observed yourself, right?
I have observed as much as I can, and in the parts that I can't observe, which is...
Yeah, so that was my question. What have you observed? Not what have other people observed or theorized about?
I'm a tiny human who's only going to live for like a tiny, 80 years of evolutionary time. It's not enough time to see everything. What I can do is I can look at the data we currently have from the best science, and you can come...
Questions. So answer them directly as I'm asking you, right? I said, as the title says, I want your evidence or your experience, right? Since the time you've been born, where have you seen a non-living thing give life to a living thing in your life? You already explained that, brother. I heard you.
That's my experience. That's my experience. Yes. Oh yeah, I sent it to you. Oh, good. Did you take a look at it?
Yeah, I did. Okay, good. So you're believing other people who have done an experiment, and you believe them, people of the past. You haven't seen anything for yourself. Did you replicate the work? Did you perform the experiment?
I personally didn't perform the experiment, but what I did is I looked at the other scientists who replicated it, and you can look at it.
So it's still your conclusion is based on belief. You haven't done nothing from yourself.
It's
You
not
just
based
read
on
their
belief.
work.
It's based on reasonable expectations that are based on the evidence that they provided for me. They provided evidence that they went to a lab and they set up the parameters such and such way, and then by just literally taking according to you.
Okay, well, whatever the way you want to describe it, as I told you, since you haven't witnessed it with your own eyes, you haven't done the experience. This is second or third hand, so I would call that belief, right? And you can call it. Hold on, you can call it something else, right? Now, what I use to come to my conclusion is I see the world, I see myself, I come to the conclusion that very powerful, very intelligent, very creative, right? And that's how I came to that conclusion. So now that's how I recognize my creator. And that's why I believe since this creator created me and he continues to sustain me in my life, he deserves to be appreciated and recognized.
Would have been clear. How do you appreciate him?
How do I appreciate him?
Yeah.
I appreciate him by not being ungrateful to him. Or everything in my good in my life. Some people say that.
Well, to me, I never.
Because correctly, but I'm saying you shouldn't say this, or I shouldn't say. Anybody shouldn't say this or think this way. Because some people think this way that everything, most of the good things in their life is because they worked hard and they're very smart and they earned it for themselves. But what we don't appreciate or what we don't recognize is everything came into, what we found in our life came to us very easy without really our own effort. Our eyes, our arms, our body, our brain that's helping us to, function and earn money and all of that. We got it as a free gift. How many people were born with mental deformations, So this is all.
I'm pretty curious why your God would create people with mental deformations.
Because it's his world. It's his choice.
Is that a justification to create people with mental deformations? I know it's his choice. My question is, why is he doing that?
Why is he doing that? He's doing that because everyone is, he wants to test that individual.
He wants to test the individual.
Yeah, he wants to test us if the same thing, like I told you, will you recognize your creator and will you appreciate him?
Why would someone appreciate their creator if he like creates them sick or ill or has issues? Why would they appreciate that?
Maybe
because
life is worth something even if you are sick. Maybe it doesn't have.
Yeah, go ahead, Emma. Your voice is low. Can you increase your mic?
I said it doesn't have anything to do with whether you're sick or not or anything like that. You're created. You exist. You can't hate your life just because you're not well. You can't do that.
Well, I'm sure you can. There are plenty of people who do.
Yeah, but that's just pathetic.
I don't know what you mean by pathetic. Different. Okay, so if I show you somebody, hold on. If I show you somebody who has like some horrific terminal illness, and they say, "I'm depressed. I'm angry at God for creating me," you're going to call them pathetic to their face?
Yeah, I would tell them that that's pathetic. I would.
Really? Wow. Okay. Good job on your lack of empathy.
Not a lack of empathy.
Yes, you just displayed
like knowing where that's from.
Right.
That's knowing where that's from. No,
you just displayed a lack of empathy when you said you would call them pathetic to their face.
No,
that is a lack of empathy.
No, it's not a lack of empathy. I know exactly how that feels.
That's exactly what that is.
No, empathy means that you understand how someone feels. It means you feel how they feel.
You can understand that and still lack empathy.
No,
it's okay. No, Emma, I'm telling you, it's okay.
You already said it. T, don't keep repeating. Okay, so I mean, not Emma. T, don't keep repeating that. You said it once or 10 times. That's it.
I got it. Right. So Africa.
Yeah. So
the evidence of abiogenesis is chemical assembly. Are you unfamiliar? I heard you.
No, I didn't.
You did.
I asked Abe. Has he witnessed abiogenesis in his life? Not what is the evidence for that. I said, what is his evidence? Let him bring the evidence.
Yeah. I just told you it's chemical assembly, right?
No, I want his evidence. See, not
it's chemical
any
assembly.
evidence.
Chemical
Okay, let him bring
the evidence we seek.
Let him bring
information comes from. What matters is the information is correct.
That's fine. That's not the argument I'm making here. He started
the argument
by
is
asking
simply
me my experience.
that the evidence of abiogenesis is chemical assembly. Are you familiar with that evidence?
I'm not arguing about abiogenesis, man.
I just asked you a question. I didn't ask for an argument.
Well, I'm not asking. That's not what I'm asking.
No, I asked you a question, right?
You asked me a question?
I did. Do you remember the question I asked you?
I don't remember.
Oh, I asked you.
That's not what I'm discussing.
I asked you if you're familiar with chemical assembly.
Yes.
What is chemical assembly?
I don't want to discuss that right now.
Oh, so you don't know what it is.
Abe sent me the article.
You don't know what it is, do you?
I sent him an article about the Miller-Urey.
Okay, I don't know. Are you happy? I don't know.
That's a good answer, right? I appreciate your honesty.
But I do know. I'm just saying I don't know for your sake to set you up.
Okay.
So, because you want to just come on stage and show everybody that you know something.
No, not at all. I wanted to answer your question.
Why don't you join the conversation and talk about what we're talking about?
Yeah, you were talking about abiogenesis.
Instead of coming here to stroke your ego.
You were talking about abiogenesis, right?
No, listen carefully. I'm trying to extract from Abe, or trying to convince him to derive evidence from his life or the world he lives in. That's what I'm trying to do.
Evidence for what hypothesis?
Evidence to find out his origin. Where did his life come from?
We know his origin. He had parents.
Yes,
no, his life force.
No. Excuse me.
My life force.
We know
what the fuck does that mean? Life force. We don't have a life force.
His parents gave birth to him. That is his origin.
I'm not asking about his body. I'm talking about his life.
No, that is the beginning of his life. You see, when his parents had sex,
does life
and thus continued the life process, right? So the life process was a continuation of a chemical process that started with the two parents and continued into Abe when the sperm fertilized the egg.
Well, take another look.
Okay, what am I looking at?
Look at everything. Look at basically the algorithm. Right?
I'm waiting to see when the God comes in.
Can you be more specific?
The algorithms.
Oxygen, they exhale carbon dioxide. Okay, there's an algorithm.
Very good.
What the fuck does that have to do with God?
Very good question. That's a very good question. So now, your lungs, they're inhaling and exhaling.
Yeah.
Are you, and that happened since the moment you were born.
Yeah.
Did you decide any of that part, that your lungs should start inhaling and exhaling?
No, I didn't.
Who decided?
For your point, nobody decided. That's the thing you're not understanding. You keep ignoring the consciousness.
Natural.
That's not an example of decision making.
No consciousness.
But hold on, Africa. That's not an example of decision making.
No, I know. That's what he's trying to say. I understand.
Right, so you're making the question by saying.
Do me a favor.
I'm not. Relax.
Let me
relax.
Hold on. I just want to read. Hold on. I just want to read this. This is another excerpt from the Book of Humanism. Just gonna put this here because I'm kind of gonna fast forward a little bit, Africa, because you keep talking about the meaning of life and how do we find it and look at your life. This one I'm gonna read. This is from Humanism. Okay. According to some, questions about meaning of life are inextricably bound up with questions about God and religion. Without God, it is suggested, humanity amounts to little more than a dirty smudge on a ball of rock lost in an incomprehensibly vast universe that will eventually bear no trace of us having ever existed, and which will itself collapse into nothingness. So why bother getting out of bed in the morning? If there is a God, on the other hand, then we inhabit a universe made for meaningful lives are possible whether or not there is a God. What makes for meaningful existence? This chapter examines these and related questions. What do we mean by a meaningful life? One of the difficulties we face in giving an account of how humanism, or any other view for that matter, allows for the possibility of a meaningful life. Inducing drugs might have a pleasurable time, but that wouldn't necessarily guarantee a particularly worthwhile or meaningful existence. Secondly, there are presumably more ways of leading a meaningful life than just doing morally good works. While leading an exceptionally virtuous existence is one way we might perhaps have a meaningful life, it's not the only way. Many great artists, scientists, explorers, musicians, writers, and sportsmen and women have surely lived meaningful lives, despite not being noticeably more moral than the rest of us. Indeed, some have actually been rather immoral. It seems that not only is a lifetime spent performing good deeds not necessary for a meaningful existence, neither is it sufficient. Consider a man who lives under a totalitarian regime, who devotes his entire life to helping sick children, but only because he fears the consequences of not obeying orders. Has he led a meaningful life? Despite his good deeds, it's by no means. He must be self-directed rather than just following the instructions of another. So let me just pause there for a second, right? That's actually a really important. God in your life actually takes away your meaning and purpose, because it makes you just a little pawn, a little cog in the machine, that you're like, oh yes, God, I'll do whatever you say, just order me around and I'll do this and that. It almost takes you out of the equation where you have no freedom and autonomy. So how is it that religious people think that God gives them purpose, when in fact they become no different than like someone being ordered to do something under an authoritarian state?
You asked a very good question. It's very, very good, and I have a good answer. But I want to give a chance. T, you want to say something, or I don't want to be interrupted.
No. I was quite interested in what was going to come next.
All right. So, Abe, I agree with you. Totally agree with you 100%. When we choose to obey God, we do lose, and that's a big sacrifice, and that's why we believe we will be rewarded with eternal life for that, right? Eternal life of happiness. So
yeah, but you're saying that you're willing to wait to get a reward, but give up this life, like you're literally giving up all your freedom. Wow,
yes,
that's pretty crazy.
And I'll tell you why. Because as you said, if I decide to create purpose in my life and do whatever in my life, guess what? All of the things that I want to do with my life, I will never be able to achieve. And the second aspect is I have little to no control over many aspects of my life, right? So one of the big things that I want to do in my life is I want to live forever. I want to live 1,000 years or 10,000 years. Can I do that?
Not yet.
But that was a tacit admission that you are surrendering any concept of meaning over to something else, some other authority. You're effectively giving up your own meaning in order to say, well, I assume that somebody else has a meaning for me. I don't think that's fulfilling at all.
Yeah, like you're literally saying you're willing to give up your whole life, no meaning, no purpose, become a robot, but only because you believe that you're going to be rewarded in another life. But here's the problem.
Yeah, I'm going to be rewarded in another life with the things that I actually want.
Yeah, but number one, that's a dangerous gamble, because that's assuming the other life actually exists. The only life we know we for sure have is the one that we have right now. Because even if you're right and there's an afterlife, you don't know that 100% in the same way you know this life exists 100%. This life, we know it exists because we're here right now. The afterlife, maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't. But you're gambling and you're saying, I'm willing to lose the one life I know I have on the off chance that I can get an additional life after this, which I think will be better. But why take that risk?
Okay, very good. I take that risk?
Why do you assume that it's giving up your current life if you choose to follow this path? If this makes you happy, if this makes you fulfilled, if this is
Well, because we said about the principles of freedom and autonomy, that if you would follow religion in this life, it would be no different than like a guy who's in an authoritarian North Korea state, and he might think that he has a good life because he's being ordered to help children. But the problem is he's only doing it. He's not doing it because he's freely choosing to do it. He's doing it because people are pointing a gun at him saying, do it. So that's not really a meaningful life because it doesn't have any agency or autonomy. So we'd argue over here, if you're following religion, you're just doing it because you believe God is kind of commanding you. It's the same type of thing. You don't really have freedom.
No, but that argument only works if the person's afraid or in some way feels like they have to choose this path instead. That's something they want to do.
Well, I'm sure people feel like they have to if they believe a God exists. They feel compelled.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, that doesn't negate the fact that they are in fact surrendering purpose to somebody else, regardless of whether or not they fear the person. That's still irrelevant. You're pointing out a completely irrelevant detail there.
That's not surrendering purpose, T. Surrendering picking a path is not the same thing as surrendering your purpose.
Okay, so all we're saying here is that you're surrendering this idea of purpose, of autonomy, of agency, of giving yourself some goal in life on the idea that somebody else is going to do that for you. That's not fulfilling. No matter how you slice that.
So, Abe, like I said, there's multiple reasons, right, why I choose. If I live my life, as you're saying, I should be able to do whatever I want in my life, right? And I told you one of those things is I want to live until I decide I don't want to live anymore.
No, that's confusing autonomy with ability. They're two different concepts. So just because you have autonomy does not mean that you have ability, right?
Okay, well, I want the ability then. Is that better for you?
Yeah, but you don't have it.
Sometimes you can want an ability that you don't have. I want the ability to jump to the moon.
Yeah, I want the ability to kill everyone with
Thank you so
a
much.
look, right?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So why is that relevant?
That's relevant because the life I have is very limited. It's very, very limited. And
that's why it's relevant.
Very short.
Right.
Let's let Kareem up because I want to have some more voices.
Yeah. So
Africa.
The life is. Do you want to answer or not?
I wanted an answer the first time.
Bring up some other people here. Hey, Steve. I'm gonna let some other people up here just so we have some other people.
Yeah. Let them up. Just give me 30 seconds to give my answer, and then the people can go. Okay. So life is very limited. Yeah, in our ability, in our control over others. In so many ways, life is limited, and
not the physical relevance.
Hold on, let me finish, man. Don't interrupt. So if you're born with a disability, so now what? What are you gonna? I mean, what do you make of life?
That's certainly
you know what I mean. So
can you answer the question?
You cannot get the full fulfillment of your life because the lack of control over your life.
Okay, so again, Africa, we already agreed you lack abilities. So what?
So that's the reason that I would rather have a life where I have full control over everything that I want.
So you basically everything. Okay, hold on. So he's basically saying he's willing to sacrifice the one life he knows he has now on the hope of some better life in the future where he has, can get his wildest dreams fulfilled. Yeah. Let's go to.
That's one reason. Yeah. Let's go.
Steve, how are you? You want to chime in on this?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving.
Good morning, brother.
Hello, brother. To answer the title of the room, because I just got here, there is a whole bunch, a slew of evidence that miracles don't exist, and I do believe it. I have weighed the evidence on both sides, and I find the evidence on the side that miracles that do not exist is more compelling, more substantial, and more believable. And by the way, speaking of the afterlife, because I just got here within the past 5 minutes, I have taken a look at the evidence for the existence of the afterlife, such as heaven, hell, purgatory. Somebody's got a hot mic, but I'll work find the evidence in favor of God. Same thing, and I'll land it here. The evidence again, wish everybody a happy, safe Thanksgiving.
So, Steve, Steve, that's interesting. Hold on just one second. I want some clarification of a proposition being true. Are you saying that there's something that raises the probability of the heaven proposition being true?
I may define evidence different than you do because I have a law background. Admittedly, I'm not a lawyer. To me, evidence is whatever someone verbally testifies to in regards to what they see, hear, or in the cases of experts, and of course not everybody is an expert, what they think. If God were on trial, which of course God is not, you would put people into the witness stand that if they're not experts, they will give you their testimony. Then you put an atheist like me into the witness stand, and I would give you, well, for lack of better words, you would call it my testimony. And then the jury would weigh the evidence and find out which evidence is more compelling. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's my answer.
Okay, well, here's what I would point out, that it's there, right? To suggest that this testimony raises the likelihood of the proposition that I actually have a dragon in my garage being true, I just don't buy it. I don't accept that that's evidence for the proposition. I think that is simply testimony and not evidence.
And if I can hopefully put a bow on this package that you brought us, let me raise another hypothetical. Let's say rather than you going to court and saying you have a dragon in your garage, now let's say you are Donald Trump and you are in court saying you have a dragon in your garage, and on the jury are 12 people that belong to MAGA. I believe the jury would believe everything that Donald Trump said and would find, in fact, that there is a dragon in your garage, even though exactly, yes.
And they would find, well, let me just finish. They would find that testimony is convincing, believable. They're just fools to actually suggest that it is, right?
And I would respond by saying it absolutely.
I'm making the distinction that it's not evidence because it's not compelling, substantial, or believable. It doesn't actually raise the likelihood of the proposition. And so the very definition of evidence is that which raises the likelihood of the proposition being true.
And if a jury
raises the likelihood, it isn't evidence.
However, if it's testified in court and a jury believes it and finds on behalf of the evidence, it's not only evidence. According to the jury, it's compelling and believable evidence.
It's convincing testimony, and that's the distinction I'm making.
And I think we should leave that hypothetical there because I think you clearly, succinctly have proven your point. I think I clearly and succinctly have proven my point. It's for everybody else to decide who they agree with. Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving, Steve.
Happy Thanksgiving, my brother.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks, Steve. Happy Thanksgiving. And if it's okay with you, I'm going to give you a Thanksgiving present because I might have to go soon, and I want the room to be in good hands.
I love my new butthole. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's colored green.
Hey, you said that the evidence for the non-existence of God is greater than the evidence for the existence of God. So
I said according to me, if I may.
According to you. Yeah. So I wanted to hear more about, like, what have you observed as these...
Okay. Or no?
No. I want to hear the...
Fine. Okay, the answer, what have I observed to the non-existence of...
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, so how is that greater than the evidence for God?
It's not.
It's not. That's the whole point. Yes, thank you. It's not.
I don't get it.
How about if I give you the evidence? By the way, Joanna, who's here. Good morning, Joanna. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. You're up early like usual.
Yeah, I'm up early like usual. Yes, I've got a chubby and it's going towards a Woody. That's right.
I love that. It's called.
I know you love that.
So sorry, it slipped.
You don't need to be sorry. I like it when it's slippery. Thank you very much.
Is Coco gonna have Thanksgiving too?
The evidence, and Joanna has heard this many times. Anybody that's heard, T has heard this many times. I've never seen anybody walk on water on the top of my pool. That's number one. Number two, I've never seen anybody turn a piece of wood into a cobra snake. Number three, I've never seen anybody part the back to life. And number five, no one has ever come back from heaven or hell to say that it exists. There's 5 reasons for you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm here to help.
Okay. I heard these, what they sound to me are like miracles. You haven't seen miracles. Well, good news, I haven't either. Those type of miracles, just because you haven't seen people.
You didn't ask me if I thought the universe had a creator. That's the first time you brought that up. Right?
Well, God is really the creator, right?
According to you.
God and the creator are different people, different persons. Are they different people?
Well, I don't believe in God. Therefore, if indeed there is a creator, are the same person.
Yes.
Question. Is it possible, however remote, is it possible that God does not exist? Is it possible?
No, it's impossible.
It's not possible that God does not exist. Fair enough. It's okay.
Yeah. Specifically, Creator God.
Are you saying you believe in more than one God?
No, there's only one.
Okay, because you just said Creator God. F God sounded to me like you believed in more than one God.
Let me explain it to you. There's only one God, but people's understanding of God is many. So I'm talking about.
Why don't you tell me about your understanding of God?
Okay. My understanding of God. That's a very good question.
Well, you're the one that just said 10 seconds ago that people's understandings of God is different. And then after that, I want to go to Joanna. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, because the first thing you said is someone walking on water, which Jesus performed that. And according to me, Jesus is not God. Okay? God is the God of Jesus. The God that Jesus prayed to is God. So, sufficient, needed by all, needing none. He neither begets nor is he born. And there's nothing comparable to him. So that's a brief understanding of God. Okay? You can go ahead, John.
Thank you. Hi, Joanna.
Hi, I think Creator God is the least needed God of all, because we don't need a Creator God to make anything that's in existence. If you want to have a God because it gives you a warm and fuzzy, that's different. But we already have figured out we don't need a creator God to make all the things that are here. If you look, but also I learned this and it was kind of cool. The sun is the sun, okay? And it's a whole theory, no one has to believe it, but the sun walks on water. If you look at any body of water, when the sun reflects on it, it looks shimmery, and it looks like the sun, the sun, is walking on water. All of these things, to me, are metaphors. When I took a lecture on the metaphor of the sun is the sun, it all made sense. And I thought that was kind of cool to share.
Anybody on stage wants to speak, please do so.
I just want to say that my comments are the best comments out of anybody's. I'm kidding. Happy Thanksgiving.
Well, Joanna, happy Thanksgiving to you also. The Indians and the white man.
A lot of people are protesting Thanksgiving lately, the new generations, because of, why are we celebrating the Indians being taken off their land? And I wrote a book, actually, and I'm going to plug it, if I may, going on a spirit journey to find out what's going to happen to the fate of his people. So that's
Is it fiction or nonfiction?
Fiction. It's a novel. It's a spirit journey, and it's called The Raven and the Rabbit. Thank you.
Yes.
Interesting.
Oh, go ahead.
And I was just wondering, do you identify as a secular humanist, or have you ever, not really done that?
I've never really done that, so the answer is I don't know. I've heard the term, but I don't know what it means. If you give me the definition, I can tell you.
Yeah, sure. The definition is, it's not like a fixed definition, but essentially what it is, it's a philosophy of life that affirms our ability to research the universe, find out how to live a good life, all without reference to any type of gods or supernatural things.
Yes,
basically.
The answer is yes. I support that. If that's indeed what it means, I support that. Absolutely, no question about it.
Yeah, that's fine. I think literally, probably high 90% of atheists would identify with the vast majority of principles in secular humanism. They just never looked it up or read about it.
Yes, and I believe that 90% of all humans would not identify with that, because 90% of all humans believe in God or a higher power of some type. Yes.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Yeah.
Why is it unfortunate?
I feel it's unfortunate because I was in a room earlier today where I was debating about how I feel that I'm kind of like an anti-theist. So I believe that religion overall has caused more harm on the planet than good.
I believe that religion has done more good than harm. In fact, if I were to correlate with prescription medication, if you've never heard me use this metaphor, and I know Joanna has many times, in that most people are on some type of prescription medication. Of those that abuse it and use it for nefarious reasons, I believe the same thing applies to religion.
Well, that's a colorful analogy. I think I could just point out, though, I don't agree with it. If you look at the link at the top of the page, we shared that a while ago. That's one of my favorite websites. It's called badnewsaboutchristianity.com. And basically what it is, it's a historian, and he basically runs through, if you click the links, it'll give you sources for all the bad stuff, particularly that Christianity's done throughout since its inception all the way to the current in modern age. And I think that in general, while it is true that your analogy holds that you can abuse religion and kind of interpret it in ways that are not really meant to be interpreted, and that's fine. But in general, the actual codified teachings, a lot of them, of most of the main largest religions on the planet, they do tend to be overall patriarchal, misogynistic, divisive, tribalistic, and generally, violent. The idea of Christianity, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. resulted in like the governing sole reason for bad human behavior, but it certainly exacerbates, at the very least, human violent tendencies. And
whatever will go to you in a minute. What you said is true. However, if you went to, I'm going to argue, 8 out of 10 or even 9 out of 10 Christians, and you ask them the following statement: what is the foundation and or the center of Christianity? Do you believe it is love thy neighbor and forgive them, for they know not what they do? Don't you think 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 would say yes?
So do you mean now or like 400 years ago? Or say?
I mean now.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, religion's been sufficiently like whitewashed that.
Well, then you just proved my point.
Yeah, but I don't think that takes away my point of religion still being overall bad for them.
Would you assume that it would if humans lived secular humanism from the beginning of the cavemen or whatever, the world would be smooth and none of these problems that happen wouldn't have happened? But what is your evidence for that secular humanism would lead to a happy and much less problematic
well,
world?
that's a fair question. That's a fair question. I'm not saying 100% it would be completely smooth and there'd be no problems. What I am saying is it would have been less than it currently is, because I know for a fact that if the whole world was brought up secular humanist, we would never have had witch burnings, because secular humanists don't believe in witches. There's no such a thing. So that's one thing.
That's false. Yeah. I disagree because
you think secular humanists would burn witches?
Absolutely, because the very definition secular, that means you don't if you don't believe in religion, you believe in anything. So if I believe that being a serial murder, let me say, if I believe in being a serial murder and that's makes me happy, and I get a kick out of putting my name after I kill someone, then this is what people will do. This is what someone who wants to do that will do. So there's no way to stop. No, it does follow, because when you remove religion, people do what they want, and there could be like a big.
This is not true. Where are you getting this information from?
There could be a number of
just
people
making assertions
that do what. Yeah, because there's nothing in secularism.
Even if the universe doesn't have objective moral value.
Yeah, it's possible. I'm not denying it's
minutes ago. So why are you saying that why are you saying if everybody was secular humanist, we would have burned witches?
I'll tell you why. Because I want to understand how you're going to apply it. How are you going to force people to stop committing crime? That's what I want. Because if there's people that believe crime is part of their philosophy in life, who are you to come and tell them no, don't commit crime and this is.
So I answered this already, but I'll answer it again for the room. Okay. I answered this already. If this is a problem, I'm not convinced a problem, because we as human beings, we always have to get along with each other. People always disagree. Even if you're religious, different religious people disagree. But furthermore, secular humanists, again, we don't have to solve the problem of how do you get an is from an ought, or how do you have objective moral values. There becomes objectively right and wrong things to do if we care about human well-being. So what you're fear-mongering when you say, if we don't have religion, we're all going to kill each other, like, that's literally what's happening right now on the planet. When like 80%, 90% of people are religious, they're still all killing each other. So your little idea about like having
that's because they're not applying religion. No,
and there you go for special pleading.
Yeah, if I may very quickly add, hello. The statement that they're all still killing each other couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is that 99% of them are not killing each other. Okay. Fair enough. Let's look at the numbers. Yes. 350 million people in America. Are you saying that 2.5 million people in America are murderers? Accurate based on what you're saying. Percolate and then respond. Go ahead.
Sure. When I said everybody's killing each other, like that. But number two, I meant nowadays. I more meant like planetary wise, that you still have a lot of like religious conflict in like Pakistan and India and different places, Israel and Palestine and stuff like that. That's what I meant when I meant everyone's killing each other.
No problem.
For all the Abrahamic faith, the first commandment is thou shalt not kill. So when the religion, literally the first rule is do not kill, and then someone goes and kills, and then you're going to blame religion on that?
Actually, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't the Quran say, and again, I'm asking, kill your enemy before they kill you? Doesn't the Quran say that?
Kill your enemy? No, it doesn't.
It doesn't say kill your enemy before your enemy kills you. I'm paraphrasing. The Quran does not say that. Okay, next question, if I may. Isn't about half the Quran talk about...
It's like the big book of choose your own belief. So you can find verses. You can find verses that say love your neighbor, and then you could also find verses that say kill your neighbor. It's exactly the same in the Bible where it says do not kill, right, in the Ten Commandments.
Yeah.
But then it also says kill
for specific reasons. There's none of the books tell you to go randomly kill or kill,
If
kill
the Bible
someone.
says don't kill, it said don't kill. Now you're going to make excuses and you're going to say, yeah, but specific people it's allowed. So why the fuck did it say don't kill? It's contradicting itself.
Yeah, okay, so sir, you do agree then, based on what you just said, that the Quran does say to kill people for specific reasons. It does say that. You just said that.
Yes, for specific reasons. It didn't say what you said the first time. The first time you said kill your enemy before they kill you.
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah. Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving. So, you cannot use those stats that the religion is the reason for people in Pakistan or whatever. They are killing for other reasons, even though they may say it is for religion. When you check the religion does not promote that. Or
what are those other reasons? What are those other reasons?
The typical human reasons: money, power, racism, all these reasons that people, especially men, kill for.
I don't find that most Americans kill for money and power.
Really?
Yeah, should I run the stats again about the 2.5 million Americans? Should I run those numbers again?
No, run the stats for the reasons for killing.
99% of Americans do not kill for any reason.
I didn't say
you said that, sir. What I said you said was most people kill for money or power. Period.
And I didn't say
they don't kill at all.
I didn't say they did. I'm arguing.
Okay, let's be clear.
Can I be clear? Let me tell you what I said.
You know what? You're right. You be clear.
Yeah, I said what I was saying to Abe is the so-called religious people that kill because of religion are not killing because of religion, even though they say it's because of religion. The real reasons they're killing is for things like power, money, hatred, to steal land, all those other reasons, the same way like animals kill each other, for the same reasons. But the number one reason is not religion. The people that do kill because of religion is very, very 0.0000%, less than 0%. All right, those are the people, and those people are like deluded in their head. But someone who's sane, who really wants to do it for religion, is a very, very small number. So don't blame
I just want to interject 1 sec. Steve, could I just return to your analogy at the beginning when you talked about prescription medication being misused?
Yes, if I can make one comment quick.
Yeah, sure.
Animals, when they kill for two basic things. They kill for food, water, and resources because they have them available without killing. Now please go ahead.
Because you know what?
No,
we kill for food and resources.
We have it available.
No, that's not the answer.
But I just want to say this.
Really, I don't know many starving homeless people that go to kill other people.
Can I give you the answer?
Why don't you tell me how many homeless starving people kill?
The reason is because we use money to get resources, and people kill for money. So it is the same thing, Steve.
1 second. The point is this, Steve. When you say they misuse religion, the problem with this a particular form of like apologetics for religion, Steve, it's literally just following it.
You asking me or him?
I'm asking you.
Show me.
Oh, sure.
It says that our basic bottom line is to kill people. Go ahead and tell me. Show me. Read it to me.
Well, okay, sure. Let me get at the verses.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I want to hear this too.
Okay. Exodus, it says kill witches. You shall not suffer a witch to live. In Leviticus, it says kill adulterers.
No, read the whole thing.
Says,
take it out of context.
Okay, well, I have to look at I have them here. I just have to look them up. But kill the witches. Hold on. Exodus 22:18.
All right. So kill witches, kill adulterers. All right.
Yeah. Okay. He just wanted me to read it, but yeah, I'll just. Yeah, you must not allow a sorceress to live, or you shall not suffer a witch to live.
Kill sorcerers. Kill witches. Kill adulterers.
Kill adulterers. Kill blasphemers. Kill false prophets, kill fortune tellers, kill non-Hebrews, kill...
Step back. Where does it say to kill non-Hebrews?
In Deuteronomy.
Why don't you read it to me?
I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
It's up on the Bible. However, in the cities of the nations, the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance. Do not leave alive anything that breathes. And then they say, completely destroy them. The Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and Jebusites, as the Lord your God has commanded you.
You mean the enemies that struck them previously? Is that correct?
In some cases, but obviously they still say, like, kill the children when they talk about, like, the Amalekites, so that's pretty...
Yes, but isn't it true that the Amalekites, without provocation or reason, attacked and killed the Israelites first?
Not the infants. The adults did, yeah.
I'm aware that infants don't attack and kill adults. I'm aware of that. Isn't it true? I'm aware of that. Israel, or Palestine, or Jerusalem, that without reason or provocation, they were attacked and killed by the Amalekites. True or not true?
Yeah, true.
And the passage that you just read was in response not only to the Amalekites, but also based on the scenario that to survive, you should kill your enemies before they kill you. Isn't that what that means?
I believe so. I don't know the full context.
All right, so it's not just killing other people, it's killing your enemies, because if you do not, that they will kill you first. Correct?
Well, no, not necessarily.
No.
Because it says in Deuteronomy 20:15, this is how you are to treat all the cities that are at a distance from you and do not belong to the nations nearby. So it seems to be saying that when you're going to take over cities, whether or not they attacked you, that this is how you do it. And that's why it talks about laying siege. So I don't know like the full context of it, but all I'm pointing out is, yeah, it certainly says to kill. And without going into too much detail, I could just read the rest of the list for you. If you want me to read one of them inside, I'll...
Could be wrong. Is that when the Bible or the Torah commands the Israelites to kill, It's commanding the Israelites to kill their enemies, that if they would not kill them, the enemies would kill them first.
Okay, but eat children and killing people who work on the Sabbath and killing anyone who curses God and killing witches. Like, you acknowledge that all this is in the freaking scripture, the holy scripture that they believe makes up their religion. So that wouldn't be misusing the religion to just follow verbatim what it says, right?
Once again, I believe that 99% of people that believe in God and 99% of people that believe and belong to a religion use it in good.
Written in the book.
Okay, hold on. The book, you got a hot mic. Thank you. We'll get to you, John. Hey, John, it's good. I'd love to hear John's point of view.
I would love to share, but go on, Steve.
John, give us a couple of minutes to wrap this up.
Okay.
We'll give you 5 minutes uninterrupted, buddy. I promise.
Okay. So.
No. Just give us a couple of minutes. My response to you is that when the Bible tells the history of the Israelites killing their enemies, because if they didn't kill their enemies would kill them. It isn't used as instructions for living 2,000 years later, when we not only have religion, we have government, we have jails, we have prisons, we have trials, we have different nations which are now the rule of law. And there's a difference between first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, assault. All of those are different now. So we're not living 2,000 years ago where we say, okay, take a rock to do it. It's 2,000 years old, and 99% of all people understand that today and realize that however that may have been appropriate for the past 2,000 years ago, it doesn't apply to today. And with that, I want to go to John, because I love John in more than a clubhouse way. Everybody, shut up, happy Thanksgiving, and let John speak for 5 minutes.
So happy Thanksgiving, Steve. I don't need that 5 minutes, but I was listening for the past half hour or so. I just want to put some facts out there and some history out there. According to anthropologists and biological evolutionists, it is the case that religion serves to benefit the survival of the Bible verses that he was citing. If you talk to Michael Zoll or Rabbi Uri, right, they quote Maimonides and Rashi and all of these things about history, and they said, how about this, Steve? 99.99% of the people were not stoned to death. Just because they had the law doesn't mean they were actually killing people. And so nobody was getting killed back then. That's what they were saying. So your imagination that just because they have these laws that the people are getting stoned to death left and right, no, that's not the case. And lastly, I wanted to say that with regard to it was something point that you made, Steve. I forgot what I was going to say, but yeah, I mean, basically, religion is good. I forgot the last point.
My point overall is that the benefits of religion far outseed the negative parts of religion. That I compared it to prescription medication, which may or may not be a good comparison. But the fact of the matter is, in my humble opinion, I think you'll agree, John, that religion overall, 99% has benefited people rather than taken away from people. That's pretty much it.
That's according to the science and historians.
There you go. If anybody else else wants to come up and contribute, please do.
Absolutely. And secularism, first of all, on what did you call it? The shared benefit of.
Well, I don't use the term secular humanism. I believe if anybody brought it up, it was Abe. I don't use that term, but go.
Yeah, Abe. But his argument is that with secularism, people would all agree that, okay, we don't want to harm each other, and so let's obey that law.
Yes, I said that, yes.
No, he said that too, basically, secular humanism. But I disagree because I think, as we just argued, if there were no religion, the amount of crime and criminals could be more than what we have now. So
if most people break the law and want to harm people, how come you have less than 1% of the population in prison? You do realize that less than 1% of the population are in prison. You do realize that, yes?
No, I'm with you. I agree with you.
Okay, so is our criminal justice system that screwed up where we can't convict people that are guilty? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
95 to 99%. 95, hold on, let's get this right. 95 to 99% of the people do not break the law. 95 to 99% of the people do not kill other people.
Yeah,
so
and
I don't understand where you're coming from.
Okay, this is where I'm coming from.
Okay.
The current law system we have now,
yes,
is infused or founded based on religious values.
I don't care where it's founded, but I am concerned about how.
No, but that's the reason why, though.
No. They do if you steal something and you're found guilty. What do they do to you?
Cut off your hand.
They cut off your hand. No. Yes.
No.
Yes, they do.
No.
That's a fact.
Yeah. If it's proven that you
conspired. If you're found guilty, that means it's proven.
Okay.
If you're found guilty in a lot of Middle Eastern companies of stealing something, they cut off your hand. Today.
I don't think they still do that.
I'm telling you they do.
Where? Can you show me?
Sure.
I think they stopped it.
No. I will be happy to show you. Keep talking and I will Google it up. No problem.
All right. Yeah, so my point is the assertions that Abe made, you cannot prove them.
I remember the last thing I was trying to talk about, Steve. It was about the guy was talking about wars and things like that. It's conflict. In their recently published book, Encyclopedia of Wars, authors Charles Phillips and Alan Axelrod document the history of recorded warfare. And from their list of 1,763 wars, only 123 have been classified to involve the religious cause, accounting for less than 7% of all wars and less than 2% of all people killed. So basically, in all the wars of our human history that they were able to record, only 2% of the people killed were because of religious wars.
And I am on the internet right now. And if you don't believe the internet, take it for what it's worth. Afghanistan, Brunei, Iran, Mauritania, Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen. Those countries have still on the law amputation of your hand if you are convicted guilty of stealing. Thank you. Right. Believe me, if there was a maybe, I would tell you maybe. It's definite. It's on the books. It's
I forgot why you brought that up.
Yeah, go ahead.
I forgot why you brought that point.
I don't remember either, but it's true. I also went to look on the internet because you said it's not true.
No, I know, but I don't remember why even brought it up.
I don't know. I didn't bring it up out of thin air. Replays on. Let me see.
The law system. We were talking about law and all that, religion.
We were talking about 99% of people don't break the law, and then you talked about. I don't remember.
I remember now. Look, the law. If we had a purely secular state, I think a lot of things have to be allowed. So I think the world would be a much more messed up place than it is now with religion. So
I agree with you. I think religion is overall a good thing. I think most people that believe in God and most people that belong to religion are good people, and that they look for the good in people rather than the bad.
That's good. But you're atheist though, right?
Yeah. So what?
So
does that mean I can't? Does that mean I'm not allowed to comment on God and religion?
No.
Okay, so what difference does it make if I'm an atheist, or were you changing the subject, which is fine?
Oh, if you're atheist, then
I am an atheist.
Then obviously, I would think that your way of life, you would think, is the best way of life for all people.
My way of life is pretty much the same as most people, and most people believe in God. Let me give you an example. I was married. Most people who have been married are now divorced. I have kids. Most people, adults my age, have kids. Again, more than 50%. I have a home. Most people have a home. I have a job. Most people have a job. I pay my bills. Most people pay their bills. And I'm a productive member of society. So me as an atheist, I live my life like most people that believe in God and belong to a religion. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Most people that believe in God, they do sacrifices.
Sacrifices? Well, such as what?
Like sacrificing their ego for the sake of God.
Yeah, like 10 to 20%, right?
Whatever.
God or belong to a religion, you said sacrifice their time or their money. I agreed with you, and I said basically 10 to 20%, if that.
How do you know?
Doesn't the Quran say 20%? And in fact, by the way, let me finish. Doesn't the Quran actually say that 20% of the money you make should go to pay for all charitable and taxable reasons? That's both to the state as well as religion. Doesn't the Quran say that?
Say it again.
Doesn't the Quran say that up to 20% of your income?
No.
Okay. No. How much does the Quran say to contribute?
Okay. The Quran doesn't say the specific amount. It just says to give charity. However, when
and it doesn't give a general idea of how much charity to give. It doesn't say that.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, tell me then.
If you stop cutting me off, you would get the answer. So, but the 2.5% of your savings that are untouched for one full year. So, for example, you put 10,000 in your bank, but you earn like 5,000 a month. But the 5,000 you use it for your bills, and it's rotating. Comes and goes. So you leave that 5,000 alone. The 10,000 that's in your bank and hasn't been touched for 1 year, then you would take 2.5% of that and give it to charity. And that the charity is not for the state or where, it's for the specific category of people. Like the hungry, the orphan, the needy, the widow, disabled, and so on and so forth.
So is that 2.5% every month or 2.5% every year?
The news hates.
I didn't hear it from news. I heard it from people that live in the Middle East and in Europe and Muslims. They told me it was 20%. They didn't say it was 2%. But I will obviously have to do more research, because now you're saying it's not 20%, it's 2%. I will do more research.
Yeah, you can, as much as you want.
And it doesn't give any percentage amount at all. None at all.
No, that's optional good work that you want to do.
And for it says optional, it does not give a recommended percentage. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay, I will do more research.
Yeah, so it depends on, especially Abrahamic faith.
How much more of that is it? Give me a number.
I would say somewhere like 60-70%.
Donate 60 to 70% of your income to charity?
No, 60 to 70% of people that are religious, that are practicing, do give charity. They sacrifice, their time, which is charity.
Well, I would agree with that, but that could be as low as 1%. Men's. I said it was 20%.
There's no number in the Quran.
Once again, I said it was 20. You said it was 2.5. So I'm doing more research.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Oh, but keep talking. Don't wait for me to finish my research.
I forgot, man. I wanted to ask Abe, because he's the one that believes in secularism or atheism for the world, for the entire world.
And by the way, before Abe answers, according to the internet, you are right and I am wrong. It says the Quran mandates a specific percentage of wealth for obligatory charity known as zakat, which is compulsory act. It means it's mandatory. And one of the 5 pillars of Islam for those who are financially able. How do you pronounce it? Sadaqah? How is it pronounced? Sadaqah. Voluntary optional charity beyond zakat. The amount is entirely up to the individual and can be any amount from money to a kind word or gesture. The Quran encourages generosity through, as you said, but there is no set percentage.
Wait. Steve, you're not entirely correct. It is 20% when it comes to minerals and buried treasure. So, for example, if you have an oil field in Saudi Arabia and you get proceeds from that oil field, you owe 20% of that, 1/5. So that goes for gold as well, and silver, things like that. Things that came from the land. That's 20%.
Thank you.
To the government or because of religion?
That's according to the Quran, I believe.
And it doesn't matter if you give it to God. The fact is, you have to give it. You have
that's
to give it.
from the zakat, which is 2.5%. This gentleman's talking about.
Yeah, but where's your source for? Where's your evidence?
This is called rakaz.
Let me look it up. I never heard of that. Rakaz. Previous civilizations and discovered in the ground.
Yeah, that includes crude oil. Do you know how much the Persian Gulf makes in crude, sir? I'm sure you know.
In buried treasure, there is 1/5, which is like 20%. So when someone finds ancient buried treasure, they must give 20% as charity.
Gold and silver is included
for themselves. Yeah, it is.
Taught me, so it's 2.5%, but then if you discover wealth, and I would presume, but I could be wrong, that's also, what's the range? Tell me.
Well, it depends. If you have children, it goes to your children, and if you don't have children, then it goes to like your parents, and your siblings, and.
Okay, if you have children and you donate it to your children, how much are the children supposed to give away or give?
It goes in like thirds or.
Thirds, 33%?
In thirds, like. For example, if you have like well, give me a scenario and then I'll tell you like how many kids.
Fine, fair enough. I'm about to die, and I give my son all of my money. What percentage is he supposed to donate?
That's illegal. You can't do that.
I'm not allowed to hand down money to my children.
Yeah, after you die, you can't. It's
okay. What about one day before I die? I give all my money to my children. Is that legal?
That's still not legal because you're doing.
When am I allowed to give money to my children? I'll leave.
So you can give them. You can give it to them just as a gift, but if your intention is like, okay.
Yes, I give money to my children as a gift. Now, how much of that money do the children have to donate?
They don't. I mean, you can give it to them just as.
My children are not required to donate any of the money I give them. Correct.
As a gift, yeah.
If you say so, okay.
But we were talking specifically about inheritance. Inheritance is set. There's a set amount that each child and your parents get.
I'm concerned with once they get it, how much do they have to give away? That's what I'm concerned with.
Well, they have to give away what we talked about before. If they keep
2.5%.
If they save it for 1 year without using it.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Yeah, but this buried treasure, Rikaz, is
or buried oil, buried treasure, oil.
Yeah, or buried oil. You have to give away 20%. Well, that's basically you found free money, so it shouldn't hurt as much, to give.
Or what about if you've been working? What about if you've been working all your life to find this buried treasure? Then it's not you just found it. You've been working to get it, right? No.
That's a good question. I'm not sure about that, but
no problem. No problem.
That is a good question to get an answer to.
By the way, if you're in the audience and want to come up and talk about buried treasure, the Quran, the Bible, or God, come on up. And we got some people that want to come up. I love that. Sorry if you were waiting so long to come up. My humble apologies.
It says here, even if you were actively looking, I never knew that. That's it.
Cool. I want to first go to Resistance because he has a red line across a Jewish star. What a shame. He's against Israel. Hi, Resistance.
Oh, I'm glad that you cleared that up. I'm not against the Jew. I'm against Israel. Two different things.
You're against Israel. Okay, yeah. Go ahead. You're up. Hi.
Yeah, I was talking about
Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, I don't celebrate the slaughter and genocide of the indigenous peoples of America by the Europeans.
What would you like to talk about?
I wanted to talk about what the brother Afro said. Yes, in terms of inheritance that you brought up, a child that is permissible for the father, mother who are thirds, and if it's a female, 1/3.
All right.
That's how it's done in Islam.
All right. Thank you for that. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
See, I was following everything else in terms of.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us again. Happy Thanksgiving. Noor. Hi. Happy Thanksgiving, Noor. Norner going once. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, maybe it was like
half of what you're saying. It's a heavy accent. Just talk a little slower so I can understand, please.
Okay. Just ask me a question if you want, Steve.
Ask you a question. I'll be happy to ask you a question. What would you like to talk about?
Everything you like the title, or just you can ask me a question if you want.
I just did ask you a question, but it seems like you want another question. Fine, no problem. Do you believe in God? Do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Why do you believe in God when you cannot prove that God exists?
Oh, I can prove if you want.
Yes, I do, because I know for 100%.
Okay, then what God means to you, Mr. Steve?
Okay, so far you have not proved that God exists. Would you like to continue?
Yeah, for sure. God exists because we believe that God is so. Then believing God, it can be proved today. We're not crazy, by the way, Steve. We're not delusional today.
I didn't say you were crazy, but so far you still have not.
Still I'm talking.
Oh no, go ahead. I won't interrupt you.
Thank you. And I said, God exists because we do have a God today. Then billions of people agree they have a God, then there is a God. And the percentage today we have against the God, there are very few people. Then majority of the human today, they do believe God. That's it. Then you can find a God when you need it. That is my point, Steve. Go ahead.
Well, yes, you're right. 90% of the people on the planet do believe in God. And yes, you can drop down to your knees, put your hands together, look up, and you can absolutely find God whenever you need him. However, that does not I do want.
My point to you, you believe, you know something, like maybe you know the pain you're feeling sometime. You know the love or attachment or feeling in your mind, but you don't want to see the God. Then we don't touch all those things. You don't show those things. Then why you only say there's no God? You never say there's no love, there's no feeling, there's no kind of attachment, there's no pain, Steve.
You know, when I was a young child, and I mean no disrespect by what I'm about to say, but when I was a young child, every time around and after Thanksgiving, I believed in and I looked forward to Santa Claus. When I was a young child, again, no disrespect, I was deathly afraid of the boogeyman. I thought he lived when I turned out my bedroom lights and closed my closet doors. He lived in my closet. Every time I was about ready to lose a tooth, and when I lost a tooth and put it under my pillow, that the next morning I woke up and the tooth was gone and there was $1 and I believed in the tooth fairy. That does not mean that Santa Claus, the boogeyman, and the tooth fairy exist. You understand what I'm saying?
I got your point, but not me, even today we start the DNA, we know our father, we know our mom sometimes. Then not only you have attachment and connection with, your parent only with DNA. Then a human, before DNA, a human, they know their parents. They know their mother and their father. That was for feeling and attachment. Then when we say, show me everything, then we can't show everything because We can hold on, we can touch, we can see it. And we have. Steve, the point you said, even your teeth like come back to you and you never knew understanding and we don't know how to come back. All of us. When you're in your child age, you can remove your teeth and you have back. And then you only see because you have, but it was hiding in your I don't know. Even the science, no one knows. That's this thing.
I'm so glad that you brought up science, because nowhere in the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah does it say that God has DNA. God doesn't have DNA. Humans have DNA.
No, not like if you say God has DNA.
Hold on. You do agree that God does not have DNA, right? You do agree with that, right? Yeah, thumbs up. Okay, so DNA did not come from God. Or I shouldn't say that. God does not have DNA. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I agree. Like, for example, if you claim God has a DNA, then there's no God. Like God, there's no God before Him. Maybe there's only one God. Then loneness or to be oneness can be a God.
But there's not only one God. There's 10,000 gods, aren't there?
For me, it's only one.
Yes, but what about all the other gods? They say that your God is a false God, don't they? All the other gods.
Well, brother, no.
I don't care. I only believe one.
No.
People
brother,
can show them do it.
I think it's just maybe his, like you said, the language barrier.
It might be the language barrier. For that, I do apologize.
Even in Islam, of course, we believe there are many gods, but we believe there's only one true God. Yes, there are many gods. There are false gods, but there is one true God. And in the term, the world.
Oh, I say it's
the animals. The sea. They all come from this source that we all call God.
You can't prove that.
Yes, we can. Because we're here.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? Tell you what. Let's go to Royvis for 5 minutes, and then if it's appropriate, and I think it will be, we can go back to resistance, and we can let resistance prove that God exists. But I strongly suspect Royvis is going to address this issue. Royvis, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Turkey Day, and Christopher Columbus was a bad guy. Anyway, I wanted to apologize to the community because I used to go around saying like, "Oh, I hate metaphysics," and blah, blah. But that was just ignorance on my part. I get what I thought about it, and what I really don't like is just metaphysics like stretched beyond the realm of experience. That's my issue. And with all these religious discussions, it's pretty much like, you can equally make a case for like a necessary being and a universe. Without a necessary being, it's just a walking contradiction there. I kind of wanted to ask about the false gods. Like, do these false have an existence outside of human abstraction, resistance?
No, they're just exactly as they're abstract. These are of the imagination of the people who deified and made these false gods. They are an idea.
Okay.
But when it comes to the Abrahamic faiths, as the people call them, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, they are literally the same God. Just people chose to praise them in different ways.
Like, it's still like, but how you have the name God itself? Like, you're saying God, the name, that you think there's a name without something, like, you think there's a name and there's no God? How does this name come from, Mr. Steve?
I'm sorry, what?
Like, how do we have the name God? Like, I know you're saying God, right? I do that. What that mean? I don't know how we have the name.
I'll tell you how we have the name. You take a G, you take an O, you take a D, and then you pronounce it.
Well, that's how we have
from
German. It's the German word for good.
My question, like, proof there's a good. You're saying there's a God.
In Hebrew, God is called Adonai, right?
No, listen. What I
mean, he's not.
Like, I mean, let's come. What I'm saying to you right now Like I didn't say good or like kind of.
Okay, here's okay. Let me tell you. Let me just respond. Just because you have a word for the supernatural being does not mean that that supernatural being exists. Just because we have a word of God doesn't mean God exists. There you.
Then you have then you have that word. Then you have the name. Then you don't have the. Sometimes not logic, right?
Well, I said it earlier. What about the name Santa Claus? What about the name Tooth Fairy? What about the name the Boogeyman? Just because we have those words doesn't mean those people exist.
Okay, again, you say superpower, supernatural. Then why are you saying this thing? There's something in your conscious of mind, right? It's going to. Then you have this imagination. Then at least there is, because name go with things, right? It go with animal, a human, or like something, right? Then there's no name, there's supernatural, there's a God, or there's not, then why we have a name? Or this?
Just because you name something does not mean it exists. I gave you 3 examples.
Oh, like are you saying like you're saying there's something?
I said Santa Claus, I said the Boogeyman, and I said Tooth Fairy.
Yeah, but those are names that man created for fictional things. Like,
well, man created God. Did the OD come from? Tell me.
I couldn't tell you the origins, but that's not how the first creation, which would be Adam, pronounced the worship of the Creator. That is something that's made up through time.
Right. I agree with you.
We know the prophet. We know that the prophets, according to what we know through historical, scripture or history, that most of the original texts and the people who brought those texts, those revelations, even is not in the scriptures.
I maintain that all the different names of gods were made up by you can't prove that.
And you can't prove they weren't.
I agree with you. Neither of us can prove it. You're right.
There you go.
There you go. I'm glad you agree with me.
Yeah. We are basing it off of, for me, because I'm not like most people, I don't lie. I'm not only basing it on what I see in the world today or historical events. I'm basing it also on my faith. My faith to believe that this is the truth that came from these people.
What is the name of your faith?
Islam.
Thank you.
They worship the idol. Maybe they were worshiping the stone or the tree. Then they're trying to have one and separate other people. If I like worship, it's like if there are more stone, they're trying to give a name only one stone. They're trying to give one name on that tree. They're trying to give that idol one. That's where Sarah come from. They use like that word, like supernatural. They have their own their own God. It can be tree, it can be stone, it can be something they made themselves. Then they give this name why to be like specified what they have today. That they're calling God. So it comes from my mind. Then he said to us, "This is my name, and call me that name." That's it. Same in the Bible, same in the Torah, and the Holy Quran stuff. But my question was asking my mind, like, how they are kind of what's wrong with them? Like, they lie themselves, but sometimes you create your God, and you can do nothing. They're kind of rebuilding the tree, the stone. When they worship the idol, then they're renewing the idol. They keep changing. Same like you, how can I say there's no God and the supernatural, the superpower? There is something. And there's not, go ahead. There's not like something from nothing.
Well, and that's what's being
and Andreas, I want to give you 5 minutes, so very quickly. Maybe the reason people only believe in one God is because things in common, that there were certain things that they completely disagreed with. So if you believed in more than one God, it was contradictory to the other God. But Androgus, welcome to the stage.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. But I think that's what's being asked of. If you're basically saying there's names, so we name things in nature, trees, rocks, whatever names that the language gives to it at the time, and then you have names for gods that humans, are also writing down and talking about. What's to differentiate those names in such a way that the god names couldn't have come from humans originally? That they just couldn't have come from the conceptual ability of humans. What's the differentiation?
Superpower name, then at least have the superpower, the action, the feeling. But sometimes it can be possible, right? But when you say this may Lord or this may God, someone now, they can say like they can't talk, they can't move, they can't speak, then you can't prove there's a God. Sometimes to be hidden, like not like I say like.
I'm not sure I'm understanding. You say, I think are you saying that when it sounds like you're saying something like when they speak the name, it overwhelms them in some way? Is that what you're saying?
I was like trying to really pay attention. I was gonna see if I could put it together. Yeah, wait, say it again.
I think you say when they say they can't move, they can't speak. I think it's like when they speak the name of their God, they're overwhelmed in such a way that they're not overwhelmed when they say things like theirs. That's going to apply to multiple belief systems, multiple. People are going to all over the world are going to say the name of whatever their particular God is because of, their cultural appropriation of the term, or because it means something to them as a group. People are going to be able to experience that regardless of what particular God concept they're talking about. So I don't think that's really going to be some kind of evidence that they're going to have people talking about a mountain that they grew up next to that means something a lot to them from their childhood. They could have had great life experiences living in a certain part of the world. There's these features of the world around them that when they see them, they become overwhelmed with emotion, nostalgia, or just good feelings. They're going to have people be overwhelmed by all kinds of words associated with all kinds of things, not just God. So I don't see what being overwhelmed by the speaking of a God name, how that's going to be significant in any way to show that it's actually something actually like a God exists. I don't get how that would.
That's it. But that's how I find my God right now today. Just to be kind of curious for yourself, asking some stupid question for your mind, then thinking deeply and asking everything and looking for answer for everything you ask your mind. Then that's how I find the God. And you're right. I can show you. I can I can say to you or talk to my God. Then there's no one. There's not like a master language, right? I can't show you that today. But we believe it. Yeah.
I mean, I understand that you believe it, but what you're trying to tell me is what is pointing you to the actual existence of the thing is something that can be attributed to the same kind of feelings that people get by other features of the world, or even talk about another person. They could get overwhelmed in such a way. And it's interesting also that you keep saying you search your mind for the answers, right? If that's where you're going to find answers in life, if you're going to your mind, what would be indicative about that journey that would say you would think that you searching your mind and finding answers would be more indicative of a God than your mind? I
don't want to confuse you. Let me try. When I was 7 years old, my mom died, passed away. Maybe she can. I don't know. Maybe I didn't see that time. That's the first question. What's wrong with my mom? Second, what going on in my body sometime, we have to stay today, or you can be kind of jailed, and you have material something as a man, as a man, then everything happened to me is asking question. Then if there's no answer, then it can be more complicated for myself. So difficult for me to answer. Then there's no answer, then go to the science today. There's no answer in the science, go to the belief system. Read like the Torah, the Bible, Hinduism, Buddhism, like Islam, Christianity. Then at last I can stay this way. Then we have many things in our bodies today. I was saying to stay, we can't touch it, we can't hold on it. We don't know, and we do have. Example, like your pain, if someone cut your finger, then you only feel, I know, maybe something wrong with only your hand. If you cut your hand, then it's going like, you see, like only like your finger, then I can't sleep though. Then like kind of we are today is questioning. Yeah.
I have no idea where you're going with this. I really, I haven't followed this.
I said, I'm quite confused. Then last one, I want to be like 1,000 years old. I want to be life longer. I can do these things, babe.
Like an afterlife, you mean?
Okay,
no, I know, but no, hold on a second. There's a book by Isaac Asimov called The Last Answer, and he discusses like the really inevitable torture of living infinitely. Like you said 1,000 years, but you probably mean you want eternal life, right? I mean, have you really thought it's hell, man? You don't want that. You want a good book to end. You don't want it to keep going on and on and on.
Oh, well, like I see, like I want to be like age. Like sometimes people dying, like I know, maybe 105, 95, 70, 60.
Like, well,
500.
No, you should.
So believing in God is going to give you. I'm trying to understand the point. Up to this point, a lot of people want that. What's the significance of that as far as like God being?
Like I know you asking me like why you asking this dumb question for yourself. Then I do ask because I need it. Like there's no one to do this. It became like more beautiful. Like kind of the world became nice and sweet than before. Because I've experienced, right? And now I understand the world today.
So you okay? So So I think what you're saying is that believing in God helps you understand your life in the world better, and you feel like you could have more longevity of life because you have this peace and understanding because you believe in this.
Like what I'm saying, I can't answer this question because the superpower can answer. Like same I like some to be like your age or kind of. I can't ramble. What do we like? I am from something. Then that thing, or maybe that God took in me, or kind of like he don't want, or maybe I know he don't want like to be stay longer.
I'm completely lost here. You're
not lost. What I'm saying, like there's no answer, right? There's no answer to this question. The answer is having that thing, having like supernatural. That supernatural made this life. It's a nature because most of us we are dying this thing, like dying 100, 90. Then I never saw someone is like 500 years old.
Okay.
And why? There's no answer. Why? The answer would be just to be quiet or to say, "Go now." That.
This is not making any sense.
Can I present an argument that we can actually discuss? Because I'm also.
Yeah, because at this point, we've tried to. We were doing good up to this point. This last whatever we're trying to talk about is just not making any sense. Yeah, we should.
Well, I think with this the language barrier, I think things got.
It could be that. It could be that.
I think he probably has something to say. It's just we're struggling a bit. Sorry, man.
All right. So my argument.
Hi, Phil. Happy Thanksgiving.
Right, I thought you went to sleep while Noir was talking, yeah. But it's great to hear you wait. Yeah. All right, so the argument I want to present is not strictly about God. That is not because I don't know what God is. I mean, it's not really the word that the conclusion that I'm leading to in my argument is that there is no physical necessary reality, and maybe you could agree with it. Like a priori, and you would tell me, yeah, there is no physical necessary reality, and that's fine. Like Okay, it doesn't prove God, but that's fine. There is no physical necessary reality.
And I don't agree with that, but please continue.
Okay, sure. All right, so I'll try to build it in a logical way. So with premises, right? So the first premise that we have is that our predictions require mathematical infinities. You would agree with that? That's premise one.
I agree that physics. I know, which is why I told you what I think physics requires. But please continue.
Right. Well, you just named part of the mathematical model that does the predictions, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. If you're going to do a study a million times and it comes out the same a million times, it does require mathematical precision. Yes.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in any theory, in any physics theory, before you do the experiment, or maybe like you can do the experiment, but before you actually create the theory and complete it and make it an actual...
A physicist, so you please can...
Right. Well, that's the thing, right? That's where we have the equations come in, and that's why we need them to describe any sort of reality that we're then testing. So my argument, like my premise one, is that you do require mathematical model, and it just comes out that all those models require mathematical infinity. They're not. They cannot be.
How do you define mathematical infinity? What does that mean?
All right. Let's say I would go like right now. I'm tempted to go into physics. I'm not like I'm homegrown physicist. I'm not really a physicist. Like I'm not really a scientist. But like there are things like a wave function. And the field of probabilities is infinite.
Oh, okay. That and again, I apologize for interrupting you, but I can describe simple physics with third grade math. First grade math. If I have an apple in one hand and an apple in the other, and I put them both together in one hand, I now have two apples. Physics tell us this, and you can do that with first grade math. You don't need all the other stuff. Please can.
Yeah, but I mean, at the present moment, we do have like theories of like special relativity and quantum mechanics,
which require all the stuff that you're talking about that is clearly out of my wheelhouse. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that this is just a fact, right? That we do require mathematical infinity. It just appears there, and we cannot work without it. We cannot work around it. We have to use it. We have to use Hilbert space, not exist in a real world, in a natural world. We cannot observe it anywhere, just by definition, actually, because we cannot measure infinity. So anything that we can measure is finite. By definition, it's not infinite, right? So we do see this discrepancy. It's not really a discrepancy because we attribute like mathematics and the world of ideas as not something natural. It's something maybe metaphysical or something like the Platonistic worlds, right? And we do understand that our universe is measured in finite. It's discrete, right? It's we have the Planck length. We have like the finite amount of energy, and this is physical, non-natural, and necessary, which is a mathematical infinity. On the other hand, we have our world, which does not, cannot simply include it, and because one depends on the other, we conclude that there is something that is necessary, there is something that is non-physical, and by extension, it is kind of a reality that we cannot measure, but that the reality actually exists.
Okay, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm going to give you one more minute because I would like my good friend John Malincrot to comment on what you're saying because he was a professor of physics for 25 years.
Again,
all right.
Okay.
Fair enough. And I want to go to, I know I'm skipping the line, but I want to go to John Malincrot because he was a professor of physics for 25 years.
I've kind of come to as a result of interacting with people on Clubhouse, especially religious types, and thinking about what our core beliefs are, is that I believe that to be a scientist, you have to believe at some level in the existence of an objective reality. That doesn't mean anything that we can ever necessarily understand. We can't know what that objective reality is, but it has to exist because we depend on we depend on the idea that when we set things up, things that we call laws, etc., they may or may not be true. But there must be laws. If there weren't laws, we couldn't do science. We couldn't depend on things happening. So, but that's about an objective, physical reality. And I think, was it Bells, whoever it was talking maybe about a non-physical reality. So I'll just end there. I don't really.
That's basically the argument. You said it absolutely correctly. The objective world cannot be physical in a sense because it will require infinities, right? Because we see that in all our models that we build with mathematics, we do require infinities. And since we do not observe them in the natural world, this objective reality must have them, right?
You're saying they require infinities? Is that what you were saying?
Mathematical infinities, yes.
Oh, well, I guess I'm not sure why you would focus necessarily on that. There are these problems of infinities in quantum mechanics, etc. But I think more, and I wouldn't call the objective reality I'm talking about non-physical. I just mean that there's no obvious way that we can ever know what it is. It's possible that the quantum mechanics and relativity are exactly right, that really is what reality is, but it seems very unlikely to me that that's the case. At the best, it's some kind of a good approximation, and we can never know, right? Even if relativity and quantum mechanics never end up making a mistake, which they have, reality isn't physical, just that it's inaccessible.
What do you mean inaccessible? I'm trying to understand.
All right. Well, inaccessible in the sense that, general relativity has curved space-time, etc. Is space-time really curved? Oh, I doubt it. I don't know. That's just a mathematical model that we carry around in our head that maps onto the real world really well. We do experiments, we make predictions.
Predict stuff,
they turn out to be right. Sorry?
I can predict stuff.
Yeah, that's right, and it does a really good job. As far as we know, quantum mechanics and relativity have never made a wrong prediction. I shouldn't say as far as we know. They haven't. They've never made a wrong closely enough yet, etc. Maybe they are. Maybe they are right, but that seems very unlikely.
And one of the very first things that John taught me is the purpose of science is not to prove what we already know, but it's to disprove what we think we know. And new on stage is it Jace? And then I think Daniel, but let's also say hello to Cora. Happy Thanksgiving, Cora.
Yes, good morning. I'm just
you're still waking up. We can give you more time. Daniel, have you spoken yet, Daniel? Daniel going once, Daniel going twice. Okay, I know Jace hasn't spoken. Hi, Jace. Happy Thanksgiving, Jace. Jace going once, Jace going twice. Okay, Kareem just came on stage. Hi, Kareem. Happy Thanksgiving. Cannot hear you, Kareem. Kareem going once. Kareem going twice. Okay. Meg wants to come up. Meg. Well, Kareem, you might want to back all the way out and come back in. Meg, good morning. Happy Thanksgiving.
Good morning. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
A healthy life. Hi, Meg.
Oh, well, you're too kind. You're too kind. Well, yeah, I always say the truth is most medical doctors don't know much about nutrition, the microbiome, food sensitivities, micronutrients, and or all the chemicals and crap in our food supply. And that's where I come in. My name's Magnificent. I'm known as the anti-diet dietitian. And I was put on this earth to change the way you think about food. So, Steve, what are you doing today? What are you and your family? What's everybody doing?
Thank you. And I'm so glad because I've been meaning to ask you a very important question in my life. And I'm going to my brother's house 25 miles away. We're having Thanksgiving with family with about 24 people. That's what I do every year. But Meg, I have a question for you. As you know, I cook a lot at home. and I like to make soup. Now, Meg, when I start my soup with water and fresh vegetables, celery, carrots, onions, and then I mix in a little meat or whatever, or even if I do a vegetable so it tastes good. Here's my question. Does that soup, after I've cooked it for that amount of time, have the same nutrient?
But having said that, it still is a healthy choice, right? So we can't dismiss the fact that people are, if you haven't been to the mall or Walmart lately, take a look around.